I mean, honestly, I'm just sitting here now. There's no reason to like go through the entire intro song. So that is what it is. What's going on, y'all? How's it going? Get a mic check and everything, sound check. Everything good? Do I sound pretty? Do I sound oh so pretty? I feel witty. Know that much, at least. Let's hop over this way. How am I looking? A little more tan, maybe? A little bit barely able to talk, maybe? I don't know what's going on. All good. Good deal. Thank you, Ahuganash. What's up, Viper? Saji's here. Fred Ferkel, Hellfire, Racer Boy, Viper. So pretty. So pretty. Thank you. Too pretty to die, though. Really, what I want is to be too pretty to die. Don't mind the keythane. I don't even care. I'm just going to deal with it. It is what it is. Terminal Monkey, what's up? Who else is here? Scruffy Swine. It may take a little while. If you don't get it, I would contact Teespring. Teespring support is actually really good at getting back to people. The stubble is strong with this one. Look. It is pretty strong. You're right. I got a little bit of stubble going on. You're absolutely correct. Marcus is here. Pretty colors. Who else? Too pretty for Twitch. Whoa. Hello. Spyrav. Who else? Raccoon eyes. I don't have raccoon eyes. Banana Dodo. Banana Dodo. I need to get that. I need to find the link to that again. I thought that I had it, and I was looking for it to run at the beginning of the show, and I did not have the link to it anywhere. So, if you have that, could you, like, email that to me or something? Have you emailed that to me? I was, like, in a hurry, and I was looking around and didn't find it. But I need to make sure that I get that, because I want to start using that awesome animation you made. I was digging for it. I thought that I had it ready, and I couldn't find it. What is DOS playing in the background? Clicker Heroes. I had Clicker Heroes up. Oh, no. What microphone do I use? It's a Countryman. It's a Countryman G something or other. The case is too far. Oh, no, here it is. It's a Countryman H60. I always remember. I always want to say G6, you know. What's up, Bright Spark? How you doing? Blast is here. Who else? Demoody. Marcus. I think I got that one. What else do we have? No, I think we're good, honestly. I'm slightly wrecked, honestly, guys. I rolled my nerdy rear end out of bed this morning, and I went and rode my mountain bike. And it's been a long time since I've rode my mountain bike in a place where I actually have to go up hills. You don't get that in the part of town that I live. And I can barely walk. Good news is, to stream on Twitch, you don't have to walk very much. You just get to sit in the chair for hours on end and talk at the camera. So I'm going to be okay, but I'm honestly a little wrecked. Like, it's been a while since I've been out and done that sort of stuff. Brainwash, how's it going? Real 11, hello, hello. Wombat Master. Anyways, guys, but I'm going to be doing a boot camp here. If you're new to my streams, my name is Das Valdez. I run the Kerbal Space Academy on Twitch. What the Kerbal Space Academy is, it helps people play the game. Sometimes we just kill viewers. It depends on like what day it is and what mood that I'm in. But the entire thing is the Kerbal Space Program is a game that's based on real physics and rocket science and orbital mechanics and like actual like math and stuff like that. And it's got a little bit of a learning curve, right? We get that. We totally get that. I'm here, and everybody else in chat is here. There's a bunch of really smart people in chat to help you out. So if you have questions about what's going on while I'm doing this stream, feel free to ask me. You can say the word DOS, you can say the word question in chat. That'll highlight it in red, and I can see it over here. Real physics. It's inspired. I say it's based on. It's inspired by real physics, right? Real physics. Anyways. Yeah, the tutorial is Commander Riker. I mean, I'm kind of a live tutorial, you know what I mean? I'm kind of a live tutorial. So, if you have a question, as I'm going through boot camp today, feel free to use the word DOS, feel free to use the word question. I will like ask that you don't abuse that, because I want to actually answer the real questions. And so don't just say like, DOS, I ate a sandwich, DOS, I had a cookie, DOS, I'm going to the bathroom, DOS, I fell asleep, DOS, I'm back, can you explain what happened in the last 13 minutes? Like, when you do that stuff, it kind of detracts from the actual message. It's like a signal to noise problem sort of thing. So I'd appreciate it if you don't abuse the highlighting. What else do we have going on? Oh yeah, this is a family-friendly stream. A little bit different than the rest of Twitch. I want you to keep it classy in chat. The rule of thumb is that if I wouldn't want my 9-year-old daughter saying it, or if I wouldn't want to have to explain it to my 9-year-old daughter, don't say it in my chat. And that even includes, like, things that might not be that bad, right? But I don't want my 9-year-old daughter saying it, and I want families and kids to be able to watch this stuff. My daughter actually watches me on occasion. Yes, let's see, look at this. Thank you. One of my mods nailed that one before. But this is family friendly. If you slip up, sometimes you're like, wrecking, smacking, backstabbing, sort of like so Yosemite Sam sort of nonsense. If you get timed out, if you get purged, it's not that big of a deal. It's usually just a purge unless you try to like make a big deal of it. It's really just so that it doesn't appear on the chat over here because I want people to see the questions that come in. I'm going to leave that chat on the screen. That's why we do the purges, just so it doesn't appear over there. Nothing personal against you. And again, we also, we do work with like museums and companies and NASA and that sort of stuff. And they definitely hold themselves to like a higher bar, especially when dealing with like public and families and that sort of stuff. So it's another reason that I'm not the normal Twitch chat. We do keep it a little classy over here. I like this song. Anyways, anything else? We talked about the highlights. We talked about boot camp. K9 Officer with the 8-month resub. I totally appreciate it. That's a great segue. This is my job. This is what I do for a living. So if you like what I do, if you think that it's good for Kerbal or you just want to support the stream, you can tip. There's a link to go to the tips over there. You can sub to the channel. It gives you some special things like all the little Pluto heart emotes and that sort of stuff. Plus my undying love and affection, right, if you sub. You don't have to do it, though, guys. You're welcome here. It's not subscribers only mode or anything like that. You're welcome to ask questions. It's not like a $1 per highlight sort of. Wait, could I set that up? Could I set that up? I would. What if to use the highlights you had to like link a PayPal account and it was like 50 cents a highlight? I would be rich. I would be rich. Anyways, I'm not, but this is my job. This is what I do for a living. It's boot camp time. What we're going to do in boot camp today, let me talk you through it. We're going to start in sandbox mode, right? We're going to start Kerbal Space Program in sandbox mode because we don't want to worry about farming science or money or anything like that, right? I can explain the basics to you, and don't get overwhelmed by the number of parts. I'll show you what to do and kind of what parts to do and kind of how to keep your rocket simple and that sort of stuff. We're going to learn about the basics of flight. We're going to learn about things like thrust to weight and delta V and how you can actually get your rocket on the launch pad. We'll show you how to build things like all different parts that are in the VAB, the command and control, the computer cores, the pods, the different types of engines and fuel tanks. We'll talk about the different statistics of the parts, things like mass and the type of fuel they carry. Maybe on the engines we'll get into the ISP, how efficient the engine is, how much thrust it makes, how it varies its performance based on vacuum or atmosphere. We're going to basically show you all the stuff you need in order to make a rocket. We'll get you out on the launch pad and we'll actually launch a few rockets. And if you've been trying to make rockets in 1.0 and they've been flipping out on you or something like that and you're just like not going to space, you're like, squad, why did you pull the rug out from under me? We can show you. We'll show you all the different ways to fix that. We'll explain why that's happening and we'll show you what you can do. There's a lot of different things you can do to mitigate that. We'll show you a good launch profile. We'll get you up into an orbit so that you can actually say, man, for the first time I got into an orbit in Kerbal Space Program. We'll get you all back down again. Also, we're going to show you how to design a lander. So we do a lunar lander sort of thing. We'll talk about all the different things like the balance on the lander and the different engines and how to make sure you'll be able to actually land on the planet you're going to and that's or the moon you're going to or whatever. We're going to take that lander on top of a rocket, get into space, and I'll show you how to read the delta V charts and that sort of stuff in order to get to the moon or get to Minimus or get to Duna or wherever you want to go and make sure that you design that rocket in the VAB using Kerbal Engineer, which is like a must-have sort of mod thing. For success for whatever your mission is going to be. My mission is going to be the moon. That's what I do at boot camp. We're going to get you over to the moon. We'll show you how to land the thing. So all the different things you need to take into account while you're landing, like managing your horizontal velocity, your lateral velocity, and that sort of stuff. We'll show you how to land. We'll show you how to take back off again. We'll show you how to properly plot a return course back to Kerbin. It's a little bit different than you think, maybe. I'll show you how to do the maneuver nodes. I'll talk about the different directions on the maneuver nodes. Remind me to do action groups at some point. Basically, we're going to be going all through Kerbal Space Program and just showing all the things. And again, remember, if you have questions, definitely use the word DOS or use the word question. It's really hard for me to see questions that you're asking me that aren't actually highlighted, right? Because I've got a little interface that just shows, right, like the things that are highlighted. We are going to be kind of laser focused here today, so I'm not going to build a space plane to go to the moon. We're going to be a simple rocket. This is for new players or maybe medium level players who want to learn a couple more things about what they're doing. That's the target of the stream, so feel free to ask me questions and just let me know because I want to help you out. That's like my entire shindig here. That's what I do. So let me get over here and get into Kerbal Space Program. If you have any questions while the game's loading, feel free to fire the questions out. And we'll see how this goes. What, did I miss a resub? What's up, Crazy Cards? 3 months on the resub. I appreciate you. Thank you. What's up, Defect as well? There was a question. Humdog. Remember Humdog. Say the word DOS or say the word question so it gets highlighted. Will the rocket be using below a certain science tier? We'll use mostly lower tier stuff, but I'm not going to say it's like 3 or under, right? It'll probably be up to like tier 4 or 5. And we can actually look at what tier the parts are in. That's a great question, though, man. You can watch it on Twitch later. Yeah, they are on Twitch, and most of my boot camps go up to YouTube as well. They'll stay on Twitch for a couple weeks. They'll go up to YouTube in a couple weeks. Sort of deal, so you can watch it wherever you need to. If you can't catch the entire thing will be uploaded in a VOD so that you can get it. What's up, Felden? In bootcamp, DOS makes mistakes. You're right, Vague Target. I do make mistakes, and that's one of the important things here. Like, it's okay a lot of the times to make mistakes, and we're going to learn from the mistakes. So, if you see me doing something, you're like, DOS, you're an idiot. That's, like, never going to work. I know most of the time that it's not going to work, but I want to illustrate some of the, like, common mistakes that new players would make, and you're like, oh, this looks like it should work, and then it doesn't end up working. And so I'm going to make that same mistake, and I'm going to show you what was going on and show you how to fix it, because it's a very, like, organic, iterative learning process. It's not just, I'm going to build a perfect rocket out of the gate and then fly it to the moon the first time and we'll be done in 30 minutes, right? Which would never happen. I don't think I've ever finished a stream in 30 minutes. Let me finish the rest of this. I'm doing great. Dude, K9, the trip to the Intrepid was fantastic. It was amazing. And those VODs are up. Thader was kind of a bunch of VODs for us. And you can see the interviews with Greg Olson, one of the first private citizens to visit the International Space Station. You can see Mike Massimino, the astronaut, couple shuttle missions up to the Hubble to repair the Hubble. You can see those VODs and the rest of the stuff. EJSA was there. NASA Man was there. I was there. We were flying shuttles. We were flying Soyuzes. We were going up to the ISS. We were talking about the history and the exhibits at the museum and that sort of stuff. But it was all in all just a fantastic time. Thank you for asking, K9. You got a space plane that keeps flipping forward. How do I fix it? Pewface, you want to talk to me tomorrow. Usually on Sundays I'll do a Kerbal help desk, where I answer just kind of random questions like that about all sorts of different topics. Today, I can't really get too far into that because I'm really focused on boot camp. But you're probably going to want to look at the center of mass and the center of lift. And there may be some people in chat who can help you out. But the focus of this stream is the moon missions. Let's see here. Looks like I got everything. Yeah, I am not going to play perfectly. Yeah, when do I ever play perfectly? What's up, Aldres? Found you today. I love your stream. Thank you, Random Access Minecraft. Your name is actually Ram, which is Random Access Minecraft. Nice. Anyways, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Let's go to the game. We're not really getting bothered by the green screen stuff here, so I'm not worried about that. And I've got a little green reflection here. Let's fix this up. Let's get the correct hat on. Focus. There you go. Man, this hat's sturdy. So here we go. He got the pun. Yes. Nice. Let me fix my hat. All right, cadets. Let's get going with some boot camp here. Oh, Crystal F, thank you. That's a great thing. If you scroll down, you'll actually see some of my mod lists. There's also a command over here that will help you out with some of the listing of mods. Bam, Pewface got it there. In addition, I think that the most useful mod for learning to play the game is Kerbal Engineer. You'll see I've got some pretty mods, like I've got clouds on my planet and that sort of stuff. But the most useful mod, the #1 mod that you need to install is Kerbal Engineer. It gives you information about what's going on. It like gives you some of the numbers behind the scenes, things like delta V and thrust to weight and orbital mechanics and that sort of stuff. And it really just kind of exposes all of the math and numbers and data that the game has hidden behind the scenes. It just doesn't expose to you. So Kerbal Engineer is definitely a must-have mod for this. In addition, if you want to play along, feel free. If you have the capability to play along, feel free to just put me in the background, put your own game up on the screen, maybe flip back and forth if you want to see what I'm doing. And as you play along with what I'm doing, if you run into problems or questions, feel free to ask me. Like, I'll totally answer them for you. So, do I ever not wear a hat? I actually wasn't wearing a hat earlier. I had on a bike helmet instead of a hat. So, yes, sometimes I, in fact, do not wear a hat. Alright, so let's keep on going here. Yeah, nobody's seen my hair. Nice haircut. What haircut? What are you talking about? I don't have a haircut. Alright, let me get this countryman. We'll fix there. The Astros kind of push it down on my head. And everybody's going to ask, the headset that I have on is an Astro A50. It's like full wireless. I've got it plugged in right now because I neglected to charge it beforehand. But there we are. It's 2:31. It's 2:31. And we're going to get started with boot camp. So I'm going to start a new game over here. And I'm going to start a new game. And we'll say that this is Kerbal Boot Camp. And what is today? 2015-0808. There you go. Let me get my little flag. And you can actually install your own custom flags. All it really is just dropping a PNG file into a specific directory and then loading the game, and it'll show up here. And you can look at the other flags in the flag directory or whatever it is in order to see the size and file type and stuff. I'm not going to do career. There's a couple different versions of the game. There's career where you have to worry about money and farming science. So you start off with very little parts, very little technology, and you've got to perform science experiments to earn science points, which are kind of like experience used to unlock more parts. And all the while, you've got to be earning money with their contracts that you can complete, like put a satellite in such and such orbit, or fly by Duna, or whatever, right? I don't do that for boot camp. I just want to focus on the mechanics of the game, not the kind of career things and that sort of stuff. And I guess that's a mechanic, whatever, you know. Science mode, same sort of thing. Without the money, you don't actually have to, get money to launch your rockets, but you do start off with very little technology. You've got to farm science to upgrade your capabilities, sort of deal. Last thing, sandbox. That's where I'm going to start. Sandbox is exactly what it says on the tin. It's just a wide open world. You have access to everything. You can do whatever you want. There's no missions or anything like that. That's where I'm going to start because I am the mission. I am mission control. I'm going to make up what we're going to be doing here. There's also some difficulty options. I'm going to go ahead and just put it on easy mode. There's nothing wrong with easy mode, especially if you're learning the game. If you come into my chat and you're like, oh, but I'm on easy, and somebody gives you trouble, I'm going to go full screen and I'll chew them out for you. Because there's nothing wrong with that. You're learning the game. No big deal. I've played a bazillion hours of this game, and I'm still going to put it on easy mode. That's okay. But it allows you to do a couple important things. Allow reverting flights, so if something goes wrong, you can actually revert it back. You can try again. You don't just have to kill Kerbals left and right. Quick loading, that's the same sort of thing. It's a lot like reverting flights, where you can actually press F5 to perform a quick save, like a point-in-time snapshot of your game, and you can hold down F9 to load back to that last snapshot that you took. So we'll allow that in easy mode. And as you kind of go up here, it removes some of those options for you. So hard mode, you can't revert, you can't quick load. Crews die forever. I don't even care about that one. You can blow up buildings. Anyways, indestructible facilities means that if you crash into the spaceplane hangar or the VAB or whatever, you won't actually blow it up because it's indestructible. So let's just accept it. Sandbox, Kerbal Bootcamp, flags correct, start the game, looking good, defect!
Welcome to the Academy.
Was that super loud? I mean, it was awesome. That was super loud. Thank you for the support, guys. Same thing as always. If that counter over there... You know something? I'll say, if that counter over there gets to 10, right? So it's got a 4-minute countdown clock. If that counter gets to 10, I'll give away a limited edition Major League Rocket shirt. I don't know if you've seen the Major League Rocket shirts. If there's a link somewhere, somebody post up a picture to it. But I've got a couple. I've got a bunch of different sizes and stuff. And if that gets up to... There was a bunch of bass in it. Not on the mixer. If that gets up to 10, I'll do a giveaway for a Major League Rocket shirt. So anyways, here we are. Welcome to the Space Center. Nice to meet you. I'm Gene Kerman. Yada, yada, yada. These are great. I actually love that these are in the game. I'm better, though, so I'm not going to read that. This is the Space Center. This is where you perform all the different tasks by clicking on different buildings. You've got the tracking station, which allows you to fly different craft in progress. So it is perfectly possible to have, a craft on the way to the moon and a base on Duna and then something around the moon of Elu and then something here on the runway. You can totally do that in the game. You manage all those different concurrent missions from the tracking station here. We've got the launch pad, as it turns out. It's where you launch the rockets from. The VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building, or the Vertical Assembly Building, right? It's a very tall building. You can see that it would be easy to fit a rocket in there because it's nice and tall. That's where we build our rockets. We've also got the spaceplane hangar, which is kind of nice and flat, where you would build spaceplanes. A couple things that don't really they don't do anything in sandbox mode. This right here is mission control. You can see its facility is closed. That's where you would get contracts in the career mode that you could complete to earn money. Over here, you've got the astronaut complex. This is where you can hire more astronauts. You've got the administration building. Doesn't really make a difference in sandbox sandbox. There's some different game tweaking strategies where you can like trade science for money or money for science and that sort of stuff by activating campaigns in the administration building when you're playing Chimera. This is the R&D facility. Also, it's closed in sandbox because we've already researched and developed everything in the entire universe. If you're in sandbox or science mode, this is where you would spend your science ports to unlock new technology. Did I miss anything? Oh, this is a runway, right? It's a spaceplane runway. You can take off from it in a spaceplane when you need to like roll down the runway and take off, as opposed to just launch from the pad. So it's like a quick tour of that here. It looks like the mission needs to be updated. Could one of the mods get the mission updated there to Kerbal Bootcamp? I would appreciate it. And did I miss anything? Who wouldn't want to blow up buildings? I mean, me for now. And I'm drinking water today out of a chicken flage cup, so that's what's going on there. I don't know if y'all can hear me swallowing, but that's delicious. Alright, thank you, Defect. Man, I appreciate that. I totally appreciate that, Defect. Here's Werner von Kerman. Let's see what we've got. We're in the VAB. You can see it's a very tall building. I actually can't rotate it around yet. But you've got a bunch of different parts over here on the left-hand side. And it starts off with the pods. And it's not just pods. This is basically like command authority things. These are things that allow you to have control of the rocket. And you can see there's two types of things here. There's pods, which are like little things that can hold Kerbals, right? It's like little Kerbal containers. And the Kerbals inside allegedly control the rockets. I don't know if they actually control the rockets. It may just be me. But in order for a pod to work, in order for a pod to allow you to control a craft, you've actually got to have a Kerbal in it. A pod with no Kerbal actively inside of it will not allow you to control the craft. And you can see there's a lot of different pods. There's things that look like this. There's things that are... Okay, that's not right. There's big pods. There's small pods. There's small pods. I thought we had a vaccine for that. There's all sorts of different things. There are spaceplane cockpits. If you want to build a space shuttle, you can do that. There are, I mean, there's this thing. Here's a lander can. You can just choose the different pod. And the thing is, one of the most important things with the pod, besides the aesthetics of it, is how many Kerbals it carries. So if you wanted to figure out how many Kerbals a pod carries, you can actually right-click on it here. And when you right-click on it, well, you don't even have to right-click on it, I guess. You can see the crew capacity is 1. Right? So this means that this pod can only hold 1 Kerbal, compared to this one here, which has a crew capacity of 3, right? So this pod down here holds 3 Kerbals, that one up there holds 1 Kerbal. It's pretty straightforward. If you look, there are some things over here, such as this, the Probodyne Octo. Clearly that doesn't have room for a Kerbal in it. So some of the things over here are actually just drone cores or computer cores, and the computer cores don't hold any Kerbals. You don't need a Kerbal inside of it in order to gain control of the rocket, right? Another thing that you can learn from pods actually have resource holding capabilities. They've got resource storage capabilities. You can see this in-light cockpit holds 50 electric charge and 7.5 monoprop. Compared to this guy, he holds 50 electric charge and 10 monoprop. This big guy, 30 monoprop, 150 electric charge. So you actually have a little bit of battery storage capacity. What's up, Cantab? How's it going? And Baseball, how's it going? Yeah, no Dr. Pepper. I'm drinking water right now because I was riding all morning and I need to make sure I stay hydrated. So, other things about pods. We've got something called a reaction wheel, right? A reaction wheel is something that allows us to pitch and yaw and roll the craft in space. We can't actually change where the pod is, but we can change where the pod's pointing, basically. And everybody always asks, how does a reaction wheel work? Like, what is it? Is it some sort of magic? Is it magnets? Like, what goes on with that? The trick with the reaction wheels, it's actually a real thing. It's actually a real thing. If you're sitting in a chair that, like, spins, right? You've got, like, an office chair that kind of spins. What you can do to, like, learn how a reaction wheel works is put your elbows up here on the side and then move like this. Right? I probably just moved everything. And you'll feel when I move my arms one way, the chair turns the other way. And it's kind of like the reaction wheel shuffle. I'm trying to get my elbows high enough so you can see it. That's the same way that a reaction wheel works. So it's a spinning mass. It's like a flywheel sort of thing. And when you spin in one direction, because for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, you spin that thing one way, you're also going to exert a force on whatever it's attached to. And that thing's going to spin in the opposite direction. So you use those whenever you're flying the planes, you're flying the rockets, to control the pitch, yaw, and torque. Now, you can't actually accelerate or decelerate using them, but you can change where your craft is pointing just by spinning up that wheel or slowing down. Yeah, welcome to workout with welcome to the KSL workout with Das Valdez. Feel the burn. Anyways, yeah, fortunately reaction wheels don't saturate as quickly as elbows. I am a teacher, Commander Riker. I'm just on Twitch. But that's how the reaction wheel works. And you'll see there's a unitless number here. Let's go back to the game. There you go. There's a unitless number here. I think we believe that it's kilonewton meters of torque, right? And this that has a pitch torque of 15, a yaw torque of 15, and a roll torque. Those are the 3 different directions on your craft. Let me go back to full screen, and I'll explain what that is. What's up, Thors? Pitch on a craft is whether it's pointing up or down, like that. So when I pitch up, the plane would point like that, and when I pitch down, the plane would point like that. Yaw on a craft is kind of right to left turning, like that. So when I yaw to the right, I turn like that. When I yaw to the left, I turn like that. And then roll, of course, is everybody's favorite, you know, do a barrel roll sort of thing. Except that's not a barrel roll. That's just me rolling, right? A barrel roll would be like that. So that's it. Pitch, up and down, yaw, right and left, roll, I guess, right and left, right? Like that. What a model. You like that? This is a model of my Focus. This is a model of my Mighty Duck space plane. I built it back in 2.5. I sent it to Euclid. I sent the craft file to Euclid, who will go ahead and print in 3D, like fantastic color 3D. Look at this. Focus. There you go. And like the level of detail on the craft is amazing. It's got like the RCS ports. It's got like RTGs and the little 48.7S's and the jet engines in the back. It's nuts. It's absolutely cool. And there's a link. Gav just put it in. But I love it. I use this to kind of like demonstrate things. And you can see they like actually put Focus. There you go. They put my KSA flag on there for me. Normally they don't put your flag on, but I did like a special request and I asked if they could just put a blue shield on there. Anyways. So that's pitch, yaw, and rolled, right? And we've got 15 kilonewton meters, I think, of pitch, 15 kilonewton meters of yaw, 15 kilonewton meters of roll. And you'll see that different pods have different capacities there. So this one only has 5. It's a smaller pod. It has weaker reaction wheels. I guess less massive reaction wheels, really. There's some other things. I don't think we need to go into it. It's the minimum crew to operate and the electric charge. And, you know, it stores different things. You got it. R.I.P. Mike. I didn't have any problems with a mic. Anybody have any problems with a mic? Alejandro, I don't know why I would talk to you, but I mean, if you can't hear me, I can't explain to you to turn your sound up. But Gav didn't chat there, yeah. Anyways, guys, those are all the different pods, and those are some of the different statistics, the things that you need to know about pods. And we'll show you what those kind of mean, like how those are actually effective going forward. We've also got fuel tanks, right? And this, yes, everybody always asks. I get it. This is a Dr. Pepper can, okay? That's that one tank. That's not a stock part. That's my part, okay? Over here, we've got all sorts of different fuel tanks. And you'll see, there's a couple different sizes fuel tanks. There is this would be a 1.5 meter fuel tank. So it's like this big around. When we say 1.5 meter, we're talking diameter. And correct me if I get these wrong. I always say I'm wrong. I just get stuck on the wrong numbers. This right here would be a 2.5 meter fuel tank. So you'll see it's bigger in diameter or radius because they're the same things times 2. And then there's a 3.75 meter fuel tank like that, right? So you have 3, actually, there's one more. There's a little 0.675 fuel tank. There's a little teeny tiny fuel tank like that, right? So you have different diameters of fuel tanks measured in meters, from small to super big. And then you have different lengths of fuel tanks. So here in our 1.5 meter fuel tanks, where are they at? There you go. You've got a couple different sizes. You've got the tank that I call a drummer boy because it looks like a little drum. You've got this tank. You've got the next size up. You've got the next size up. So you see we have 4 different sizes of 1.5 meter fuel tanks, and they vary how much actually that they vary in how much fuel they carry. If you right-click on a part, you can see its statistics, and you can see that the T800 carries 360 units of liquid fuel and 440 units of oxidizer. Well, what does that mean? Like, why is that important? Like, doesn't a rocket just need fuel? There's a couple different types of fuels in the game, right? And I'll show you. We'll get into some of that. I think I'm going to keep going through the parts, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about the different fuel types. But long story short, the next thing in the list, different engines, right here, use different types of fuel. So I went to the next tab over here, the engine tab, and I can right-click on that Kerbodyne KR2L Plus Rhino liquid fuel engine, and I can see that this liquid fuel engine requires, for propellants, liquid fuel, an oxidizer, and it tells me how much it'll burn per second and that sort of stuff. I don't even know what this flame out thing is. I don't think that actually does anything. What's up, Dr. J? How's it going? So this uses liquid fuel and oxidizer. That means that it would require a tank that has liquid fuel and oxidizer in it. So if I grab this little tank, I can see this guy has liquid fuel 90 and oxidizer 110. Now, the trick is if we wanted to fly this rocket using what we learned so far, excuse me, there we go. We could put a pod on top. We could put a fuel tank underneath. We could put an engine underneath. And then we could just go fly this rocket, right? Excuse me, fly the rocket. Yeah, I get it. Launch it anyways. And I'm going to be drinking a lot of water, guys. This kind of looks like a wacky rocket, honestly. It doesn't look like the world's best rocket. Just so everybody's on the same page. The trick is, we need a Kerbal to fly it, and I didn't actually put a Kerbal in here. I've got two mods here, because I kind of do like a viewer interaction sort of thing. I've got one mod called Draft Viewers, which integrates with the Twitch chat. Right? It integrates with the Twitch chat, and it's going to randomly pull somebody else. It doesn't make any sense to ask me for it. This is completely random. You can't argue with the computer algorithm that pulls you from chat. This actually will integrate with the Twitch chat, pull somebody out of chat, and make a Kerbal out of them like this.
Scanning. Viewer.
Zaldafax! Look at you, dude. You've been around forever. Zaldafax like one of my oldest viewers. Not like age oldest, like been around forever. So Zaldafax has been drafted as a pilot. That's a mod, and this is what I do. I always put viewers in. Over here, you're seeing Kerbal Engineer, so let me fire up Kerbal Engineer. And I'm going to use another mod called Crew Manifest to just put them in. So these things, you don't need these to play the game. I just do this as part of my stream so that I can kill you. So we'll go ahead and put Zaldafax Kerman in there. And we will see if we can fly this rocket. And the trick is, I'm just going to press the space bar. Because in order to go to space in Kerbal Space Program, I can't pick that up, it's got a bounce card on it. You press the space bar. So we'll just go 3, 2, 1. I missed the space bar. Now you can see, that certainly lifted us up in the air, but we didn't have very much fuel. The aerodynamics kind of do matter, yeah. Mesa Lace, the aerodynamics do matter, and I'm going to be getting into the details of the aerodynamics. Coming up pretty soon. But you see, we went straight up with our rocket, and we didn't have an awful lot of fuel. So now we're falling straight back down again. As going to space goes, that does not look particularly successful. The real question is, we don't have a parachute. Oh man, he bounced! Okay, that's cool. Wait, maybe time out. I think he's gonna be fine. Oh! I don't need no stinking chutes. So here's Zaldafax is right back here. He can hop out and he can come wave. This is a mod as well that takes their helmets off just because it looks pretty. But you thought he was going to die. I've done this before. But we learned that rocket right there didn't have enough fuel. It also probably had too big of an engine. So let's go on back. Nailed it. It's not kind of wrecked. He's fine. He's fine. Let's go back and let's keep working on our rocket here. Let's just tell Zaldafax to get back into the pod and board it. No. What? Okay, or that's a thing. There we go. Board it. I'm just going to recover the vessel. I'll get to the flight interface in a second. Evening, Kerbal Space Safety Captain. I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for asking. So Zaldafax now gets to retire. You go on one flight, and if you live, you get to retire. We'll put him out to pasture now. Let's go back over here. Sorry for sniffling, guys. I guess I inhaled some dust while I was riding bikes earlier. But we've got our rocket back, right? And you saw there were a couple problems with that. One, this engine, while very powerful, probably a little too big, right? It was the correct engine. It used liquid fuel and oxidizer, so that's cool. Let's get a... What? Huh? No. Okay, wait. Pay no attention to what's going on here. I just needed to make it so I could throw that engine away. Take that engine off, and let's get another engine that looks better, right? So here we have... What is this thing? A Weasley basic jet engine. All right, well, that looks more reasonable, right? Also, maybe we should go down to the other tab. We've got this utility tab here where we can give him a parachute. So that seems important. I just grabbed a little parachute that fits up there. There's a couple different sizes. I'll get more into that. But let's fly this one and see how it goes. Launch anyways. Grab another viewer and see what happens. Yeah, guys, I apologize for the sniffling. How much does the engine weigh compared to the rest of the craft? Remember to use the word DOS or use the word question. A lot. The mass of that craft was mostly engine. So this looks better. I mean, this doesn't have a big, ridiculous engine. Let's go ahead and press the spacebar again and see how this goes. There's no Kerbal in it. Okay, let me grab a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Otter the Jedi is going to be on this flight. Let's just add Otter the Jedi in. There you go. So we've got Otter the Jedi there. Let's see if Otter the Jedi goes to space. Nothing happened. Why did nothing happen? The trick is, whoever's in this rocket is going to be bummed out. Nothing happened when we did that because this jet engine doesn't have any intake air. I actually right-clicked on it. It says intake air deprived, and it's like, why didn't you go to space? Well, the trick is, congratulations, Otter the Jedi. That was like the safest flight ever. If we go back over here to the VAB and we look at this rocket design and we look at the statistics on that engine, we look at the information on this engine, look, here it is. This thing requires propellants, liquid fuel, and intake air. I didn't have any intake air in this thing. I didn't have air intakes. There's nothing to actually do that. That's because this is a jet engine. I'm not going to get too far into jet engines, but there are a couple different jet-type engines in the game. These are designed for atmospheric flight. They take oxygen out of the atmosphere. They take liquid fuel, something to explode. They combine the two things together. They use the oxidizer to rapidly oxidize the liquid fuel. They blow it up. They throw it out the back of the engine, and you go forward because, again, equal and opposite reactions, right? But these jet engines won't go anywhere unless you put air intakes on them. I'm not going to go into that. That's a different stream where we talk about how to build and balance and fly and get to space planes. But for now, just make sure that you're not choosing something that requires fuel. And there's a couple other things that I'll run through with you right quick, such as the Dawn electric propulsion system. If you look at the propellants on this requires electric charge and xenon gas. I don't have that here, so I can't use that engine. Plus, it makes almost zero thrust. It barely pushes at all. We've got all sorts of other things. Here's a little 909. That one requires liquid fuel and oxidizer, so good. We've got cool things here. That's a T45. It looks like that one requires liquid fuel and oxidizer again, so that'll work. Most of the engines will work, right? And there's all sorts of different things. There's engines that you can put on the outside, like this sort of deal. There's engines you can put on the bottom. There's engines you can point in the wrong direction. I mean, this thing is also a thing, apparently. But there's all sorts of different engines to choose from. I'm just going to... What's up, Armor? I'm just going to keep it simple here. I'm just going to keep it simple. And we're not going to build a bunch of weird, complicated designs. The only exception here, there are some engines that carry their own fuel. And those engines are called solid rocket boosters or solid rocket motors. You'll see there's a couple different ones of them in here. This one, the SRB K225, whatever, kickback solid fuel booster, this one carries its own solid fuel, and its required propellants are solid fuel. So if we grab this guy and we put him on the bottom of the rocket, right? I mean, that looks legitimate. This engine doesn't require a separate fuel tank. So say we wanted to launch this thing and see how it goes. What's up, K26? Yeah, Cantab, I have. It's not great because they basically die at 2,000 or 20,000. But it's the same sort of story. You can make the jet engine lifter to get up to 20,000. So let's keep on keeping on. Oh, and there's a radio. Yeah, random access. You're right. There's the twin bore that carries its own. Nice. I'll show that one as well. So this here, it's a big solid rocket motor, and it's a little pod on top. Let's see who's going to take a ride on this fantastic voyage. JDF 23 JDF. Let's come over here, put this in here, and add JDF to the command pod. And again, guys, you don't have to do this step. Your Kerbal Space Program will add the Kerbals in from the VAB. I do it this way so that I can put viewers in and like get you guys going. So let's launch this thing, JDF, right? Again, I'm just going to press the space bar. We'll get into the flight controls in a minute. Let's see how this works. So let's just go 3, 2, 1, space. And you can see we have a bit of a problem. Apparently the parachute has fired at the same time as the engine. And that's not exactly a recipe for success. This guy's just going to keep, I guess, dragging this parachute. Mind you that the parachute doesn't have colliders. I wish it did. I wonder how long this engine's going to run for. You can see the amount of fuel you have over here. And I wonder if he's going to hit the ground first or run out of fuel. Let's find out while I drink some water. Water is delicious. All right. Well, he's starting to do in sky donuts here. He's writing the letter G or an O or maybe a 6. Today's Kerbal Space Academy is brought to you by the letters O, the number 6, and hopefully this guy doesn't die also. So the SRB ran out of fuel. One of the special things about solid rocket boosters, once you fire them, you can't turn them off. You're just stuck with them, and they're going to burn until they run out of fuel. So we just went around in the sky constantly, all the time. The trick is he's going to land. Now, he has a parachute, right? This is good. This is good. He's got a parachute, so let's see if this rocket actually lands successfully, right? Good job, JDF. He's going to come down, and you can see his velocity is like 12 meters per second. Okay, that's interesting. Apparently, with a total conversion of matter to energy, we blew up that solid rocket booster, and we only have this. Well, why did it blow up, right? The thing about, congratulations, JDF, you live. You get to go to the retirement community for Kerbals. All right, so the trick is every part in the game has what's called an impact tolerance, like a crash tolerance sort of thing. The crash tolerance of the part will show you the speed that it can impact. Wow. Let's move this way back here. All right, that's better. At least you can hear that. But you don't hear that as bad. All right, so the impact tolerance of that kickback SRB that we used is 7 meters per second. We landed at 12 point something meters per second, right? 12 point something. So we knew that when we landed, this guy was going to blow up because he hit going 12 and he'll blow up when he hits something going 7. The impact tolerance of the pod, however, is 14. Plus, we didn't have this guy anymore. It's like, right? It's gone. It's gone. Does crash tolerance scale with mass? I don't think so, Humdog. I'm not sure on the exact answer to that. I don't know if a more massive part with a 7 meter per second crash tolerance will crash more easily than that same part that's empty of fuel or whatever. I don't know. That'd be a good question for Squad. Maybe one day I'll be able to do a boot camp and ask Squad about this stuff. And guys, remember, if you have questions, say the word DOS or say the word question in your chat. Otherwise, I won't see it. So if you're asking me questions, let me know. So we had a problem. We actually fired the parachute at the exact same time as we fired the SRB. That's a bad thing. That's not what we want. So let's go over here, and you can actually see in the lower right-hand corner. You see it over there, right? You see that? That is the staging list, and this is where you kind of like program in the different stages of your rocket. And what I can do, I can click this little plus sign like that, and then I can drag the booster down into a separate stage, and it kind of fires bottom to top, right? So the first stage is going to be the solid rocket booster. The second stage is going to be the parachute. And we can actually come over here, since we didn't land successfully. Let's go grab some more parachutes, right? We've got these radial mount parachutes, and we can actually put these on the side of the pod like that. So now we have 3 parachutes on the top. We've got them all on the same stage, and we've got this big kickback SRB in the first stage. The different stages, basically, when you want to activate the next stage, you press the spacebar. So I'm sitting on the launch pad, I want to activate the first stage, the thing that's down at the bottom of here, and all I do is press the spacebar. And when I want to pop the parachutes, I press the spacebar again. So let's go launch this thing and see how this rocket joyrides. And I know I'm not titling the craft or anything like that. The little error that I'm getting with the launch anyways... The little error that I keep getting with the launch anyways is just because I'm not putting Kerbals in them. So let's come over this way. Let's grab a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Limonoid! Limonoid, you're gonna go for a ride here. Let's make sure you get into there. Limonoid, Kerman, good luck. May the random factor of not dying always be in your favor. And we will go ahead and press the spacebar again. 3, 2, 1. And you can see, there goes the SRB. It's definitely flying. Let's see what happens here. Excuse me. My bet is a 2 million AP. Nizodam, ¿qué pasó, man? How you doing? You can see we're actually going ridiculously fast. We've broken the sound barrier. The sound barrier is about 340, 350 meters per second at sea level. And you can see we start to get all of these awesome effects going off as we kind of fly into the sky. Now, I'm not driving the rocket right now. It's just going. Scruffy Swine, please don't abuse the highlighting, man. I've asked you once. Please don't abuse the highlighting. Das, is 9.3 kilometers per second of Delta V enough to land on Ike and Dune if launched on your coded window? Yeah, 9.3 should be fine. Is that including the lifter, or is that just the upper stage? I would be curious if that includes the lifter. So we've completely flown over this way. We're not actually, I'm not flying the rocket. I just lit it and let it go. And you can see, it's gotten insanely hot. Now, this isn't just for show. In older versions of Kerbal Space Program, that was just for show. The heat. Now the heat is actually heating up the rocket, and when you get those heat effects, you can actually blow parts off the rocket. Every part, just like the impact tolerance, every part has a crash tolerance as well. Or sorry, every part has a heat tolerance, and if you exceed that heat tolerance, the part will actually explode. We try not to do that. So let's keep on going. Let's see here. You weren't even close. Yeah, I got up to about 1 million. So you can see we've launched our first rocket, and it looks like we're successfully in space. Our current altitude shown up at the top of this is 131, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. We're going up a lot, and we're continuing to go up. In fact, Kerbal Engineer will tell me that my vertical speed is currently 2.1 kilometers per second. I'm going up very quickly. And we've got a couple different things. I can press the M key, and I can come over to the map screen like this. And you see, I'm right here. I'm this little untitled spacecraft, and I'm in this huge ballistic trajectory that looks nothing like an orbit. It is very suborbital because I just went straight up. Then I'm falling straight back down again. This is not, while technically we did in fact get into space, this is not going to get us into orbit. That includes the lifter. You should still be okay. You should still be okay, Random Access Minecraft. Depends on how much you fly around while you're there and how efficient the maneuvers are. You may be a little slim coming home. We'll get to that, though. We'll get to that. So let's see here. We're going up. We're out of the atmosphere. I'm going to time warp. In the game, you can time warp by pressing the period key, and you'll actually see the time warp increase up here in the upper left-hand corner. Do you see how fast the clock is going now? And I can keep pressing the period key to time warp even faster. And we're going to go way up in the sky like this. And we're going to reach what's called the apoapsis. The apoapsis is the highest point we're going to be in the orbit. The highest point will be above the surface of the planet. And once we reach the apoapsis, we're going to start falling back down again because we did not go into orbit. We're going to need to work on this some in order to get this going. Damask, how's it going? We're doing Kerbal Bootcamp. Does it have to be 70? Does what have to be 70? The atmosphere ends at about 70. So you have to be above 70,000 kilometers, or sorry, 70 kilometers in order to be outside the atmosphere. Yeah, that's fine. Apex, that's something that I'm going to do later in the stream. That's whenever I get into the moon mission. I'm going to talk about that. You're welcome to link it now, though. Guys, help each other out in chat. Like, there's no problem with helping each other out in chat if people have questions and stuff like that. But I am going to be getting to the Delta V map later in the stream and show how to read it and that sort of thing. So we're just falling back down again. Lemanoid is apparently super happy at this flight. Hopefully we don't die when we re-enter. I'm not even controlling the rocket. There we've hit the atmosphere. You can see it comes out of time warp when we hit the atmosphere. When I first started playing, I did not understand anything. After watching some videos on YouTube and live here, I arrived on Elu. Nice. Nice. You followed me since 0.25. Thank you. Oh, your name scrolled off the screen. Joko Poco. Excellent. Good deal. Thanks for letting me know. C-Cup. Bring back the keyboard indicators. Yes, it's on the list of things that... Okay. Yes, that's on the list of things that I need to do, but I haven't put it back up yet. Somebody did help me out with that, and I need to get that installed. So East Dolphins, thanks for the resub. Do you remember when I talked about parts overheating and exploding? guess what just happened to our rocket? The pod apparently overheated and exploded. Pay no attention to the Kerbal who is now missing. I gave my life for science. Other people will learn from this. Learn from me. Sort of deal, right? Anyways, so that right there is what happens if you go through the atmosphere too quickly. You will blow up and die. Try not to do that. Try not to do that. I'm actually just going to actually, let's see how many Kerbals we kill. We're just going to go back to the Space Center now. So press F to pay respects to Lemanoid, who gave his life or her life for science. Because I don't know. Lemanoid is a very kind of gender non-specific name. Let's go back over here and see what we can do to make that better. We do in fact have a part over here that is a heat shield. We've got a couple different heat shields. So what we can do is put one of these heat shields on here and use that to protect the craft. Nice. Press F to pay respects. So we can put a heat shield on here, and what this heat shield will actually protect the little pod from the rest of the rocket. Now from the heat. The trick is I have to have some way to get this little pod off of the rest of the rocket. It's all good to fly this thing into space, but if it doesn't separate from the rocket, it's going to go nose first. The heat shield won't be exposed. It's just going to not do good for us, honestly. So let's come over here. What if you use the largest heat shield? We could certainly use the largest heat shield. I'm not going to do it. When you're new to the game, you should be choosing parts that match. So I'm not going to fly that sort of thing. I mean, that doesn't look very aerodynamic, does it? And we're going to get into the aerodynamics later. Let's keep going, though. Let's get rid of this. Chill out, Cantab. Let's come over here, and let's grab this TR-18A stack decoupler. So you have something in the game called a stack. This is the structural tab. I went to the structural tab, and I got the TR-18A stack decoupler right there. And I put that stack decoupler, we put on the heat shield. We put on the stack decoupler, which actually has explosive bolts on it that blow up and release the two stages. That, as it turns out, it decouples one stage from another, right? Who would have known? And then we put this back on there. And that gives us another thing in the staging list over here, right? Probably we don't want the explosive bolts to fire at the same time that the engine fires. So let's click on the plus. Let's grab this up to here. And let's see. There we go. Let's put that in its own stage. So now the first time I press the spacebar, I'm going to light the engine. The second time I press the spacebar, I'm going to separate from the rest of the rocket. And then the third time I press the spacebar, I'm going to activate the parachutes. So when we separate, it will stay like this. This decoupler will stay attached to the piece with the flat part of the arrow and detached from the part that doesn't have it. So that right there should work like that. We'll get this part coming off in one piece, and we'll get this little pod as the remaining part. There are a couple different stack decouplers. Again, there are different sizes. This is like a super huge one. There's an even bigger one somewhere. And all you really need to do is just match the size of the decoupler to the size of the parts you're trying to decouple. So I'm just going to grab this little TR-18A, and he should be good to go. So let's fly the rocket this way. We've got the staging correct. We've got the big motor. We've got the Kerbal with plenty of parachutes, and we've got heat shield. So let's launch the thing and see what the deal is. Ah, excellent. Yeah, LepFew, are you in career mode? If you're in career mode, you actually have to upgrade the building before it'll let you do that. You either have to update the tracking. What is the... man, I can never remember. What do you update to get the tracking center going in that? You're relative to for the motion efficient transfer. Random access Minecraft, can you please ask me those questions tomorrow? I'll do a help desk tomorrow, and I will totally go into detail on those questions later. Porter John, thanks for the host. I got to keep on going for boot camp here, but tomorrow when I do help desk, I'll be more than happy to answer those questions for you. Let's grab another brave Kerbonaut. Mighty Ogre has been drafted. Let's put Mighty Ogre into the pod here. Aw, Lemanoid, how sad. That's okay, we learned, so that others may live. And let's go ahead and say 3, 2, 1, space! And we'll take off again. We'll see how this thing goes. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. So, no, it's okay. No, I'm not mad at you, Random Access. It's just I do help desks on Sunday, and now I I do this, like, I do boot camp on Saturdays, so tomorrow will be the time to ask those questions. What's up, Sarian? Just dropping in. Memorial Day gathering at the house. Is it Memorial Day? What? Have I kidnapped you? No, Nezodam, no. I have not kidnapped you yet. Mighty Ogrelet's a little concerned. I guess he saw that, Liminoid did not fare too well with his boot. Teach on, yes, Das Boot, teach on. What's up, Van Road? Does your cup say OBX? No, my cup says Zaxby's. Zaxby's, and it's chicken fludge. These are actually chickens. Focus. There, you see the chickens? These are chickens in different colors. Okay. So here we've done the same thing again. Oh, and look. This thing started to actually overheat. Do you see this little indicator that's popped up? That's telling me that that thing has gotten somewhere around 50% of its total heat. And there's something up here overheating as well. So we're going to fly way up in the sky again. It's interesting. Our trajectory looks a little different. Our trajectory is actually a lot lower this time. Probably because we added some mass to the rocket. We added the mass of the heat shield and we added the mass of this. But let's go ahead and press the spacebar. And you can see now the pod has separated from the rest of the rocket. That's pretty cool. And also the decoupler has like an explosive force behind it. So when it decouples, it'll actually push the two parts apart a little bit. You can actually tune that in the VAB. I'll show you how. But let's just time warp way up to the apoapsis. And if you hear Kerbal Space Program, maybe you'll see videos and stuff. They call it the apoaps. That's kind of like the short way of saying it. Mostly only used in Kerbal Space Program. We say apoaps a lot. It's actually, the technical term is apoapsis. But anyways, you know, that's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. If you hit my stream, I'll know what you're talking about. So, oh. Thank you, Sarian. Thank you. I gotcha. Okay, sorry about that. Hope everything's going well with that. I completely drew a blank. I was like, I thought that was next month. My bad. So, let's keep going here. And I'm just going to time warp till we get down to the atmosphere. You got to be careful. If you time warp too much, you'll actually run through. Apogee. It wouldn't be the apogee, Max Swim. Apogee is related to Earth. So geo sort of thing. When you say apogee, you're specifically talking to Earth. This could be the apo-key, right? If you wanted to play around with that. Apoapsis is the generic term. Apogee is very specific to Earth. So here we go. We're starting to re-enter again. And you can see that heat shield taking the brunt of the heat. Let's actually click up here and see what goes on. You can see this ablator. The heat shield actually has something on it called ablator. Ablator is... Whoa! Dude! That's serious business. The ablator actually burns off, right? As you... Okay. This is super interesting. Whoa! How many G's did this guy just take? The ablator actually ablates. It burns off of the heat shield, and it uses that as a way to get rid of the heat, right? The energy required to burn it off and that sort of stuff. The ablator was certainly ablating. And I had to pop the parachutes at like 800 above sea level. It's not a race. Slow down. So it looks like we've successfully been into space. Let's see if we can figure out how many G's he took. It's telling me 20.9 G's. This isn't the most accurate thing in the world. I should have looked at it over here, but I did not. We need to put this up here sometimes. But apparently he took 21 G's. He's basically Kerbal Soup in this little pod right now. But he's safe. He's safe. And we didn't even use all of our ablators, so he was able to re-enter. That heat shield kept him from exploding. It took the brunt of the heat and got rid of some of it. And Shatter Mage, dude, thanks for the host, and Master as well. I appreciate you guys. You've reached the OG levels. But at least he's safe. We've learned a lot about this. Now the trick is, we've been going into space, but we haven't been going into orbit. We've just been like shooting this guy, or they have no skeletal structures, Halox. We've been going into space, but we haven't been going to orbit. So let's learn about getting into orbit. That's what I want to do next. He's going to go ahead and splash down. Thank you again, Limoki, who made it so that Mighty Ogre could have a successful mission here. We'll go ahead and recover this pod, and let's go back. The trick is sub for 5 months in a row. Thank you for the resub, and Smagego with the host as well. I appreciate you guys with the hosting. Thank you for that. Over here, guys, we've been firing this big engine, And the trick is that once we fire it, because it's an SRB, we have no control over it. It's just, and it's going to burn until it's got no more fuel left in it, right? There are better engines to fly with. So let's go ahead and change this around. Now, again, we probably don't need these parachutes. Did you see when we just landed, we landed at like, what? We landed at 3 meters per second or something like that, right? The impact tolerance of this pod is 14. We probably don't need these extra chutes on here. So let's take them off. Now let's get rid of this big solid rocket booster as well, because I can't control it whatsoever. It doesn't really help me. What's up, K-More? Doing college stuff, but I'm back. It's all good, man. It's all good. So anyways, the Kerbal's not the parts. The Kerbal's not the parts. Random Access Minecraft with the host as well. I do appreciate you guys. We're going to leave the pod on there. Let's get a regular fuel tank like this one. And let's go and grab an engine. And I know, guys, it's funny when we do things like this. You know, when we grab this thing and it's like, oh, I don't know. This looks like it should probably be pretty structurally sound. Like, we'll grab one of these pieces and then this piece. Wait, this one's better. We'll slap this thing on here like that, and then one of these, and then we'll put that on. Like, yeah, that's hilarious, right? If you're new to the game and you actually want to learn the basics, try not to do things like this, right? Let's keep it simple at first and not make shenanigan-y-looking rockets. We'll get rid of that, and we'll grab an engine that actually fits. So let's slap this engine on and see what we got. Let's launch this rocket and see what we can do. Now, you've seen... Yeah, that's fine. You've seen 3 big boosters. That's better engine. Is Strong Bad behind you? Yes. Strong Bad is totally behind you. Bad Saturn, thanks for the resub. I appreciate that as well. Strong Bad. So, we've got this rocket now. We've got an engine on it. We've got fuel. Let's go ahead and get a person. Maverick Spore. Let's put you in here. There you go. And let's... Oh, now we actually need to learn about the interface. Mesa Lace, thanks for those. We actually need to learn about the interface, right? So, what we can do here is start at the bottom. We've got what's called the nav ball down here. This shows me kind of where I'm at. Right now I'm pointing straight up because I have all blue. I'll go over more of that whenever we're moving around. I've got a G-force indicator on one side. We could have been looking at that to see what it was. On the other side here, we've got the throttle. Throttle's important for rockets. We're actually able to throttle this engine. You can hold down the shift key to throttle up, and you can hold down the control key to throttle down. So shift throttles up, and you see the throttle go up to 100, and control throttles down, and the throttle go down to 0. In addition, you can press the Z key to slam it to full throttle, and you can press... Whoa! That was loud! Here's a copy of KSP to get other people hooked and to celebrate 4 months subscribing to you. Bad Saturn. I appreciate that. We are going to be doing giveaways later. That's exactly what we do during boot camp. Thank you for the support, guys. Seriously, first tip of the day. Our first tip of the day. But thank you for the support, Bad Saturn. We will get that in the hands of somebody else. We've got a couple different giveaways we're going to be doing, and I totally appreciate the support. Paying for one of the copies of KSP there. That's awesome, man. Thank you for doing that. So let's see here. We've got this, right? We've got this rocket. We've put it at full throttle. Again, shift throttles up, control throttles down, Z slams it to full, X slams it to 0. So I just press Z, it'll throttle me all the way up. Over here, we've got a couple other things. We've got an RCS indicator. If I press the RCS key, you see that light up? This does not actually use RCS. RCS stands for Reaction Control System. I typically use Reaction Control for docking with other vessels. I'm not going to install RCS on this or really talk much about RCS in this stream because you don't need it to go to the moon. You also have an SAS indicator. SAS stands for Stability Augmentation System. When you press the T key, like the torch, right? Like the torch. You press the T key, that'll turn on SAS. SAS tries to use things like the reaction wheels or fins or things that give you control of the rocket to keep the rocket pointing the way that you already tell it to point. And when I turn that SAS on, you see this actually spots up as well. You see these new little things that appear. This is in the stock game, and this says you can stability assist, which just points you the way you're pointing. You can also tell it to point in some different directions. So we'll get more into that whenever we're on orbit. Right now, just know, I know people always ask me this, we'll talk more about these little circles when we're up in orbit. Remind me. What else do we have? Over here you have the Kerbals. You can do a couple different things. Clicking on IVA will show you the interior view of the pod. You can actually get a couple different gauges. Most pods have a little bit of a window. This is a window you can see outside. I just double clicked on that window. I right click to go into free look mode and kind of look around. And then I right-click again to get a mouse cursor. And if I double-click on that window, I can kind of look out. And what? Is that wrong? Why is that upside down? I don't think that should be upside down. Does it? I don't think that that does. Huh. That's weird. I would think that this would be the other way around, but apparently it's not. Weird. Anyways, can you open this? No, you can't actually open that. But you can kind of look around the interior of the pod. If you want, press the C key to get back out of the IVA view. So click IVA to get in here, press the C key to get back out. You can also EVA. EVA is extravehicular activity. Get out of the rocket and float magically in the air where there's no ladder to hang on to. Once you do that, you can get out of the rocket in space. You can fly around. If you're landing on the planet, you can get out and get a surface sample or plant a flag or whatever. For now, we're not going to worry about it too much. So I press the B key to get back in. Up here, you can see some of my mods. The most important thing for me now is this panel. You see this little fuel tank looking thing? It actually shows you all the resources on the rocket. So you can see how much fuel we have, how much ablator we have on the heat shield, the monoprop that we're carrying that we're not actually going to use. What else do we need? The electric charge. Oh, your back is to the ground, so when you look up, the hatch is upside down behind you. I'll buy that. I've never really looked at it. They lay down and they see upside down. I get that. Okay, I gotcha. Because their feet must be that way, and when they look up, if you double click on the window, it's upside down. I gotcha. I've never really thought about that. But with this panel, you can left click on it to make it stick out. And if you hear me say panel lock, that's what I mean. When I say panel lock, I'm clicking on that panel to make it stick out so I can see all the different resources. Up here at the top, you can see the current altitude. Why does it say 78? We're landing on the ground. Is the rocket 78 meters tall? No. That number is from sea level. The sea is over here. And you can see there's a little bit of a rise there at the coast where it goes up a little bit. Over here at the beach, that is why our rocket, plus, I mean, you've got the rise of the launch pad as well. This rocket is 78 meters above sea level. That's why we're landed, but it reads 0. Keep in mind, if you're landing in someplace over here, that may read 2,000, and then you hit the ground and die. Because if you're in the mountains, that's 2, 3, 4. I think those mountains may go up to like 5,000 or 6,000 over there, if I'm not mistaken. So watch out for that. There's also a vertical speed indicator. When you're going up, it'll be up. When you're going down, it'll be going down. This is pretty useful sometimes. An atmospheric gauge to show you if you're in vacuum or not. Right now, we're at sea level, thick atmosphere. Way over here would be in vacuum, no atmosphere. What else? Taken to school at the academy. What are we talking about? No, Lichmest. I learn stuff every single time. I've just never thought about that before. That's why it's an academy and not a school or whatever, because I learn too. Like, no worries. These things over here, this is Kerbal Engineer, right? That is a mod. I recommend that mod for everybody who plays the game. It just exposes numbers that the game uses. It just doesn't show you. For what reason, I don't know. But this is Kerbal Engineer, and these are little overlays in Kerbal Engineer. And I've got like a tutorial on how to do Kerbal Engineer. How's the vertical distance? That's a great question. Humdog, how's the vertical distance or the vertical height done on planets without a sea? There's something called datum altitude. Every planet has a sea level, even if there's not a sea. It's called datum altitude, and that thing will read to datum altitude. So even if there's not a water or whatever, liquid methane or whatever sort of sea on the planet, even if there's no sea whatsoever, that still goes against the datum altitude. And the same thing is true. You could be over in the mountains that are 10,000 above datum altitude. That thing will read 10,000 and you'll crash into the mountain, right? So I don't think it's not actually an arbitrary datum cantab. It's where the physics engines processes the curve of the planet. So the planet actually has a curve to make some of the things easier, like light occlusion and stuff. And the datum altitude is where the game actually thinks that the light occlusion occurs from, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, what else do we need to do? Oh yeah, over here you can see the warp indicator. I already talked about that. You've got the mission elapsed time. These are mods. Don't worry about them. Most of them are just for streaming things so I can show you things. That number's not normally going to be there. That's a mod as well. But this is your time warp indicator, your mission elapsed time. You can click on that to see the universal time, like how many days from the start of your save you are. Over here I have the stage list, and then over here you have things that I don't use very much. They'll just show you when you're pitching and yawing and rolling. As I'm pressing the different keys to try and control the craft, you'll see that. Pay no attention to these, we don't use them. Last thing, interface-wise, you can press the M key to go to the map, and we'll get more into that later, but the M key will get you out to the map. So over here, I'm going to go through my typical launch sequence. Maverick Spore has been super patient over here. I'm going to throttle up, press the Z key or hold down shift, right? That brings my throttle all the way up to 100%. I'm going to panel lock, which means I click on this so I can see all my resource. And I'm going to engage my SAS, which means press the T key. I already had it engaged. So I can press the T key, make sure that white light is on. Now I'm ready to launch. The last thing that I usually do, I'll press F5. And why do I press F5? I'm not going to like refresh the game. F5 is a quick save that takes a snapshot of your game. You can hold down F9 to come back to this point in your game. So I just say F5 for safety. You know what I mean? So we've F5 for safety. So we've throttled up, panel locked, SAS engaged, and we'll go 3, 2, 1, space. Now we've flown up multiple times, right? So that didn't really get us to space. Maybe what we need to do is fly to the side. And so I'm going to press the W key some here and see if I can't not just go straight up. Maybe I can actually go around the planet instead of just going straight up. And let's see how this thing flies. And you'll see I'm just kind of pulling it over, and I'm just pressing the W key and trying to lean this over. And you'll see this little thing here appear. This little green, yellow circle, whatever color you want to call it. That shows me the way that I'm going, which may not always be equal to the way that I'm pointing. But I'm just kind of flying the rocket in this direction. There you get some heat effects. You see I'm going this way. I've got a nice little smoke trail that's turning there. I'm going to need to get up some. We're almost out of fuel. Let's see what this looks like. We're just about out of fuel. That thing looks like a serious rocket. It is still burning up like crazy. Our altitude's 25 kilometers right now. Let's check the map view. Press the M. It doesn't look too bad, honestly. I mean, I'm not in orbit. I ran out of fuel first. I did run out of fuel. Yeah, I haven't had time to do it no more or K more. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's not on my radar to change. So anyways, you can see I've got this suborbital trajectory. Again, I've got an apo. It's not all the way up, but my little curve that I've kind of flown into here is not good enough to go all the way around the planet. I needed more delta V in order to get around the planet. Well, what the heck does that mean? What is delta V? I just fuel for now, right? Basically, this rocket needed more fuel. And let's go talk about delta V and fuel. And I guess I'll let this Kerbal go all the way through. He'll go up to the top of his trajectory, then he's going to fall back down again. And I see if I've gotten anything over here. Although not beginner at any stretch. So fascinated by these streams. Good deal. Thank you, dude. And I have fun with these streams. I mean, people that are like experts hang out and chat and help other people. People that are new to the game can ask questions. Like I don't know how many boot camps I've done. I'm probably up to like 10 or 11 boot camps, and I still have fun doing them. Like, I think it's really cool. Are we going to make it to space? We did not make it to space. So the APO was under 70. We didn't quite get into space. So let's keep on going this way. Devo Dudley, 4 months in a row. There's a big text wall. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. Okay. I just pressed spacebar when I was in time warp and threw myself off the rest of that rocket. Now I think we're good, though. I started to, like, overheat and stuff, and... Am I going to hit that mountain range? That's cool. I don't even know where we're at. Where are we at? Oh, we're way up here. I love this. I love this song, too. I love this Popsky song. So how's this looking? Yeah, we're falling down. We're going to fall down to the mountains. Here, this should be a great example of not exactly being at 0 on this when we hit the ground. So let's go ahead and... that thing's 3 kilometers away. Oh, it hit the ground. It crashed. Did it leave a part? No, those are like fuzzies. Let's pop the parachute and let's see if we can't land safely here. And look at this. We didn't use any ablator that time. We didn't get going very fast that time at all. What's new in 1.0.4? A bug fix was 1.0.4. 1.0.3, they were changing around some balance and some things. They're still dialing it in. I still don't think they have it. But 1.0.3 was a bunch of balance sort of changes with heating and aero and stuff. 1.1.04 was or 1.1.4 was just a bug fix that was introduced in 1.0.3. So, this guy has landed successfully. Still didn't make it to space, but let's recover him. Let's go back and let's add some more fuel to this thing, right? I think we can do that. I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to add more fuel. So good job, Maverick Spore. Let's go back over here, get the rocket. And there's a link to the music. Thank you, Vader. I think I started to say something like that. If you like the music, guys, you can buy it on Bandcamp. There's the link to Popski. He hangs out over here sometimes. Yes, there are plans for 1.1. There's lots of cool stuff coming up in 1.1. Somebody link Major League Rocket Science to the 1.1 sort of deal. Do you remember Other Day Productions? I don't, Indium, but that's cool. I appreciate him sending you this way. Seriously. Secret Challenge! Hello! This will be on YouTube and VOD. Yeah, Secret Challenge. I will get it up on YouTube. We just got to the point where we wanted to add more fuel to this, and in typical Kerbin fashion, let's add more, hey, fuel. And see how this thing flies. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Let's see if this thing's gonna take off. Let's just launch it. I get it, there's no Kerbal in it, it's fun. Ah, yes. What's up, Jazzbird? How you doing? This looks good. Let's go ahead and choose a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Choreo Tire. Choreo Tire. Did I say that correctly? You're going to be our brave Kerbinaut for this flight. Let's see what we've got. There you go. So again, we're going to throttle up by pressing the Z key. We're going to panel lock by clicking there. We're going to engage the SIS by pressing T. And we're going to say, oh, F5 for safety. And we're going to say 3, 2, 1, space. So as it turns out, we're not going anywhere. And I've added tons of fuel to the rocket, and you'd think now I should be able to take off, right? Here's the trick. Here's the trick. Here's the trick. Oh, sick. Yeah, I'll get back to that. Thank you. That's a good point. Here's the trick. This rocket currently does not have enough thrust to overcome the weight of these fuel tanks. You can see it's currently burning fuel. And as it burns fuel, the mass goes down. So when the mass goes down, the weight goes down, because the weight is just the mass acted upon by the force of gravity, right? And you can see Kerbal Engineer actually gives me, the thrust isn't changing, but Kerbal Engineer gives me what's called the TWR, the thrust to weight ratio. And when the thrust to weight ratio is greater than 1.0, we will start to take off. Because the thrust of the engine working against the weight of the rocket, which is the mass affected by gravity, overcomes the gravity, which is 9.8 meters per second, right? So when we cross over that 1.0 thrust to weight threshold, we'll start to take off, and you see we'll actually kind of start to hover here. And you could look, we didn't even need this tank. We had to burn that entire tank off before we could start taking off. Let's look at this tank. We're halfway through this tank, and we've only got a 1.1. We may need to take these 2 tanks off. And you can see, as we continue to use the fuel, we continue to burn the mass. The engine gets a little bit more powerful, because this engine, as it gets out of the atmosphere, will get a little bit more powerful. I'll talk to you more about that in the VAB. You just put as much fuel in the rocket as the engine can lift. You can see this thing gets lighter and lighter. The thrust to weight keeps increasing. The engine gets a little more powerful as it gets into thinner atmosphere, and our thrust to weight keeps going up. So let's just keep flying here, and I'm going to try to turn in a direction and see if we can actually do this. And you see, I'm giving it like full yaw. Do you see this yaw thing? Wait a second. Oh, that's not good. That's a problem. I don't think that this rocket's going to space today. Wait, maybe it is. Wait, no. No, I don't think that this rocket is going to space today. It's just flipping around. So I don't have... Oh, wait for it. It's just... Nope, now it's going to start flipping this way. And if people are having this happen in their own missions, let's go ahead and shut that down. This rocket's not working. You can see we have all sorts of problems here. I wasn't able to keep control of this rocket. I lost control. Let's separate the pod, throw that thing into the ocean, and go on the shortest, most expensive rocket flight ever. That entire rocket is just going to fall into the ocean. I'm going to pop my parachute, and probably should pop the parachute a little bit sooner. It's all good. He'll wake up in a tank with other Kerbals petting him. A tank of green glue with all the other Kerbals saying, it's okay, it was a bad dream. So that guy's dead. We need to fix not only the fact that I didn't pop the chute soon enough, We need to... No, it wasn't post-KSP version 9 issues. Lich Smash, I didn't pop the chute till like 50k. I didn't pop the chute until like 50k. So, let's go over back to the VAB. We'll leave that guy here. Can we go to the Space Center? Yeah. Let's go back to the Space Center since we're keeping track of all the Kerbals. And see if we can fix this. Thank you, Horizon Nova. Thank you for getting it. That's exactly the... Yes, that's exactly the thing. This rocket has a couple issues. It had 2 fuel tanks too many, and in fact, I pressed the / key and Kerbal Engineer will come up, and you can see, DOS, that the thrust weight on the pad full of fuel is 0.82. Kerbal Engineer could have told me that this was not going to go. Silver 26, please don't abuse the highlighting. So look, let's take those 2 fuel tanks off, let's put it here, and now we have a 1.28 thrust to weight. That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want, 1.28 thrust to weight. The second problem is we couldn't control this rocket. So let's talk about the different ways that we can control the rocket. And I've actually just clicked compact so we can see this. I've got a lot of different ways to give myself control authority over this rocket. They include vectored thrust. The T-30 Reliant liquid fuel engine that we're using right now does not have what's called thrust vectoring on it. It doesn't have an engine gimbal. What does that mean? If you look at this thing, it's not going to turn in any way. There are other engines, such as the T-45 swivel engine, that has a gimbal with a vectoring range of 3. So compared to the T-30, which has no gimbal, the T-45 has a gimbal with a 3-degree vectoring range. What does that mean? That means that if I use this T-45 instead, it will be able to change the direction of the nozzle by 3 degrees in either direction. That will exert a little bit of a force by thrusting, not straight up, but at an angle against the center of mass. When I push straight at it, I kind of like, do I have anything I can use for a visual aid here? This will work. Here's a 3D Kerbal. When I push straight on the bottom of the Kerbal, I'm not going to try to balance the 3D printed Kerbal on my finger, but when I push straight on the bottom of him like that, he'll go straight up. If I turn the way that I'm pushing and I push this way instead, he's going to lean to the side. I should have the rocket here to do that, right? But that's what the thrust vectoring does. By being able to exert a force at an angle, it'll actually rotate as opposed to going straight and fly straight up. So you've actually got control authority over that, right? You can use the keys on the keyboard to change which way that thrust is being applied to the rocket. Let's go back to the game. Nope. Let's go back to the game. There we go. You can change the angle that this force is applied to the rocket so that you can get a little bit of control authority. The trick is, look at these 2 engines. The T-30 Reliant weighs 1.25 tons, and it puts out 200 thrust ASL. What's that mean? At sea level. At sea level. In vacuum, if we were to get this into space, it puts out 215 thrust. So just like real rocket engines work, when they're up in vacuum, they're a little bit more efficient, they get a little bit more thrust, and when they're down at sea level, they have a little bit less thrust, right? Because they gotta push the air out of the way, basically. But that's 200 when we launch, because the launch pad's roughly sea level, right? Look at the T-45, it only puts out 168.75 at sea level. So this one does not have a gimbal, but puts out more thrust. This one does have that gimbal, but puts out a little bit less thrust. In addition, the mass on this one, 1.5, the mass on this one, 1.25, so you save a quarter ton. I guess that's the gimbling hardware or whatever, right? So, watch what happens. If I grab the T-30 and I put it on here, you can see that my thrust to weight is 1.28. If I take the engine that has the gimbaling, you can see that my thrust to weight drops to 1.06. Now that'll take off, but it's not going to take off very quickly. So you have to keep those things in account. Just because this T-30 can lift something doesn't mean that this T-45 would be able to lift it. We've got other ways to fly the rocket, though. We could keep the T-30, which doesn't have a gimbal, and we could go down to our aerodynamics tab and grab some active fins. Where are they at? Here we go. These winglets. So it actually doesn't tell you anywhere over here whether or not they're active. Maybe it's in the lore or something like that. But if you grab this winglet and put it down here, and I put it on with 4x symmetry, I increase the symmetry just by pressing the X key, right? So X key will increase the number of fins that I'm putting on, holding down Shift and pressing X. Oops, sorry. Yeah, holding down Shift and pressing X will decrease the number of fins I put on. I'll put on 4 just because it looks nice and symmetrical. But these are actually active fins. You may have to play with that some because it doesn't really look like they've like exposed that in the interface. These here, found lying by the side of the road. These winglets are not active. They won't actually give you any control authority, but they will kind of like create some drag at the back of the rocket. So we'll put these on and the T-30. You see our thrust weight is still 1.24 and the delta V is 35 or 359. I haven't talked about delta V, so let's not go into that. Let's just talk about control authority now. So let's launch the rocket this way. No thrust vectoring, but we have active fins that'll be able to turn, and let's show you here. Excuse me. So if you come over here, let's do launches during the day. There you go. I just time warped while we're sitting on the ground. There we go. Now we can see what's going on. Let's grab a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Soul Train 30. Let's add Soul Train 30 to the rocket. Like that. There you go. Oh. Choreo tire. There you go. They have control surface in the additional window. It says control surface. Okay, I didn't know that, Bobson. I'll have to go back and look at that. Look. Right here. So now, as I press the different keys, I'm pressing A and D right now. I'm trying to yaw the rocket. You can see those active control surfaces actually turn, and that's going to change the airflow and exert a force in a certain direction. That should allow us to fly the rocket. So let's try this. We've got Soul Train in there. We'll throttle up, panel lock, SAS engage, hold down F5, or press F5, not hold down F5. Just press F5, and let's go 3, 2, 1, space. So we'll just fly up like this, and it's something I'm going to start turning. And this is really where you wonder what direction we need to turn. Does it matter what direction we want to turn in? And it does. It does matter what direction you turn. The planet, as it turns out, rotates, right? It rotates about its axis. And what you want to do while that planet is rotating is take off in the same direction of the rotation. And I'm flying the rocket right now. I don't have a lot of ability to do visual aids. But if the planet's rotating this way, and I'll go to full screen and I'll explain it, and you take off in the same direction as the rotation, you actually get a little bit of energy from that rotation that gets added into your velocity, because the planet kind of like slingshots you off, right? It like whoo, slingshots you off by taking off in the same direction as the planet's rotation. So which way does the planet rotate? If you take off to the east, which is 90 degrees on the nav ball, or from the Space Center out over this ocean in this direction. It's also the way the sun rises, right? So the sun rising in the east would be over here. That is going to be the way that you normally want to take off, except in some situations where you're putting things into polar orbits and that sort of stuff. Yeah, I think that maybe Twitch is having some issues today. If you're having buffering problems, try to bring the source down. I'm a Twitch partner, so feel free to use the lower quality source and see if that stops the buffering. But I'm just going to keep on flying here. And I'm just slowly but surely leaning over. Now, how did I lean over? You can see I didn't just go up and then all of a sudden like skirt and like go this way. That's not a very efficient way to do things. I've just been trying to lean over very slowly. We'll talk in depth about the launch trajectory coming up, but for now I'm just illustrating we want to take off to the east because that's going to take a little bit of that planet's rotational energy. We're moving. When we're sitting on the surface, we're moving because that planet's rotating. And as that planet rotates, we want to use that rotation to kind of jump off the planet. It's like if you're ever been at like an airport or something, you know they have those moving sidewalks. If you like run in the same direction of the moving sidewalk, you'll go faster. If you run against the moving sidewalk, which I don't recommend doing, especially if you're young, you'll go slower because you'll have to fight against the moving sidewalk. And if you were to jump at the end of the sidewalk running in the same direction it's going, you would jump farther and faster than you'd be able to jump if there was no moving sidewalk helping you along. Same thing if you run against it and you try to jump at the end, you wouldn't be able to jump as far because you would be fighting against that moving sidewalk. So I'm just kind of keeping going. And the trick is now I'm trying to get into orbit and I'm trying to fly around the planet. And I really hope this rocket doesn't actually get into orbit, right? But I've now run out of fuel. Let's look at the map and see what sort of trajectory we got this time, right? Press the M key. That actually looks pretty darn good for our first launch. Or for our first launch. for our first launch. For our first launch. I'm almost in orbit. I have an Apo way up there at 1,000,000 kilometers. Or sorry, 1,000,000 meters. And I've got a Perry that unfortunately impacts the planet. So we almost got to orbit this time. I think we can get to rocket to orbit. I do think that we have this rocket is orbit capable, just the way that we've got it right now. And what can we do? In my orbit, I spent a lot of energy. I blew up a bunch of dead Kerbosaurs. I threw them out the back of my rocket, and I used that energy to get this very high apoapsis, right? This big altitude above the planet here at the top of the curve. I don't really want to be this high. I just need to be above 70. I don't need to be at 100 or 1,000. I just need to be above 70. So what I can do is cut my engine and save my fuel. Once I get an apo of 70, I want to kill the engine. This ain't Star Trek or Star Wars where we constantly burn our engines whichever direction we're going. We're going to cut the engine and save some of that fuel to maybe try and raise the other end of the orbit here. So let's get this guy all the way around. Every orbit, every launch is like a complete launch. And we'll go all the way around the planet like this. I'm seeing if I'm taking off the east because of boost because the planet moves underneath you in the opposite direction. You need more delta V if you head west. Yes, that's exactly right, Red Jack. If you run against the moving sidewalk that is the rotating planet, it takes more delta V, it takes more fuel, it takes more energy to get in orbit there because you're fighting against the moving sidewalk. If you jump in the same direction as the planet, so if you take off to the east, it'll take you less fuel, less energy, less delta V to get into orbit. And we're getting to delta V, don't worry. I know we keep saying that. So hopefully, dude, Banana Dodo, thank you for hanging out. I hope everything's good on your side of the pod, and I will talk to you about the thing with the stuff, with the intro or the extra or the the intro thing you were working on. But this guy's just flying way around the planet, and maybe now it's time to separate from the pod. We're coming back down again, and unfortunately we're not going to go into orbit this time. But I think we can get this rocket into orbit. At least you have fins so you can crash straight. What? I'm not going to crash, Kamuchi. Now, when you're re-entering here, you want to point your pod in a certain direction. You don't want the air to be hitting, the atmosphere to be hitting the pod like this. Go ahead and rotate that pod so it's kind of traveling with the bottom pointing this way. How would you know? Cool Hermes, thanks for the resub. I totally appreciate that. Guys, put some hype in chat for Cool Hermes over there. We've got this guy now pointing kind of with his tail in the direction that he's going. What can I look at on the screen in order to make sure I'm pointing in that direction? You see this indicator down here? Do you see that little green X? That green X is called retrograde. That basically means that your nose is pointing backwards in the direction you're going, and your tail is pointing in the direction you're going, forwards in the direction you're going, right? So if I find that green X and point at it, my rocket will orient retrograde. You can also click on this retrograde thing over here. However, it's very inefficient, and it drains my electric charge like crazy. This thing is really dumb. It's not as good as an actual pilot, because this thing is going to drain that electric charge by like crazy, as opposed to me, who can manually point or retrograde, and then just let the SAS hold it, and you see the electric charge is almost nothing. So we're good to go. We're good to go. I do not recommend doing this because it will drain your electric charge like crazy, unfortunately. What else do we need? There we go. Yeah, getting into that. The other thing that we can do while re-entering is just turn off SAS. I know with a simple craft like this, there's a lot of weight in this heat shield, and there's a lot of drag in this parachute, so the pod is going to naturally want to orientate itself against the airflow, right, to present this big weight. It's going to lawn dart because of this weight down here and this kind of drag that's up here, just like a dart that you would like throw at a dartboard. It's going to point this way naturally, and I don't have to do anything. It's just going to go down this way. So let's see here. Did I miss anything in chat? Let's see here. Use SRS. Yeah, I don't recommend using the SAS. Humdog. There's Cool Hermes. Resub. Try lower qualities if you're having buffering issues. Taking off to the east. Yes, I got that one. Good thruster. No, objects that are spin axis parallel. The north is pointing in the same direction. Okay, cool. Didn't KSP, I think, right? I don't see the question from there. What do you think about mods that change KSP and or some parts? Pods are cool, or sorry, mods are cool if you want to change it. I don't, whoa, this thing. I don't use a lot of mods that change the gameplay simply because I want to teach the basics of the stock game so that people can succeed in the stock game, and then when they want to advance even further, they can add parts mods and new engines and like new planets to go to and that sort of stuff. But I don't use those so that I can teach the basics of the game. Twitch is doing back-end worth. Am I talking about the ascent profile? Yes, CRZ, that's what's up next. Let's see here. Problems, larger rockets. Yeah, you have problems with larger things flipping out. Let's keep going here. Did I miss anything else? I don't know fuse box. I was pointing fingers at the Kerbal. 0.9 super hyper realistic air drag physics. Okay. As opposed to 1.0 super hyper realistic air drag physics. Space planes. No, I don't do streams here. I don't do streams here. Did I not pop the shoot in time again? Oh, why don't you tell me to pop the shoot? I probably just need to pop the shoot. I keep forgetting to pop the shoots. You people need to tell me to pop the shoots. I keep killing people. Horizon Nova. Yes, I'll get to that. That's like the end of this here when we start to tune the rocket. You're too late, Woohog! Your men are already dead. What's that from? Does anybody get that reference? Oh, man. I keep not popping the chutes. I think Mission Control needs to pay attention. Pay attention. Well, that is what it is. Hey, so you got chutes you could use. Oh, brother. So, let's keep going over here. There could be a chance to tweak the parachute tweakables. I try not to do that. I don't think that the parachute tweakables make a whole lot of sense. Cantab. I just need to remember to pop the chutes. Cantab is saying that you can try to program the chute to open at a certain time, but you still have to remember to pop it. I'm not going to worry about this. I'm just going to remember to pop it. Chuck, thanks for the 6 months resub. I totally appreciate it. So let's see here. I think this rocket can go. I think this rocket is space-worthy already and probably won't kill the occupant if Mission Control pays attention. So let's keep going here. Let's launch this thing, and let's look at a different flight profile. Let's see. I'm pretty sure we can get this into orbit. I said that you don't want to just go straight up and then turn 90 degrees and fly over, right? We could try that in the interest of time. I'm not going to try that. Let's do our same thing. Recruit a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Mikey is gaming. I killed you last night. No, I didn't. You actually got home successfully in the IVA-only Apollo mission. That's right. So let's grab Mikeyus and put him in the pod here. Like that. Oh, Soul Train. Oh. Let's throttle up. Panel lock. SAS engage. Press F5 for safety. I could have just reverted back to here and not killed that Kerbal, but too bad. I'm not going to do this. So I'm not going to go straight up and take a left at Albuquerque and go like that. And I'm not going to try to, like, go up a little bit and then go flat, right? And I'm not going to try to, like, go up and then do a 45-degree angle. The way you want in 1.0 to do this is to have a very kind of gradual turn, right? So let's watch what happens this time. I'm going to throttle up, panel lock, engage, 3-1 space. There we're taking off. That's fine. And typically what I do for my own launch profiles, I go straight up until I get going about 50 meters per second. Once I reach 50 meters per second, I start to slowly but surely tilt over to the east. And I'm just going to teach you a good launch profile, and then I'm going to teach you why it's hard coming up next. But there's 50 meters per second, and let's just start tilting over to the east. And my rule of thumb that I keep teaching is by the time I get to 5K altitude, I want to be about halfway to 45 degrees, right? So about halfway to where it says 90 on there. That's actually 90 degree heading at a 45 degree pitch. You can see the 45 is between 40 and 50 there. But at 5,000, I want this to be about halfway there. And I turned too much that time. I turned a little bit too much. So I'm just going to stay like this. I'm not actually hitting the keys. I'm going to try to fly right like this until I get to 5,000. And then I'm going to keep tilting over. So there's 5,000. And you saw, I always want to stay very close to that green circle. And I'm going to keep tilting over here. Now my next checkpoint, but when I get to about 12 to 15, somewhere between 12 and 15, I want to be at a 45 degree pitch. And what is 45 degree pitch? This is 0 degrees on the horizon. Straight up is 90 degrees. You can see this is looking a lot like a 45 degree angle halfway between 0 and 90, right? So there, we're coming up on 12. We're at a 45 degree pitch here. And now I just want to keep on burning kind of like this. I want to get out of the thicker atmosphere. And I'm just going to watch my APO. Again, this is in Kerbal Engineer. You could also press the M key and come to the map. And when that APO gets somewhere up around, say, like 40 to 50, I'm going to start leaning over again. But right now, I'm staying at this 45 degree pitch to get out of the atmosphere. Now, the most efficient launch profile, which you don't have to do if you're new, you can still get to space without doing this. The most efficient launch profile will have you inside this green circle the entire time you're burning. So the closer you can stay to that green circle and kind of like shepherd it over towards the horizon, the more efficient your launch profile is going to be. If you're not pointing the green circle, you're getting what's called steering losses. Your rocket is kind of flying sideways as opposed to like putting all of its energy into accelerating. So we're going to keep doing this, and oh, I'm at 90K. I needed to be above 70. I'm going to cut the engine. How did I cut the engine? I pressed the X key. The X key will completely shut the engine down, and you can see that apo of 90 way up here is going to be out of the atmosphere. Let's talk about maneuver nodes, and I've got to talk quick. The game gives you something called a maneuver node. You should be in the sandbox, so you'll have them. To put down a maneuver node, click. I'm going to put this maneuver node at the apoapsis, the highest point in my orbit. I'm going to click add maneuver, and I'm going to say, hey, when you get up there, go faster. This green circle, this prograde thing, basically means apply energy in the direction you're already going. Burn prograde, and you can see, as I burn prograde there, I can raise that apo up. Ooh, I can actually raise that periapsis up. Periapsis being the closest point to the planet. That's 74, done. That's in orbit. Press M again to get back to this screen, and now we can lean over. Now, Das, why is your rocket turning? You're above 70, you're out of the atmosphere. Why are you able to turn using these fins? I'm not using the fins right now. I'm actually using the reaction wheels in the pod, and you can see it burning that electricity, right? The fins don't use electricity. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm burning a little bit of electricity and using the reaction wheels in this pod to turn the rocket. Now, if I didn't remember, these were 5. They were 5 kilonewton meters of torque, I believe, up here in the pod. If I had a super huge rocket that weighed like a bazillion tons, or even maybe like a less super huge rocket that weighed maybe like half a bazillion tons, the 5 kilonewton meters of torque in this are not necessarily going to be enough to turn me. So if you've got reaction wheels and you're not turning very quickly, you probably need to add more reaction wheels, and we can talk about that. You can see Kerbal Space Program's done something for me here. It says, hey Das, your estimated burn is going to be about 30 seconds. That means that in order to accelerate as much as I wanted to accelerate here, I'm going to have to fire this engine for about 30 seconds. The trick is, I'm not going to start this at the time of the node. I'm actually going to say 30 divided by 2 is 15, and at t minus 15 seconds, I think I almost planned that, I'm going to light the engine. Why do I do that? Why do I half that estimated burn and go to t minus 15 instead of t minus 30 or t minus 0 or t plus 30 or whatever? Here's what we need. I've already done that, Silver. I've already done that one. We already went over the operation of reaction wheels. I want half of this burn to be before the maneuver node, and I want half of this burn to be after the maneuver node, so that on average, all of the burn happens at the time of the maneuver node. So half the acceleration before, half the acceleration after, roughly, right? This isn't exact. It's not exactly rocket science, but roughly you want half of the burn. Sorry, guys. You want half of the burn to be before the thing, half of the burn to be after the thing, so that on average, all of that energy is applied to your rocket at the time of the node. Now, I got a camera flip. You can see that camera flip gives me a PE of 7. Nope, sorry. Let's actually delete the maneuver node. I can either right-click on this, or I can left-click on this guy and delete it, or I could just click here and make it go away. We've got an apo of 91. We've got a peri of 85. We're in orbit, boys, and girls, too. We're in orbit. We are good to go. Look at this. This is fantastic. Mikey is Gaming, you're our first successful guy getting in orbit. Avatar, we're going to talk a lot more about drag, but you're right. Lower altitude is more drag, more lift, that's right, and higher altitude is less drag, less lift. That's exactly right, Avatar, you got it. The reaction wheel dance. So what Silver was talking about, it was the thing that I did earlier. We were talking about the reaction wheels, and everybody take a moment to stretch and do the reaction wheel dance. I'm in a spinny office chair, and as I move my arms to one side, the office chair, equal and opposite direction action, spins the other way, and when I come back the other way, it goes the other way. I'm pretty awesome at piloting. You are pretty awesome at piloting, Mikey is. So that's the reaction wheel dance. A little bit of cardio for all of us nerds flying rockets in video games. We're in orbit. So here's the deal. I'm going to scroll back through chat if you have any questions about what I've done so far, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about the aerodynamics and why your rockets are flipping out. I'll show you that in a second, right? That we're going to go back and we're going to do a design that doesn't have the fins, which is a lot more difficult to get into orbit. But let me read chat now and see if you guys had any questions that I can answer for you. So let's see. Show the office chair. I did that one. I'm a good teacher. Thank you, Defect. I I love explaining stuff like this, and I've been doing it again. I've been doing it for a while now, and we're kind of like tuning it in, and I totally appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you. You spend tons of Delta V on steering laws, I know. DOS is always talking. I do talk a lot. I talk constantly. Be active with chat. Yes, never stop talking. If you're asking me about how to stream, even if there's nobody watching you, keep talking, because if you're not talking and somebody like shows up, right? And you're not paying any attention, you're not talking, you're not being engaging, they're gonna leave and you'll never get more people. You have to always talk even if nobody's watching. Let's see here. Be awesome. Nice. Woot woot! That's right, Mikeyus. Do you have any tips? Okay, there you go, Eagle Dub. Eagle Dub. Eagle Dub, I'm sorry, man. Eagle Dub, never stop talking. Get a face cam. They're super important if you want to attract new people. And never stop talking. Also, be good at what you're doing. Did I miss anything else here? Chat delay, that's where I killed the Kerbal. Fantastic. That's why we're here to see dead Kerbals. Maybe you are. Any other questions? Hey, DOS, when I get over my apoapsis is 100k and my periapsis is 80, how do I get a more symmetric periapsis and apoapsis? Humdog, use the maneuver node system. So I could actually fix this. Look, if I press M, I could add a maneuver node here at the apoapsis. And since I've put it at the apoapsis, I know that I need to accelerate a little bit. If I accelerate a little bit, I wait for the flip. Did you see how they started to move really quickly? When they're flipping like that, if you can catch them halfway through the flip, that one's going to be 99.5, and that's going to be 91. That's almost a, not perfectly circular, but that's a very circular orbit. So you can use these maneuvers in order to circularize your orbit. And hey, don't feel bad. You don't have to fly into a perfectly circular orbit. Let me tell you something. When we send Progress capsules or we send Soyuzes, I guess we don't. When Roscosmos sends those things up to the International Space Station, they don't go directly into a perfectly circular orbit right off the bat. They go into a safety orbit, which is an orbit that's good enough, but it may not be exactly planned because of the vagaries and the variables that you have to deal with whenever you're launching that rocket. When a Soyuz capsule is taking 3 astronauts up to the International Space Station, they'll go into this first orbit, which is a rough orbit sort of deal, and then they do 2 burns to go into a nice circular orbit of a very known altitude, a very known parameters, right? That's what they do in the real world, because it's hard to get directly into a perfectly circular orbit out of that. So the fact that I'm doing a little bit of a cleanup burn here to get into a more circular orbit, that's just like real life. Now, in Kerbal Space Program, you can get that apo, right? You can get that big apoapsis arc, and you can use a maneuver node up there to get into a pretty circular orbit. But this is the easiest way to get into a very circular orbit. Couple more things on this. If I put that maneuver node up here at the apoapsis, I'm going to want to accelerate prograde. Don't worry about these. Accelerate prograde, pull this little handle to match, to raise this periapsis up. If I put the maneuver node at the periapsis, I'm actually going to want to slow down, anti-prograde, retrograde, and that will pull my apoapsis down, and there's the flip, 85.6 by 85.5, right? That's a nice circular orbit. And I say watch for the flip. You see those things, it's like, and they start to change sides like that. When they do, if you can catch it halfway through, you know you're in a nice circular orbit, because they're changing positions, right? Let's see here. Can be made where it goes burn now. Kane Soldman. Dude, that's a great question. Kerbal Engineer actually does that exact thing for you. Kerbal Engineer will tell you exactly when to start the burn to execute it correctly. Not T-0 to the burn, but it's going to say burn in 12 minutes and 45 seconds. I've already done the math to half it for you. And it even goes further than that. It even takes into account the changing mass of the rocket. So as you throw the dead Kerbosaurs out the back, the liquefied Kerbosaurs out the back so you can go faster, you're going to be accelerating faster and faster because you don't have to carry the dead Kerbosaurs you've already thrown out the back, right? They're gone. They're thrown out into space, so you're not carrying them anymore. And when you do that, Kerbal Engineer takes into account the fact that you're not carrying all the weight that you started the burn with. So Kerbal Engineer, this timed node burn, the node burn time that it calculates, this is very, very accurate as opposed to this. Now, the math is simple. I don't know why we don't have it in the stock game, but Kerbal Engineer takes care of it for you. You're exactly right. Splitting the burn time is something you do when you're doing the stock game. If you're using Kerbal Engineer's time to node burn, you're good to go. You don't have to worry about it. Finally, I understand the atmospheric aerodynamics. Good deal, Avatar. I'm going to talk more about atmosphere coming up here. Let's see here. by far the best teacher. Thank you, Danny boy. I appreciate that. Have you talked about parachute opening? Mike, I'll do that on the way down, man. We're gonna have to go down. Just say what you think out loud. Yeah, TSH, just constantly just say what you think out loud. Could you explain the efficiency of the different altitudes? Yes, we'll talk about that. Basically, always go maximum thrust. If you're not going maximum thrust the entire way, when you're burning, you should be at max thrust. If you're not at max thrust, you're probably carrying more engine than you need, which means you're probably carrying more mass than you need. So you're not going to like be a fuel saver. It doesn't work like cars, where if you go 60 miles an hour, you'll get better gas mileage. That's not the case in this. Your engine's efficiency doesn't vary with the throttle setting that you're doing. Not in the stock game. There's some mods that do that. But if you're using 50% throttle, carry 50% less engine. So you have maybe 50% of the mass, less mass, because you need less engine. Does Jebediah even lift? No, I lift Jebediah. Isn't that dangerous in real life? What if they get into a rough orbit and the orbit intersects with a satellite? Avatar, see me? It's very, very, very unlikely. Space, even though you see things that it's like, oh my gosh, so many asteroids or so many satellites of an orbit. Space is a huge place, and the visualizations that we have make it look like they're a lot closer than they are. It's super slim chances that you would hit an asteroid, hit a satellite, especially since we know where they are. So we just don't launch near them. And even if we launch near them, it's highly unlikely we would actually hit one. So it's not realistic. It's not likely in real life, given the current state of like our orbital trash and satellites and active things, that we would hit something. Should I burn the apoapsis or the periapsis for a transfer to the moon? Humdog, it doesn't matter. I'll show you. But to go to the moon, get into a mostly circular orbit using the tools I just showed you. Just get yourself into a circular orbit, and then I'll show you how to get there. Apo-peri doesn't matter if you're in a circular orbit. That's why we try to get into a circular orbit, because the apo is so darn close to the peri, we don't have to worry about it. They're basically the same numbers. So go for a circular orbit. That makes getting to the moon easier. Gilly does have very low gravity. That's correct. No, Kamuchi, it does. Kerbal Engineer does take into account the starting and ending thrust to weight over the course of the burn, and uses that to calculate the total burn time. And you'll see for longer, larger burns, where you're burning a significant portion of your fuel, the mass fraction of fuel, Kerbal Engineer will actually have a wildly different number than this, and Kerbal Engineer is the one that's accurate. It can also do it across stages. So if you run out of fuel in one stage, you need to keep burning in another stage that may have different thrust, so you can accelerate different. Kerbal Engineer knows that, and he'll be like, hey, Das, you're going to burn for like 30 seconds. You only got 15 seconds worth of fuel in this stage. Let me take care of that for you, bro, and let me look at the next stage and see its thrust and calculate the correct burn time for you. The math is actually really simple for that. Again, I don't know why we don't have it in the stock game. It should be in the stock game. So anyways, nice answers. Good deal, Kane. Good deal. Das, question. When I get in orbit and I want to make it a nice orbit, like you show, I use the RCS to move the ship to the node. Why does that always mess up the maneuver? Ah, Kova who? If you're using RCS to point at the node, it's very possible that that RCS isn't exactly centered or balanced on your craft, so it may not just be turning you, it may be pushing you in a direction as it turns you. I can go in more into that tomorrow during Help Desk, but it's very likely that your RCS may be both pushing your craft in a direction while it's turning the craft, which will mess up your maneuver nodes and mess up your orbit. Can you talk about land-out parachutes? Mike, I'll do that on the moon. We'll do that on the moon. Okay, Dawson, Cosmo Bear. Seems safer to you now. It really is, Avatar. It really is. I mean, not because you're going to hit something. Safe is still super dangerous. Feist, Kebaso. How's it going? How's it going? So, we're in orbit here. We're not going to go to the moon. We're not fitted out with a lander or anything like that. We don't have an awful lot of fuel left, right? We've basically running out of fuel. Look at this, 35 units of fuel. Let's just go home. And I'm not going to care where I deorbit here, okay? I just want to go home. Maybe we'll splash down in an ocean somewhere. Maybe we could get it kind of close to here, right? Let's do this. So let's time warp. Fractal Jesus, Dust, seeing you online made you happy. I'm glad I could make your day. Yes. RCS engines are mini rocket engines. Mike, I won't be doing a powered landing on Kerbin. Talk about chutes. They don't work on the moon, as it turns out. How to set up your green screen. Porter John, I'm happy to help you out with that. It's not very hard. So, I've just kind of time warped. I'm over Kerbal, India here. That's what I call this little continent that kind of sticks down into this. I'm getting there. I'm still over the ocean. Let's get roughly over this way. This isn't how I normally deorbit, but let's just see what happens. So I'm here, and let's go ahead, and if I want to go out of orbit, right? To go into orbit, I accelerate, so I'm going faster and faster around the planet. Remember, the trick to orbiting is just falling towards the planet but constantly missing because you're going so fast. And I needed to go faster and faster and faster around the planet so that as its gravity pulls me down, I curve. But the trick is the planet also curves. And I'm just going around and around at a specific speed. You can see I'm going 2.26 kilometers per second right now. I'm going around the planet at a specific speed, and the planet is curving away from me at the same rate that I fall towards it. That's how orbits work. You're just falling and missing constantly because you're going so fast. So if I want to go back down to the planet, I could slow down. Let's flip this puppy around, make sure we still have electric charge. I could be in trouble. If I didn't have electric charge, I wouldn't be able to change the way this rocket's pointing, which would be problematic, right? What does what button do? I don't know what button that is. What does what button do? I'm not seeing a button. Yes. So let's get on back around. Remember, the little green X is retrograde. And you can see right here, when I'm pointing retrograde, my rocket is basically flying backwards. You can see I'm moving this way across the planet. My nose is pointing retrograde. That's where I'm coming from. There's where I'm going. That way, hey, it's the moon. And what I want to do to come out of orbit is slow down. I accomplish that by burning retrograde, anti-accelerating, right? 3, 2, 1. Let's just throttle it up here. And I'm going to burn all the fuel, and we'll just see what happens. You can actually watch this from map view. I ran out of fuel. So I waited so long. Kerbal India, not where you normally do orbit from. If you're trying to get back to the KSC, KSC is right around here. I just know because this thing looks like Africa, and KSC is on the equator. You can actually see a manicured lawn. Do you see that manicured lawn? Yeah, it's right there. That's where KSC is. It helps if you go put a probe or something outside so that you can see exactly where KSC is. It'll actually appear here. In fact, we could do that right quick. Look. Let me go back to the Space Center right quick, and we'll just tell a Kerbal to go stand outside and wave his arms and, like, say, I'm at the KSC, watch. Just so I can show you where it is. I should have put him on the runway. Oh well, whatever. Let's just get a little... Oh, this is an untitled spacecraft. Let's go and actually put him on the runway instead. In KSP, you don't need someone to jump out from behind a bush to distract you from hitting the ground? What? How does logically turn into a rotating rocket? Insanity, reaction wheels. If you're sitting in a swivel desk chair, put your elbows up like this and do the twist. Your chair turns one way, you turn the other direction. That's exactly how a reaction wheel works. You accelerate a mass in one direction. It applies an equal and opposite force to the mounting for the motor that accelerates it in that direction, and it turns the spacecraft in the opposite direction. Kerbal can go stand outside. Here. Yes, this is fine. Who should we put? Who's retired? Who's retired? Zaldafax was retired. We'll just put Zaldafax in there. No, Insanity. There you go. That's how they work right there. Let's play Will It Skip? Oh, this definitely won't skip. These reaction wheels are what's turning me right now. Unfortunately, I'm in a cone, and all I can really do is go in a circle. Zaldafax. Seriously? Alright. Oh. Just EVA. Stand outside and wave a flare or something. There you go. We'll just leave that Kerbal there. Let's go back to the rocket, which will burn up. If we don't go take care of it, it'll burn up on reentry. So that's going to be a problem. So what else do we need to do? Oh, the tracking station. I just clicked on the tracking station. Thanks, Gene. I like you. Who knows which one it is? Here we go. Suborbital trajectory. You can see all your current missions running over on this side. And then you can also see your craft. So you can either click on a craft to select it, or you can just click on a craft there to select it. Hit the fly button here. Don't hit the X. That'll blow it up. It'll delete it from the game, basically. And over here, click fly. That'll take you to the craft, and you'll be able to fly it. Is a nerdy answer to THS's reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I missed something, but it happened somehow. Can you show how to deorbit if you haven't run entirely out of fuel and don't have RCS? Doogly! Get out and push. And you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. You can totally tell the Kerbal to get out and push. We'll see if there's a situation in which I need to do that. Usually there's not, but the Kerbal can get out and push. Reaction chairs with a spinny wheel and a flywheel. Yeah, Cantab. We could do that at some point. I was thinking like a mass of some sort on a hand drill, and like fire up the hand drill and then get spinning in a direction or something like that. Yeah, that would actually be pretty cool. And I've done the you know, the bicycle wheel too, the rotational inertia of the bicycle wheel and turning the bicycle wheel to turn as well. That's not the same as reaction wheel. To orbit at higher altitude, you have to be going faster. Yes, you're always going to be going faster than the planet's rotation unless you're in a geosynchronous orbit, right? Well, even that, does that even make any sense? You never go, you're not orbiting at the same speed the planet is. There's the KSC down there, right? You're not orbiting at the planet's rotational speed. The rotational speed has nothing to do with the speed that you need to attain to get into a specific orbit, right? The gravity of the planet, the mass of the planet, and the gravity it exerts on you has to do with that, not the spin of the planet. That doesn't mean anything. The bike wheel seems much safer? No way, man. The bike wheel is more dangerous because it's got spokes and stuff. The drill wouldn't be dangerous at all. Get out and push. Dudley, I'll show you if I get a chance. But the Kerbal can exit the pod, get behind it, and push it retrograde with his RCS, his little jetpack. You can get home like that. Geosynchronous orbit, I'll be happy to do that tomorrow during help desk. It basically means you're going at a specific orbital period. You want exactly a 6-hour orbital period. Or a certain altitude for both your peri and your apo, which would give you a known orbital period, right? Put a bike wheel on a drill. Van, I will absolutely explain that tomorrow during Kerbal Help Desk. Tonight, I'm going to focus on these things. But anyways, we're back in the atmosphere. Let's time warp a little bit. Let's get some shock effects here. And somebody remind me to actually pop the parachute, please. There you go. Let's get pointed retrograde as well. And let's just turn off SAS and let him ride. Now, I'm not going to pay any attention to chat right now. Yeah, Iggy, you've got a good point. It is basic. Pop it now. You don't want to pop it now. Oh, no, look. Look, if you right-click on this parachute, it says safe to deploy, unsafe. That's because we're going too fast. The velocity is too darn high, right? We do not want to pop this parachute right now because we're going too fast. Also, it looks pretty hot outside. I'm pretty sure I don't want my lightweight silk parachute and cords to go out in this heat. When there's flames about, the chutes can't come out. Is that what we used to say? Nice. Thank you for telling me yes. Thank you for telling me beforehand. I got it. But I can't. If there's flames about, the chutes can't come out, right? I don't know where that came from, but that's what we were saying. And it still says it's unsafe to deploy. Now there's no flames, but it's still unsafe because we're going too fast. That bottom thing is glowing too. Isn't that cool? I'm just going to keep on falling here. It's still unsafe. Altitude's 8,000. So as soon as this becomes safe, I'll pop the chutes. I'm watching. Unsafe. Risky. It's risky. I'm gonna slide across the kitchen in my socks wearing nothing but a parachute. Now it's safe. Our velocity is 6.2. It says that we're safe. Let's go ahead and pop El Parachuterino. Mikeyus, you're all good. Oh, was that the... No, you're the one in orbit. That's right. Shoots! Pop the chute! Shoots! The chutes are made of Kevlar, so not exactly that silky smooth. They used to be made out of silk. If they're made out of Kevlar now, still, if there's flames about, they still can't come out. There the chute opened up. Hurry, distract him! Too late. Alright, there we go. And I've made an ice cream cone. We've deployed an ice cream cone. Let's just time warp. We'll get Mikeyus down here. The first safe, successful orbit. Let's go make a rocket that's more difficult to launch. Let's do that. And sploosh. Good job, Mikeyus. You now get to retire to Kerbal Green Acres or wherever you go. Quick, cut the chutes. No. I think Iggy. I think there is like a percentage chance that it'll fail. I think that's what happens. So let's look at this rocket here, right? Let's look at this rocket, and let's see if we can't change it around. Did you know that if you load the autosave ship, that's the last craft that you launched, that you sent to the launch pad, it actually autosaves it, and you can click on autosave ship and load it, and it'll bring this up. So that really wasn't that difficult, right? That's exactly how NASA thinks. Now let's make a rocket more difficult to launch. That was pretty easy. This is a good first beginner rocket, man. It's like 3 fuel tanks, it's a T-30, it's 4 fins, it's a pod, it's a decoupler, da-da-da-da, right? We were fine. We made it to space. Let's take the fins off. And we know that this wasn't a good idea, having this engine with the fin, with no fins. So let's take that engine off and let's talk about the T45 swivel. So we slap that T45 swivel down there. We see we've only got a 1.06 thrust to weight, but we've got the gimbaling on that engine to help us control this rocket. Let's fly the rocket this way and see what the deal is. Who wants to go on this one? Don't answer that. It's random. I guess that's how they ended up with the space shuttle. That one needed a kappa behind it. Is there a way you can upload your ships? Van, absolutely. Look. Wait. Where do we upload the ships to? Where's the craft? Thank you, Gene. I appreciate that. Jeb, what are you doing sneaking into the pod? Get out of the pod. You don't get to go to space. You're retired. Let's go to daytime. Okay, there. Let's grab a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Yared. That's almost like a Jared. Let's go ahead and put you into the rocket, and let's see if we can fly you to space. We'll throttle up. We'll panel lock. We'll SAS engage. We'll F5 for safety. Yep, wave at us, Jared. That's cool. 3, 2, 1. Espace! Really low thrust to weight, 1.07 thrust to weight, so you see we take off very slowly. I'm going to try the same thing I did last time. I'm going to try to get going 50 meters per second, 50 meters per second, straight up, and then I'm going to try to lean over to the east very slowly, get some of that rotational velocity. Check it out. My orbital velocity is currently 176. That's the speed that you get on the surface of the planet due to the planet's rotation. 170 meters per second of orbital velocity. That's how fast you're moving around, like, relative to the center of the planet. There's 50. So let's start to flip over here, right? I mean, well, then, what is this? Seriously, green screen. You're wigging me out. Let's start to see if we can lean over. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to try to be at about a 45-degree angle by the time we get to 5K. Man, it's hard to control. It's like I'm trying to control it and it's trying to flip out. But I need to fly in this direction right now. And keep... Hey, wait! Well, Yared, not going to space. Not going to space today. So I lost control of the rocket. And it flipped over on me. And everybody wants to know, man, back in the day in 0.90 and 0.24 and point whatever, my rockets didn't flip out like that. And now my rocket's flipping over. And a lot of people say, oh man, I think, maybe my rocket's too heavy at the top or something. It's not. But it does have a force acting upon it. I lost that time because I got too far away from prograde. Prograde would be flying directly the way that I'm moving, and I was flying like this. And guess what happens when you fly like this? Your shirt just came in, you're so excited! Can you just not hide it faster than life? Take a picture of it and put it up on Twitter, man, and I'll retweet it if you're on Twitter. But luckily he's safe. But we didn't get to go to space because that rocket flipped out. How do we keep this rocket from flipping out? Yeah, we totally went to space. We've already gone up and gotten into a successful orbit. So let's come on down here now. Oh, look at that. And go spladoosh. You're safe. You didn't even need that ablator. Let's just recover the vessel. And let's launch another rocket. I'm glad this doesn't happen to you. We know how to fix it, right? We know how to fix it. Let's put the exact same rocket on the pad. Let's just click here and grab that auto-shaved ship again. Get out, Jeb. Get out. Let's launch this thing. Launch anyways. And I've got a tool in the game that I can use to show you what's going on, right? Let's grab a sucker.
Scanning. Viewer.
Pine _ Welcome to the Academy, Pine. You're going to go for a ride on a fantastic rocket. Let's put that in there. We're going to do the same thing. Throttle up. Panel lock. SAS engage. Van, this is the best place to upload craft right there, man. SAS engage. F5 for safety. And I'm going to hit the F12 key. And when I hit F12, you see it says aerodynamic forces overlay enabled. What does that mean? That means that it's going to show us what's going on from an aerodynamic perspective, and we can see why the rocket flips out. So we will just say 3, 2, 1. Pine, you ready to go? 3, 2, 1. Space. There you go. So we're going up again. I'm going to go up till we get to 50 again. The same sort of stuff. We'll just lean on back now. That green screen's bothering me. Let's see if we can pop it up a little bit here without getting a hot spot. There we go. Nope, that didn't do too much. Let's put it up a little bit more. Okay, that's maximum for that array. That's better. Cool. I'm almost to 50. Meet up and dock with the vessel. Tomorrow I can do that, Sinji. We don't do that today, but tomorrow we do that. So let's have a look at what's going on here, right? The aerodynamics forces overlay is going to show me what's happening with the rocket. It's going to show me how the aerodynamics are being applied to the rocket. And you can see I'm looking good right now, right? I'm flying along. Look at me. Rocket, 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 rocket. Going to orbit. Oh, what's this? It's a little red line coming out the back. That red line indicates the drag. Oh, there's some blue lines. That indicates the body lift. And you can see those lines kicking in. And look at this. The more I get away from that green circle, the longer those blue lines get. The more force gets applied until they actually overcome my ability to fly straight. And what's happening, that airflow is hitting the underside of the rocket because I'm not flying through the airflow. I'm flying through the airflow like that, right? Are completed separately, they can actually be wrong. No, we know Cantab, we know that, but they're still completely good to go with this, right? They're good to go for this explanation. So, you saw the more I got away from that flying through the airstream, I'm flying through the airstream like this, the more I fly like this, the more that air pushes on the underside of me and tries to keep flipping me over. That's what those blue lines were. Let's just go ahead and cut the engine, pop it, do a sweet 360 fakie, whatever, no scope, flip, Barino, turn off SAS and just rotate, you know, everything that we do. But yeah, Doug L, I took care of it though. I have like an LED lighting array that I can use to mitigate the different like hot spots and stuff like that. I've got a lighting array on either side specifically for the green screens. So one day I'll show you guys around. Let's go ahead and pop the parachute, Reno. Look at the drag. What do you think is going to happen when I pop the chute? Look at the drag increase. What do you think is going to happen when that chute opens? Look at the drag increase even more. Look at that red line now. That's actually pretty cool, isn't it? So you can see the drag being, you know, applied to the craft. People should know here. People should know that those lines may not be exactly accurate. I think the direction is pretty good. It can help out a lot, but they may not be exactly right. So sometimes when you see weird things going on, apparently they were a tool designed to debug the arrow, but the tool itself was buggy. So the arrow has been debugged using a buggy tool. Anyways, but there's some problems with them. But for the purposes of what I'm showing you here, it's fine. We're not getting that far into it. It's pretty good to go. Now, somebody asked, why, let's see here, why would the fuel tanks even have lift? Dude, check this out. I've got a bit of Carmex here, right? You're going to splash down. You'll be fine. I've got a bit of Carmex, right? Let's go full screen. As it turns out, if I blow on the side of the Carmex, it's not a plane wing, right? It actually kind of looks like one. But if I blow on the side of it, it's not lift per se. It's just the air force like blowing the side of the thing over. So if this Carmex was flying through the atmosphere like that, that's one thing. If the Carmex was flying through the atmosphere like that, I can actually tilt it up, and that's exactly what's happening with the rocket. And I'm bound to have other things. I've got chapstick too. So if you thought that it was because of the flat part of the Carmex, the same sort of thing here. That's not going to move the chapstick around. Bring it up like that, and you can actually, whoa! Well, I dropped it. I'm not going to get it. You can actually blow on it and push that thing up. Wouldn't that be more like drag? It is. It's drag that's kind of like in a direction that's off a tangent sort of thing. I can hear Das yelling, squad! I should try that on my snowboard. Anyways, guys, that is how it works. That's how it works in real life. I just did it in real life as well. And the fact that this portion of Kerbal Bootcamp brought to you by Carmex. I don't know what their slogan is. Moisturizing lip balm. It soothes, it heals, it protects. There you go. Anyways, pop the chutes on the chapsticks. But that's why that happens, guys, because that airflow kind of gets underneath the bottom of the tube or whatever, and the fact that you blow on it kind of pushes it up around the top. That's why you're flipping out. And guess what? You can only make it worse. Oh, not revert. You can only make it worse with your rocket designs. So say you had a rocket design over here, right? This should load the autosave. Ship for us. Excellent. and you did some shenanigan-y nonsense, like, I don't know, let's put some science experiments up here.
Welcome to the
Rabbit,
Academy.
Ninja, Wombat, thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Academy. Guys, get some DOS H's over there into chat for Rabbit, Ninja, Wombat. There you go. Appreciate the support, guys. This is my job, and without the support from the subscribers and stuff, I wouldn't be able to keep doing it. So we've got this. I don't know. We're gonna add like some more parachutes and stuff up here, and then probably a little wingy thingy. A lot of people think this is a good idea. This is so not a good idea. I don't know, let's just put these. Oh wait, some fins on the pod to make it go faster. Oh yeah, that looks like a super sweet pod, doesn't it? Let's launch that and see what happens. It's Pluto. That is Pluto. That is Pluto. That is the heart on Pluto, Lugesh. Yeah, launch it anyways. Strong bad DOS. Yes, strong bad DOS. So, we put all this junk up at the top, right? Let's grab ourselves a Kerbal.
Viewer.
Miyagi! Yeah, this is what you get for making me wax on and wax off. I'm gonna kill you. Alright, we'll put you into the pot. Nah, just kidding. Thank you for teaching me karate. Throttle up, panel lock, SAS engage, F5 for safety, 3, 2, 1, space. I don't actually know karate. And we're taking off super ridiculously slowly. It's a little wingling ship. Consummate V's, consummate! With no majesty of it, bit you in the face. What's up, MX Gowan? Yes, let's flip this around. Oh, and Lord Jason has a great point as well. As these upper tanks drain the center of mass, like it's still heavy down here, so this is like a sail sort of deal, right? And you don't have any mass up here. It's even easier for it to flip this part around because it doesn't have the mass from the inertia up there. That's a good point, Jason. So now let's try this. Let's turn on our aerodynamic overlay, and look, those wingy thingies, they're going to be pulling me over, but then pulling me this way too. And I'm going to need to keep on keeping on here, turning. By the way, drag increases with the speed. Oh, no. Okay. The drag increases with the square of the speed, right? So the faster I get going, the more the drag is going to act on my graph. Stop it! No! Gosh! Look! You see those blue lines pulling me over? Even though I was almost exactly prograde, having those blue lines up there is a problem. And I've seen people try to fix their rockets. Oh, we could glide home. This may be the most beautiful thing that I've ever done in the last 2 hours and 19 minutes. It's okay, Lucas. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Look at the lift. Can I glide into a graceful landing? Can I fly? Can I fly and do a very graceful landing? It's not looking like it, honestly. Please let me fly. Oh, that was my rocket. Oh, man, if this works, I'm a genius. Dude, do a barrel roll. Oh, my lift. Okay, wait. Oh, my lift. Okay, there. Oh, man. This is going to be so sweet. Okay, this is feeling less sweet now. Where did my lift go? Why is the lift gone? Okay. I couldn't quite make it to the VAF. Flies like a brick. Upload the pod, please. You could make this pod in about 13 seconds, man. Like, it's like 4 pieces. I almost made it to the VAB, man. I was hoping I was going to land on the VAB, but I didn't start flying soon enough. So, oh, hey, I'm flying. But you see, guys, you slap things up on the top of the rocket, you'll get a bunch of drag up there. Also, radial fuel tanks that are on the outside of the rocket can be a problem, especially if they have, like, the caps up near the top. We'll see what we can do when we get to the moon mission. But, Mr. Miyagi, well done. Wow, you balanced it and or impaled the runway. Crawlerway. So, we'll just recover your vessel. You should be good to go. Yes. Alright, so let's launch that rocket again. Why is the lift always gone? Thank you for getting the reference. Thank you for getting the reference. But, why is the lift gone? You know, we don't need any of this nonsense. Alright, let's just get rid of that stuff. This should be good. Let's see if we can fly this rocket to space without doing any of that stuff. And what I was saying, you know, if you don't want to put some things up here and a little bit of that action, that's drag, and that's drag near the top of the rocket. That's a problem. If anything, put the drag near the back of the rocket like a dart so it keeps you aligned with the direction you're going, right? I mean, that would probably be a legitimate strategy, much like camping. It's RTX. Anybody go to RTX in Austin, Texas this week? Let's launch this thing. Oh. I don't understand that one. No, you're flying kitties. You're not flying Miyagi. I get 90% of your references. Thank you. Let's grab a Kerbal.
Scanning. Viewer.
Splicer 407. Let's put you in the pod, Splicer. And let's see if we can get you to orbit. So throttle up, pen lock, SAS engage, F5 for safety, 3, 2, 1, espace. So many cons, so no time. I'm seriously going to add winglets or something to my pod so they can fly home. Keep in mind that the actual Soyuz does fly a little bit. It's got a little bit of control authority by tilting in different directions and using that sort of body lift that we saw to change its flight profile. The Soyuz in real life can do that. And if the Soyuz isn't balanced correctly, it actually has trouble flying correctly. The Soyuz flies. It doesn't have little wing dingy things on it, but it's just angles the bottom of the pod to like deflect the air in different directions. All right, there's that. Everyone be quiet. No tips or anything like that. No subscribers right now. Because I've got to fly this rocket, and I've got to like do a very good job of flying the rocket. I have to play Kerbal Doodle Psyche. Kerbal Doodle Psyche. Kerbal Duty Cycle Academy, and I've got to try to keep staying directly in that green circle until I get into thinner atmosphere. So look, if I start to see those blue lines kick in, I'm going to be in trouble. I've got to stay flying straight through the air, like needling through the air here. Look, I'm at 5,000. I already turned too fast. So I've got to try and stay at the top of the nav ball and stop this turning. Uh-oh, blue lines. It's kind of hard to see. You see, I got to manage those blue lines. They'll increase with speed. Look at the drag, too. Did you see how the drag's even not stacked up? Exactly, throttle down. Nope, I lost it. I lost it that time. We can do this, though. We can totally do this. Let's try that one again. Let's try that one again without another Kerbal. Let's hold down F9, and you saw I was trying to stay at the top of that little green circle, and as soon as those blue lines got too big, I couldn't control the rocket anymore. The aerodynamic forces overcame my ability to control the rocket, the control authority that I have. Let's try it again. This is Splicer again. 3, 2, 1. No fins. No fins for you. 3, 2, 1, space. So straight up to 50 again, then we're going to turn really slow. You love science and cat pigs. Cantab, we'll get to the two-stage designs and that sort of stuff. Right now we're just talking about the aerodynamics and how we can do that. You seen the woman they found on Mars? I'm pretty sure they didn't find any women on Mars. Just so we're all on the same page. Flying kitties. So. Starts return at 2,500. Armor for sleeping, if you're going too fast when you try to turn, you'll have the opposite issue. So we have to turn, and I just have to turn less. My Kerbal Duty Cycle Academy was a little bit less. But I don't want to start the turn at 2,500. I've got to start the turn as soon as possible so that it can be a very gradual turn. And I just need to basically fly prograde here and not let that turn get away from me. And the interesting thing is, once I get up here, I may be able to just tell it to lock to prograde and see if that works. See, I still turn too much, but we'll see what we can do. If we can get into the thinner atmosphere, we'll be good to go. Turn on the aerodynamic forces overlay. And I basically just need to fly up like this as much as I can right now and manage those blue lines, right? Come on. That's 5,000 and I'm already almost at a 45-degree angle. We'll keep trying. I feel like I'm going to be way too shallow this time. So I need to turn even less. And maybe getting going a little faster before I start turning wouldn't be a bad idea. Just my thrust to weight's really low too. How are we looking? 16. Man, I'm not reading chat. Get out, chat. I'm not reading you. I'm paying very close attention to the flight dynamics of this rocket. And also it's on fire. I'm just trying to fly up as much as oh man, that parachute's starting to heat up. Now the good thing is once I get up above 15, the atmosphere is so thin that we really don't have those same problems as much. So I could probably get a little bit more off prograde now And the blue line should be smaller. The higher I get, the thinner that, you can see the atmosphere thinning out. And there's just not as many air molecules to affect my flight profile here. So let's see here. I want to keep on keeping on. 43, 45, 46, 49, 50, 52, 50. I'm going to cut it at like 75, 70, 75, something like that. 60, 75-ish. Okay, I still have some fuel left. Do I have enough to circularize? The answer is but it's not as many airs. The stream tip is broken. Is it really? What's wrong with the stream tip? What is it saying? Bad gateway? You've got to be kidding me. It says bad gateway. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, it says bad gateway. I don't have anything to do with that. I'm falling. I'm not falling yet. My vertical speed is still 350 meters per second. We're fine. Our apoapsis is up at 74.6. I put it to 75. That's okay. We can put it back to 75. There you go. We'll press M. We'll come over to the map. That's a really nice looking trajectory. Let's put a maneuver node right there at the apoapsis. Let's go faster until we miss the planet. Okay. If this starts to go away, if you want a nice circular orbit, when that apo starts to run, click and hold. Do you see how that turns white? And just click until that apo comes back home, and then give it some more prograde. Wait for the flip. There it was. There was a flip. It'd be better if I could see the parry. 73. There was a flip. Close enough. That's good enough. Yes, they still make gateway computers. So another thing you can do here, guys, you can actually press the maneuver node hold here, and it'll point down to the maneuver node, only if you have a maneuver node. Yeah, geez, that's super annoying. I don't know if there's an alternative link or something. StreamTip server status is wrecked. The entire site is down. Just a second. I'm going to tweet at them, because that's completely annoying. Okay, do they have a Twitter? I don't know if they have, I don't know what their official Twitter is. I don't want to look at photos. I want to look at their Twitter account. Does anybody know StreamTip's Twitter handle? Can you look that up for me so I can tweet at them? Anyways, when this gets to 0, I'm going to burn. I'm going to use the Kerbal Engineer's burn time. Yeah, jeez. Start burn soon. Yeah, I got it. Look, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and burn. There you go. Now we just have to cut this at the right thing. Is it down right now? That's not going to help me, though. I want to tweet at them. All right. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop! 5.5. A little bit more whammies. 4, 3, 2, 74 by 75. 74.9 by 75. So now I'm in a very, very circular orbit right here. Good deal. The Twitter handle's on their website. I'm going away. Yeah, but you can still find it in some place that's not on their website. Jeez. Seriously. So anyways, we're in orbit again. We're good to go. We were actually, by very, very much trying to watch and fly this rocket like crazy, we were able to get this super simple rocket into orbit. And let me tell you, this rocket is more efficient than the one with the fins. Why? Because it doesn't have the drag from the fins. Right? Because every time you use those fins, it's drag that takes some of the energy out of your rocket to fly it. Use Google Cache. You guys could do that. Night Dev, Stream Dev is their product. I don't know. You guys tell me what to tip at. You tell me what to tweet at, because that's annoying. That's so annoying. It's like my job, and when I can't get paid from my job, like seriously, that's a problem. Is the subscriber thing broken too? Anyways, we're in orbit again. We're in orbit again. You could make your rocket however you want. You could make an efficient one like this. You could put fins on it. You could put passive fins, which would help you keep flying straight. You could put active fins on the back. Either way, those are a couple different ways, and the things that you have to worry about whenever you get to orbit. So we are in orbit. Wait, stream tip works for you now? Oh, it's back up again, apparently. Yes, it's back up again. Kerbal Space Academy content both on and offline is made possible through generous support by viewers like you, Totino's Party Pizza, and Dr. Pepper. When did I write this? 9 months ago. Totino's and Dr. Pepper don't pay for streams, but they sure are delicious. Your tip will go towards providing quality, family-friendly, educational, and entertainment content via purchase like better lighting, camera, to travel to and from special events, conference appearances, and keeping DOS alive and able to teach more orbital mechanics. Oh, it's been a long time since I've done that. Okay, let's see here. Have you talked about SRBs? No, I'm not going to do asparagus. I'm not going to do SRBs. You don't need them for the basics of Kerbal Space Program. Yes, you don't need them, especially asparagus staging. Stream tip rhymes with pizza. Does it? Does it rhyme with pizza? I could use a pizza. Anyways, we're in orbit. We know that if we want to go out of orbit, we burn retrograde again. I think we're good to go with that. Let's see if we can't deorbit near the KSC, because we've got about 2 hours and 15 minutes to go back to the moon. So we'll just go all the way around, and you'll have to manage things like how much electric charge you have. I don't need the monoprop. It's way too much ablator. Maybe that's something we look at. You see, we have 419 meters per second of delta V right quick, and maybe I'll show you something right quick about delta V. We'll talk about what delta V is coming up, because we need to understand that in order to get to the moon. So we're going to go all the way around the planet here, and I'm just going to shoot for this mountain range, right? Do you see this mountain range? Here's the Space Center over here. Here's Kerbal, India, under this cloud cover. This is a mountain range, like this big mountain range here. And once I get to the mountain range, I'm just going to point retrograde, Dr. Pepper Pizza, and accidentally killing his viewers. The SRBs aren't cool. The SRBs are some of the worst engines in the game, unfortunately, Logesh. Don't you remember last time you had pizza? Insane. I don't know what day it was. Alright, now I'm pointing retrograde. I need to light the engine. So there I'm lighting the engine, and what I need to do is try to put this blue line. I burned over that mountain range, and I want to put this blue line like, I don't know, right there. That looks fine. Just a little bit off the coast. And there's actually, you can't, it's hard to see. Whoa, there, okay, it works now. Back sub for the 2 months I let it lapse. Keep up the awesome streams. Thank you, Rabbit Ninja. It works now, and thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. Guys, put some hype in chat for Rabbit Ninja Wamba, the second tip of the stream. This little island here, if you can put the end of the blue rainbow underneath that island, you'll usually get pretty near the KSC. Close enough. If you're in a 70 to 80k orbit, which is what we're at. Let's toss this off. Skadoosh. And let's time warp. Bam! Man, we threw that thing away. And then we'll just... Okay, that's just going to eat all of our electric charge because that stability assist is terrible. Just turn off SAS and let it go home. No, I had it since then. I definitely had it since. Subnautica Boss, K-Basso, did you have a favorite Twitch or YouTuber that showed you how to play? I taught most of the stuff myself, but I got inspired in the game by watching things that people did in the forums. I don't watch a lot of YouTube, but of course Scott Manley stuff. I used to watch a lot of Scott Manley stuff. I really like some of the historical mission stuff, and I don't remember who did that, but there was like somebody who was doing historical style missions, and I thought that that was really cool, you know. But I don't really watch a lot of YouTube, just because of a time sort of thing, you know. So we're re-entering. We're just flying down this way. Looks like we're going to land not off the coast. I'm actually going to land in the mountains, it looks like. So we need to put it a little bit further than that away. I burned a little bit later. Do you know any German KSP players? Yeah, there are a couple people over in Germany. Oh man, I'm going to hit the mountain? Seriously? Oh man, Splicer, this is not looking good for you. I ran my mouth and I didn't burn soon enough. We decided to make this my job, just the fact that it's a lot of fun and I love doing it and I think it helps people, sort of deal. We are just going to smack into that side mountain like it's some sort of basketball backstop. Can we pop the chute yet, please? Okay, good. Man, this is not looking good. I think the Kerbal may have to jump out. Oh, no! Oh, what? Okay. The chute didn't open high enough. In this case, it would make sense to open the chute high enough. Banana Dodo, I thought you were leaving. Yeah, Banana Dodo's a German streamer. Million Lights is German, I think. Banana Dodo right there. Click on Banana Dodo's name and give him a follow. I know, Mikeyus, I know. We just crashed you to the side of the mountain. Too high to fully deploy the chute. We could have fixed that, but we didn't. Let's show how to fix that. I'm not going to revert because everybody stays dead. You're back. Okay. It's not actually above sea level. It's just that we were crashing into the side of a mountain instead of flat terrain. To fix that, guys, we could actually come over here and retune that chute. So you can right-click on the chute in the VAB, and you can say the altitude can be higher. Like the altitude can be 1,500 or something, right? Or 2,000, perhaps. Like that. And now it'll deploy a little bit higher. And that would keep that Kerbal from dying. Let's talk about some things here. Delta V. I've said Delta V multiple times. You see Delta V here. What is Delta V? Who even knows what it is, right? Delta V is pretty like straightforward. No, it's okay, Mikeyus. It's okay. We wanted to do that at some point. Delta V stands for change in velocity. It's how much I can accelerate or decelerate my craft. Now, I can use that acceleration for different things. I can go faster by accelerating the direction I'm already going. I can go slower by accelerating against the direction I'm already going. I can also deflect my trajectory. If I'm going this way and I point this way and burn, I'll deflect that trajectory up, spending some of that Delta V. Long story short, Delta V, I say, is your ability to change your situation in space. Well, what does that mean? Well, my situation may be landed on the launch pad, right? And I would like my situation to be in space, like in orbit. So it's going to cost me a certain amount of Delta V to change from situation landed on the launch pad to situation in orbit. We know in Kerbal Space Program 1.0.4, that amount is somewhere around 3,500. People say they do it for less. You can spend more doing it if you've got a draggy craft. I say that if you take about 3,500 to orbit, you'd be doing pretty good. And you can see here, I had 3533 in this craft. In fact, I had 4187 in the craft, realistically. But that's why this craft was able to go to orbit and still had some fuel left over, because it had more. This is the right number to use. 4187, and I had what, like about 400 or 500 left over. So that flight to orbit cost me about 3,700 Delta V, somewhere in that range, right? In order to get up to orbit. So, what do we do to manage Delta V? Delta V is calculated by using what's called the ideal rocket equation, right? And the rocket equation says if I take dead Kerbalsaurs and I blow them up and I throw them out the back of my rocket, I will push the rocket and the structural parts of the rocket and the Kerbal sitting in the rocket, kind of, not in Kerbal Space Program, and the weight of the engine and the weight of the fuel tanks and all the other dead Kerbalsaurs that I still have in the fuel tanks forward. And the trick is, the more fuel that I burn, the less dead Kerbalsaurs I have to carry because I'm throwing them out the back, right? It's like, hey, Stegosaur, get over here, out the back. And yes, guys, by the way, most of our petroleum reserves come from algae. They're not actually dead liquefied dinosaurs, but it's fun to say that, okay? I know, people try to correct me with that. It's like, I know, but it's fun. So, the more Kerbalsaurs I throw out the back, the less weight I have to carry, the less mass I have to accelerate because they're not there anymore. So that means the first Kerbalsaur, the first droplet of fuel that gets exploded and thrown out the back is going to have to carry all the other drops of fuel. It's not going to accelerate the rocket very much. The last drop of fuel that gets thrown out the back of the craft doesn't have to carry any of this fuel because it's already been thrown out, right? It's already been blown up and thrown out the back. So the last drop of fuel will accelerate the rocket more than the first drop of fuel because it doesn't have to carry the rest of that. So what does that mean, right? What does that mean? Look at this. There's a great way to illustrate this. This guy right here has 2497 Delta V, okay? 2500, let's call it. So if I had my car and I upgraded from a 10-gallon fuel tank to a 20-gallon fuel tank, I'd be able to go twice as far, right? So if I double my fuel on this, I should go twice as far, right? That's what people think. We all drive cars, or we know about cars. We know how like fuel efficiency works and that sort of stuff. If you put double the amount of fuel on there, am I going to have 5,000 delta V? Survey says no. I've only got 3,500 delta V. That first tank got me 2,500 delta V. The second tank only got me 1,000 because that first tank now has to carry the weight of the second tank while it's being used. The droplets in that tank are less efficient than just having the single tank on there. And even more, I'm not going to get even 1,000 from this. That was 3,561. Tripling the fuel only takes us up to 4,187. So 3,561, 500, 600. Yeah, 600 delta V we got from tripling the amount of fuel. So it's 2,500 in this one, 1,000 in this one, 600 in this one. The more fuel you add, this is the way you say it. It's the tyranny of the rocket equation, right? Mass begets fuel begets mass. The more mass you want to carry in your rocket, including fuel, the more fuel you're going to have to carry. But the more fuel you have to carry, the more mass you have because you're carrying that fuel, and therefore you're going to have to need more fuel to carry the more mass, to carry the more fuel, to carry the more mass, ad infinitum. That's how it works. So just slapping more fuel in it is not... yeah! Zalowski rocket equation hype. Thank you. Somebody put up to the rocket equation, if you want to. But anyways, that's how it works. And that's why just slapping more fuel on there, you get kind of a diminishing returns sort of thing. The other thing you can do is reduce the mass of your rocket. So if you want to get more delta V, don't take stuff you don't need. For example, on this rocket, I had monopropellant in here. I'm not using the monopropellant. It's just dead weight. Okay? And if I take this monopropellant out, I right-clicked on the pod. Look at that. 4187 delta V. If I take that monoprop out, bada bing, 4209 delta V. I just got 20 delta V from not carrying that worthless monoprop with me. In addition, this ablator, we don't need this much. Let's get rid of some of the ablator. And look at that delta V going up, right? 4209. Let's say we need 60, 4287. We just got another 80 delta V by not taking that. In addition, watch out for decorative parts. So when you're coming over here and you're like, oh man, put an octog on here, man. That's pretty sweet looking. Not only is that going to give me drag, maybe this would be cool too, you know? Like, thank you there. Come on. There, yeah, alright, that looks pretty sweet. Every part that I put on this rocket is going to decrease the delta V unless the part contains fuel. 4230, 4149. Let's put some, like, landing gear on it, right? Oh, yeah, man, look at this. Gotta be safe when you land. That looks very shenanigan-y. But look at that, 3770 delta V. Every part that you put on the rocket that is not fuel is mass that has to be carried along with you. So be careful when you do that stuff, right? This rocket right here, with the less ablator and with the no monoprop. Also, you remove a little electric charge, that'll make the rocket... Oh, well, that apparently doesn't seem to the delta V. Apparently, electricity doesn't weigh very much. Anyway, now you kind of see. One day I need to make a strong barrier rocket. Yes. So, anyways, this right here, guys. Oh, sorry about that. This right here is some stuff. Wow, that's a big. That sounds totally different. Greetings, cadets. Do I sound like a robot? That's weird. Anyways, that is about delta V. Even the chutes you take, right? Like you come over here and you put some of these chutes on here. Science experiments have mass. Batteries have mass. The delta V goes down. Everything you put on the rocket, it used to not be this way. There were some things that didn't actually have mass. Everything you put on that rocket is going to decrease the delta V. Just a working bullhorn. Oh, get over it. Get over it. But darn that heavy electricity. It actually didn't sound that much... It didn't sound that much louder to me. So, delta V. Now, how can we figure it out? We know that if we have about 3,500 delta V, so this craft has more than it needs. If we have about 3,500 delta V, we can get into orbit, right? And we fly a nice, efficient launch profile, that sort of stuff. We're good to go. If you have a very draggy rocket, like say that you lost some sort of bet and were designing a rocket that looked like, I don't know, that Ninja Star pinwheel shenanigan rocket sort of deal. That's very draggy. It's going to cost you a lot more delta V to get this rocket into orbit because of the drag from pushing through the air than this rocket. So just keep in mind, 3,500 a rough kind of estimate. Also, make sure that that's in vacuum mode. So what does that mean? You see this atmospheric tab? When it's out of atmospheric, it's not plugged down, you'll see I get more delta V. And it's like, well, wait, why does that happen? Right? Why does that happen? That happens because most engines in the game get a different efficiency when they're in atmosphere versus when they're in vacuum. And you can figure that out. Click on the engine, right-click on it. You can see the swivel we're using. In atmosphere, it gets 270 efficiency. 270 specific impulse, which is the number of seconds it can hover for a specific unit of fuels, da-da-da-da. Don't worry about that. 270 is lower than 320. That means that this engine is less efficient in atmosphere, at sea level, than it is in vacuum. And some engines are really bad. Look at this one, man. 85 in atmosphere, 345 in vacuum. This engine is just designed to be used in atmosphere. It is, or sorry, in vacuum. It is not going to be any good whatsoever if you use this engine in atmosphere. It's terrible. Even the thrust gets nerfed. 60 thrust in vacuum, only 14 thrust in atmosphere. So keep that in mind as you're picking engines. You got the weight of the engine, you've got the ISP, the amount of thrust that it gets. Are you going to be using this in space? Are you going to be using it in the atmosphere? Keep in mind what the mission is as you go through this. So that should be good. Let's talk more about Delta V. This will be the finally working craft. Save. New craft. Here's what I need to do, guys. I am next up going to show you how to design the lander, how to get it to the moon. We're going to look at the Delta V chart and figure out how much Delta V we actually need for the lunar mission. We're going to, what else are we going to do? Land on the moon, come back from the moon, all that sort of stuff. But for now, I need to stand up and I'm going to take a couple-minute break. When I get back, I'm going to give away a copy of KSP. So hang in there. I'm going to be gone for about 5 minutes. I'm going to go use the restroom and get like some more drink and that sort of stuff. And when I come back, I'll do a giveaway and we'll start designing the lunar mission. We'll read the Delta V charts and we'll talk about the lander and we'll get that rocket out to the moon and land it. So we'll do a giveaway now. I'll do another giveaway whenever I land on the moon, another copy of KSP, and probably give away a 3D printed Kerbal too. I usually give away 3D printed Kerbals at bootcamp. So that may be a thing we're doing as well. So I'm going to take about a 5-6 minute break here. I will be right back. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Hey, Doss, since I'm not in Taiwan anymore and after work can't watch you anymore. First time in 2 months. That's all good, Arias. No worries. I'm glad you were able to catch us today. So let me... Can I just put it on... Screenshot mode? Super boring. No, that's starting soon. Let's just go out to the orbital view or something. And I'll be right back. I gotta find a nice, like, be right back screen. We'll just look at the tracking station. There you go. How's that? Alright. So, let's go on break for just a second. Take it easy, Cantab. I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Ha! You have to plug in the microphone in order for it to work, apparently. I've been talking to you for a minute. And I was like, why is my microphone not working? And it needs to be plugged in. Alright, guys, I'm back. Give me just a second here. Give me just a second. And I'm just about ready to keep on keeping on. I got me a drink and that sort of stuff. I'm just about ready, so give me just a minute. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Pop my mics. Is that good? All right. So let's keep on keeping on here. No, NJ87 Army, class is not over yet. We are still going here. So let's get back into this. It was just a break. Is that better? Is that popping? Let's get back into it. I was just sitting here wasting time. So we need to plan a mission to the moon. We've got about 2 hours to plan a mission to the moon. All the mods you install are listed on the channel. Yeah, Sanjerica, there's some mods down low if you scroll down. Or there's a mod command that somebody can toss into chat. NJ87, jump off a cliff, man. Take a long walk off a short pier. I do this for 8 hours straight. You're the one who takes a lot of breaks. Let's go over into here and let's have a look at some stuff, guys. And we need to plan this mission to the moon. And we kind of like know how to fly our rocket and how to choose engines and that sort of stuff. But let's come over this way. And I want to type cheat. Like that. And I'm going to click on that first link there. And when I click on that link, I can actually... Let me bring up a copy. Like that. Alright. I can actually bring up what's called... Let's open that image in a new tab. There we go. I can actually bring up what's called a subway map of Kerbal Space Program. And this is something that I can use to figure out how much delta V I need to get to one place or another. So how do you read it? Well, let's zoom in so we can see what's going on. And I can look... In each stop is like a situation, right? So here's landed on Kerbin, and here's low Kerbin orbit. And you see, this map says 3,200 delta V. I don't buy that. I say 3,500 just to be safe, especially if you're learning the game. Take 4,000. Who cares? Just to get in orbit, right? But long story short, I'm going to say 3,500. We need at least 3,500 to get from landed on Kerbin back up into low Kerbin orbit. How long will I stream? About 2 more hours in boot camp here. So that's what it's going to take. And then once I'm in low Kerbin orbit, say I want to go to the moon. And this is just a moon intercept. This is like a moon flyby, right? It's going to be 860 meters per second of delta V to go from low Kerbin orbit to the moon intercept. Now, if I want to actually go into orbit around the moon, this is just a flyby, just kind of flying by the moon. If I actually want to go into orbit around the moon, that's going to be another 310. So add those two things up. 860 plus 310 is 1170, right? So it's 1170 delta V to get me from low Kerbin orbit to low moon orbit. And I can be... Let's actually use my game notepad here and write this stuff down. So we'll get rid of that, and we'll say moon mission. Launch to LKO. And then we'll type a couple things here. Launch to LKO. I'm just going to say 3,500, right? That sort of thing. And let's put transfer to moon. And what did I say? That was 1170. And then we want to land on the moon. So land on moon. And how much does that cost us? To land on the moon, so from low moon orbit to the moon landing is 580. So let's type 580. Like that. And if I want to take back off again, the cool thing is that this is about the same delta V. So 580 to land and another 580 to take back off again. So let's type 580. And then if we want to get back home, you don't add the numbers back all the way home because you can aero brake at Kerbin. Right? The fact that I can slow down at Kerbin by slamming into the atmosphere and using that to slow me down means that I don't need 310 plus 860 plus 3200. I only need about 300 to get back to Kerbin. And the aero braking going through the atmosphere to slow down will take care of the rest. Now, if I'm returning or going to a planet that doesn't allow me to aero brake, a planet that doesn't have the atmosphere, then I would actually have to add those things back up on the other way. So we just write those things down. 580, 580, and I'm going to say 300 to get back home, right? Return to Kerbin. And then the chutes are a bunch of the delta V as well, right? The chutes will pop and slow us down the rest of the time. But this is the stuff that we need, and all we did was just add this map up. We look at this map and we say 3,500, because this is just somebody showing off, not helping new players. This is 860 plus 310 is 1170. 580 to land, so 600 land, 600 back home, and that's 1,200, and then another 300 to kind of get back home. You basically just have to break moon orbit, and then you can do it in such a way that you go back to Kerbin. But we're good to go. This is a good moon mission, right? And the trick is, I can actually combine some of these stages together. So this return to Kerbin plus landing on the moon, I could actually take this 300. This could be land, take off, return to Kerbin, like that, and we can see that, right? And let's just add this 300 delta V there and get rid of this. So the total for this is going to be 600 plus 100 plus 300. That's 1,200. That's 1,500, right? Now, if you're learning the game, take more. There's no problem with doubling that number and taking 3,000 instead. We'll just kind of build our rocket, and we'll know that we'll want to take like maybe 2,000 instead of 1,500 and see if we can build a rocket like that. Quark, what's up, man? How's it going? And Just Daniel, hello as well. So, especially for the landing, this is like a really optimal sort of landing, this 580. Take 1,000 to land. There's nothing wrong with that. Just take extra fuel, take extra delta V, so that as you learn or as you do your mission, you have delta V that you can use to correct mistakes or like fly around with or whatever. Just take extra delta V. So this says we need 1,500. The transfer to the moon is basically 1,200. The launch to LKO is 3,500. Let's keep on going. The moon landing number is the moon landing number is much understated. It's the same thing. It's like a super efficient landing, which you can do if you're going orbital velocity at the surface of the planet, and then you like kind of come to a landing that way. It's not for new players. So we're going to take extra, but let's start building our rocket. And the trick is when we build the rocket, we work from the top down. So the part that's the last little part of the rocket to be flying is the first part we build. That means the lander. So let's start off with the pod. You know, I'm just going to use the pod. It's all good. And then let's put a fuel tank on it. Like that sort of deal. Actually, let's take more fuel. Like that sort of deal. And let's put an engine on it. And remember, we were shopping around for engines. As it turns out, there's no atmosphere at the moon, so we can't use the wings, we can't use parachutes or anything like that. We're going to have to use some sort of engine to land. And we want to use an engine that gets a really good efficiency in vacuum. So remember, we were looking at this. This one was 320 in vacuum. That one's 300 in vacuum. Remember the Terrier? The Terrier pulls 345 in vacuum. In vacuum, it's one of the best ones in the game. This one's 350, but see, this one doesn't fit. Right? That one's too big. So let's grab this little Terrier and use him because he's a vacuum engine. And look at this. All of a sudden, he's got 4,000 delta V. He's got 4,000 delta V. That's way too much delta V. We only need 1,500 in this stage, but we haven't added a lot of stuff yet. So let's add the other things we need. We're going to need a parachute, like that. We're going to need the ablator. like that. We're going to need the stack decoupler. Hey, silly Kerbal trick with the stack decoupler. There's 2 ways to attach it. You can attach it low, which puts a fairing in, or you can attach it high, which hides the fairing. A lot of people don't know that that exists. There's a little hidden node in there that you can use to install it without actually having the little fairing on there. It doesn't make a difference in mass, I don't think, but anyways. Can't work with the delta V, just take more than a pronounced Dave's saying show off than a previous pronounced show off and add a little more less. No, add more delta V, Dave's plays. Add more delta V. Thanks for this. You're helping my girlfriend teach. Nice, Slim Monkey. Excellent, man. Dude, found you from World of Warships. You were playing World of Warships with us, right? So yeah, there's a super secret hidden node that doesn't look terrible. So we'll put the decoupler on there. We've got this. We're going to need some landing legs, so let's come over here. You know, we've got these big, beefy landing legs, but the trick is they weigh 0.1 tons each. So 4 of those landing gear... Wow, we took 1,000 delta V just adding those parts to our rocket. If we take those off, that's 30... So this is basically 400 delta V to put those 4 landing gear on. Let's see if we can find some smaller landing gear. Like these only weigh at 0.05 tons each. So let's put those on. Yeah, there's only 200 delta V instead of 400 delta V. So that's good. Now here's the trick, right? You can right-click on these, and you can unretract them and make it look like this. The problem is, look at where the center of mass is. The center of mass is super high. In fact, this rocket is tall enough that it may be really difficult to land unless you're in like a really perfectly flat area. If you're in an area that's like a little bit sloped, that center of mass is precariously hovering over this. And if that center of mass gets over the landing leg, the rocket will tip over. It'll try to use SAS, it'll burn electric charge, yada, yada, yada. But you don't want a rocket that's this tall to try and land on the moon. Could we do it? Sure, we could do it. But for new players, I don't need this. In addition, look at this, 3241 delta V. We only need 1,500, maybe like 2,000 or 2,200 or something. Let's not take this tank. It makes us too tall, and it makes us have way too much delta V. It makes us likely to flip over, and we don't have enough, or sorry, we have too much delta V. So let's go ahead and rotate this guy back. Oops. There we go. Let's rotate that back over. Let's take off this landing legs. Let's take off this. Let's take off that fuel tank. Let's go for one that's half size, like this guy here, and see what that gives us. So there's that. 2312. It's just about perfect, right? It's almost as if this is designed for this. We'll put the landing legs on, and look, there is a difference, guys, right? If you come over here, that's 2159 I'm looking at right there. Take 3 instead is 2195. So we get like 40 extra delta V from taking 1 less landing leg. I don't recommend it. It's more stable to have more landing legs, just because it gives you less kind of vectors you can tip over on. You draw a straight line there, and then you go up to the center of mass. And if you only have 3, the straight line, the line between the contact points is closer to the center of mass, meaning that if you land on a slope like that, you're more likely to tip over. So, you know, it's kind of a balance. I mean, you could like take like landing legs, like all the landing legs ever, and that gives you a very like manageable distance between the center of mass and the line between the 2 contact points. But that takes a lot more delta V. So let's just go with 3, like that. You also might want to take some science experiments, keeping in mind that it's going to reduce your delta V. We're at 2159 right now. If we put, say, a thermometer on there in 1x symmetry, that cost us 4 delta V. If we put a gravioli detector, that cost us a couple delta V. Everything that you put on the rocket is going to cost you a little delta V. So check the numbers after you actually do this. The Kerbal doesn't really need a way to get down because he can use his jetpack to fly on the moon. But if you want to like give him a ladder, you can come over here and see if it's worth the delta V. Where's that ladder at? There you go. There's the ladder. We'll put the ladder like right here. That should be fine. X. There you go. Okay. There we go. Extend the ladder. You can see that that kind of falls through there. So let's talk about the tools I've been using. If I press 3 on the keyboard or I click up here, this gives me a rotational tool. I can click on a part, and that gives me this sort of like gimbal looking thing. And I can use that. Oops, I clicked off of it. I can use that to snap it to a place that's like a... Man, I keep missing it. There we go, like where the ladder actually doesn't hit the landing leg. I can press C to turn off angle snap and get more fine control over it like that. If I wanted to, I could also press 2 on the keyboard, and I could click this, and this gives me the little translation tool, so I can actually move it down a little bit if I want to, and just have them jump that last little bit. But there you go. I mean, we put a little ladder on there. It's not going to, like, hit the landing leg. Another thing, the landing legs will protect the engine. You may want to press 2 and use this little tool to bring them up like that. And this all depends on how hard you land. The landing gear do have suspension in them. They'll compress a little bit, so if you land too hard and you don't have enough like clearance between the gear and the engine, you could actually compress the suspension and destroy the engine. So you could bring them down if you want. The more up you bring them, the lower your center of mass is going to be, because keep in mind, it's going to move around as you use fuel, right? So you want to get that thing as low as possible. Also, finally, let's take out unnecessary things. We don't need the monoprop, so that's going to get us a little bit of delta V. And if we go to the heat shield, we only need like 60 or 80. That gave us almost like another 100 delta V in this little lander, right? But it's super simple. You've done it before, right? It doesn't have to be some big complicated thing if the first thing you want to do is try to get to the moon. So that looks like a fantastic little lander. So let's go ahead and retract all this stuff. Let's get rid of the center of mass. And let's build a stage. Let's build the next stage. Offset tool, direction thing using F. Faceball, and you probably wouldn't do it here just because it like doesn't make a lot of sense, but Faceball is saying there's like a direction adjustment. You can see I've tilted this a little bit. And right now, those arrows are relative to the root node of the craft. They're kind of in line with the pod. If I press the F key, they become in line with the part that I'm moving. So if I wanted to move it in and out like that, I could press F and it'll stick there. If I press F again, it's in line with that. But it's really not useful here. It's useful in some other situations, but it's a little more advanced sort of thing that you won't need for this mission. Any questions about where we are right now? You could do 0 legs. You could do 0 legs because what's the crash tolerance of that engine? 7 meters per second. If you land at 6, you're good to go. Can I watch this stream 24/7? Sure. You play World of Warships with you when I can. Nice, Lim. Nice. But the legs up higher. Kieran Sunstrider. There you go. There you go. Need some solar batteries. Ah, thank you, Carlo the Curious. Let's put a little bit of solar panels on here. In same story, these little fixed solar panels, right? That takes a little delta V, 7.9 to 7.1 for 2 of them. If I take these bigger, more complicated solar panels like these guys, that's 271, that's 244. That cost me 30 delta V versus 7 delta V, 8 delta V, right? So it all depends on what you're trying to do. Just for the sake of this, doing something a little different. Let's use these, and I don't actually know. Yeah, that's the 1x6s, and we put 2 of them on. So we can do that. That'll be okay. I did 4 landing legs, not 3. Yes, I wanted to do 4 landing legs because that's more stable. Solar batteries. We could take a battery along. What are we at? 2252 right now. What if we put a battery in here? So we'll go to the science tab. We'll grab this battery and put it there. 2214. We could do that. I mean, we don't really need that battery, I guess. We could use smaller ones. Let's see. I mean, I don't know where to put them now. Dorsal side would be good, perhaps. I'll just put 1 battery on. And look, you can use the tools to do this too. You can like press 3, and you can rotate this battery, and you can press 2, and you can get it out of the way, like it's actually installed on the craft a little bit, and put it right like that. So that's good. And that's also going to help me mark where the dorsal side of the craft is, which is basically just where the pod, the hatch of the craft is. So if it's dark or something, I can see where the dorsal side is, because that's going to help me control the craft. I'll talk more about that in just a second. But, you know, that's the thing you could do. Last thing, and this is super important. We probably should have done this earlier. I need to make sure that I can actually land on the moon. So you can see right now we have a thruster weight of 1.48, and you're like, well, Das, that's greater than 1. Should be able to land. Well, this is for the This is for Kerbin, right? So what we need to do is click on Kerbin right there and click on Moon instead, and we see that this craft has an 8.94 thrust weight. When it's full of fuel, it'll have a maximum of 17.38. This craft will definitely land on the moon because it won't be full when it lands, right? It'll be like 12 or 13 thrust weight. It only needs 1.0 thrust weight to take off, and if it has 13, it can definitely take off. So this craft will be able to land and take off. Now, don't design a craft that's going to have like a 1.0 thrust weight when you're trying to land. because it takes a long time to slow down, and you'll probably crash and die. You usually want like a 2.0 thrust to weight for landing, especially if you're new. Like a 2.0 thrust to weight during landing is fine. In fact, I mean, what was that 2248? We could get a different engine maybe and see if, like I know this little guy, the Spark, the 487S. What is he going to give us? 8.94. He actually gives us 2.97. This guy would be fine to land with in 2269 versus 2248. 20 more delta V. Why? Well, this guy weighs 0.5 tons but has an efficiency of 345. This guy only weighs 0.1 tons and he has an efficiency of 300. So less efficiency but less weight. We don't really gain much from using this because he got nerfed and squad is terrible. Just kidding. This guy's 290. Yeah, we wouldn't use him either. I think we'll just go with this guy. This guy's going to weigh a lot more. Yeah, 340. We don't need this. It's more thrust too, so we don't need that. That guy's too big. No, we don't need that. We could probably slap enough of these on here. Let's see. What's their efficiency? 290. Yeah, but I don't think we really want to put 4. That's a 1.33. I wouldn't want to land this craft with those 4 little tiny engines. You want like a 2.0. But let's just stick with this. It'll be fine. And let me scroll down chat and make sure I got everything. That's okay. You're just on a little bit of a slope there, Enriquez. Up later. I got that avatar. Did I miss anything else? You need some power on that. Got it, Carlos. You want to make me a boot? A robot. Add some solar panels. Done. Disappointed TV. What's up? I'm doing good. Big Papa Smurf. Hello. What about downwards lights for night landings? That's a good idea. I'm going to tell you not to try to land in the dark, but you could totally come over here and put a light on here, right? That's probably close enough. And I like to do this just because you could design a light that was different. Oh, this should be useful here. Press the F key and see how it's relative to the light instead of the root node. And now we can use this to kind of tuck that light in and do that sort of deal. That's pretty cool. I can't really put it down there. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so this is good. This guy's ready to go. He's got a lot of junk on him. He doesn't look very aerodynamic. Maybe we'll have to solve that. So let's come over here and keep building the rocket. Did I miss anything else in chat? Wait, there's a lander engine besides the mainsail? Let's wait on the higher stages. Means the lower stages will have more delta V and thrust weight. That's right, Boodles. That's right. That's right. So you'll get more delta V about the like entire rocket, as opposed to, or sorry, you'll get more delta V from the lower stages if you make this light as possible. That's right. That is correct. So we now need to make our transfer stage that has at least 1200 delta V. And look, guys, we've done this before. Let's see how this works. What if we just put this here, and then we take another one of these fuel tanks, and we take another one of these engines. 1151. That would work right there. That would totally work. White dots things on the screen? I don't see white dot things. Oh, it's because of the sunlight's coming in. Well, now I'm going to bork everything if I try to fix this, though. Is it coming through the other side, or is it up high? I mean, I know what it is. Just a second, I'll fix it. Yeah, it is the green screen. It is. The sun has moved to an angle where it's affecting the green screen. Just a second. There we go. Happy? The sun, like, you know, as it turns out, we spin on our axis, and the position of the sun in the sky changes, and there you go. Lugash, that's a question for tomorrow. That's a question for tomorrow. Suicide burn is something I'm going to look. Yes. Okay. So this is fine. In what they were saying, if we took a smaller engine here, so that's 1151 in this stage with this design. If we took a smaller engine up here, where's it at? There you go. Like that, 1151, this is actually 1236. So we got almost 100 delta V by not having to carry this engine around in that stage. That's pretty cool right there. But I don't think I'm going to do that, because then we need to put struts on it and that sort of stuff. So let's just keep on going with that. Thrust weight on this stage doesn't really matter. We can take our time getting to the moon. So let's add a little bit more fuel in here. Just put like these on. And that 1575 delta V, we needed what? We only needed 1200, so we've got plenty of extra delta V in this stage. Now let's design a lifter for this. Let's design a lifter for this. So let's grab this thing and put it there. And let's grab this thing, like a big fuel tank here. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. There you go. Oh, suicide burn is not the most efficient way to land. That's a lot. That's a big question. Like, that's a big misconception. It's not necessarily the most efficient way to land because you're probably going to be coming in hotter on a suicide burn than you normally would, right? It's not as efficient as coming out of orbit in a very low trajectory, going basically orbital velocity at the surface, and then kind of like coming to a stop and falling a little tiny amount. Suicide burn is not necessarily the most efficient way to land. It can be in some situations, but it's not always. That's a big misconception. Gagan. We've done some tests on that a long time ago. All right, let's see here. Okay, so we're good. I'm gonna keep building this rocket. Let's put that there, and let's slap one of our swivel wiggle engines on there, and we'll set this back to Kerbin, like that. And that's 1763 delta V with a 1.1 thrust to weight. That's fine. We're okay with that. So let's go over this way. Unless you hover or go back up, it doesn't matter how you burn towards the surface. Not true, Enriquez. That's actually not work. That's actually not true. If you go slow, you're giving gravity more time to affect you. And what you want to do is land, giving gravity the least amount of time to accelerate you towards the surface. That's why the most efficient way to do it is be in orbit just above the surface so that gravity has almost no time to affect you. It seriously is the most effective way to do it. Yeah, 0.76 on the second stage, that's fine. There's no problem there, Alex, because that's our Lunar transfer stage. That will be just fine for getting us to the moon. You know it's a DOS stream when you hear the crack of a fresh Dr. Pepper being opened. Nice. This is good. 1.1 thrust to weight, 1763 delta V. We need to get this number here up to 3,000. So you see how it's kind of adding up? We need basically another 2,000, 1,800 delta V in the bottom stage. So let's do something we haven't talked about yet. Let's grab these radial decouplers and put them on here. And we'll put 4 radial decouplers on. And then we'll grab some more of these tanks like that. And we'll put these down here like this. And let's see if we can't put the T-30s on here. Do we need the T-30s? Look at that, 3649, 1.7. This is actually fantastic. 1.61 on the pad is too much thrust. That's too much thrust. And I'm not worried about that being too low. I want this stage to be like 1.5 when I go to atmospheric mode, and it's 1.61 right now. Instead of the T-30s, we could totally just put more of these over here, which would give us more control authority and allow us to fly the rocket. So let's go like that. There you go, 166, 2755, that's not right. 3265, that's actually pretty close. 1.97 thrust to weight. What about on the pad? 1.66, so we can add more fuel in. Another thing that we could do here, we could use fuel lines. Yeah, now the central stage is going to burn out. We could actually use fuel lines, and we could feed the center core from the exterior tanks by clicking on the tank there, and then clicking on the central core. And what that's going to do, that's going to make this engine on the central core use the fuel from these tanks all evenly. That's why I've put 4 on there. So it'll do this first, and then when those are done, we'll throw them away, and then it'll be full of fuel. And that's what, 31 or 3330, or sorry, 3131 delta V, 3711. So it's more efficient to have this stage fly. Oops. Sorry. It's more efficient to have this stage fly on its own than it was to burn it all at once. So they'll all be burning at once, but this stage will use these, and it'll get up there with a full tank of gas. Both these tanks will be full because it will have been using these. We'll get rid of these. We won't carry these engines anymore, and we'll get a lot more delta V out of this. So this is good. This is good. 7,500 total delta V means that I've got a good moon mission for beginners, right? Or for people that want to like have an easy moon mission. You can totally do it that way. Let's see if we can't put some nose cones on there. Looks like a bouncy castle sort of thing. 3507, that's still fine. Look at that. 3695, we should be good to go. Let's grab some struts. What's the mod that lets you configure Kerbals on Launchpad? No, it's okay. The mod that I use for that is called Crew Manifest. Crew Manifest. That's Onion, Lich Smash. This is called Onion staging. It's not. We're not doing asparagus. I don't do asparagus because you don't need asparagus to do just about anything. So now I've strutted those things together. The rocket looks fine. The only problem that I'm having with this rocket right now is all of this junk on the top really looks like it's going to be pretty draggy, right? And it's probably not going to be a problem because I've got two things going for me. I've got 5 gimbaled engines down here. Remember when I was talking about the thrust vectoring? I've got 5 gimbaled engines to help me with control authority, and I've got drag near the back of the rocket to help counteract this. So this would move what's called a center of pressure back towards the back of the rocket as opposed to having it way up at the front. How much do nose combs help? Yeah, they do add weight, and in the new one you want it. You want it. There's no fashion in it. Scrap it. Go away. So what we can do, we've actually got a part over here in the aerodynamic shell called the, airstream protective shell. And what I can do is add this fairing shell onto the rocket. We won't build it yet. I just put that part in the stack, and I can come over here, right-click on it, and do build fairing. Then I can build a little bit of a fairing around the rocket. And I'll be darned, it actually looks like a real rocket. With a payload on the top and everything. There you go. Now the trick is that took some of our delta V away, right? We're going to need to make sure we put this in the correct stage. But I'm going to want to pop this fairing somewhere around 40K. So I'm going to put that fairing probably right there. We'll ditch that. Then we'll probably ditch the fairing. So we'll ditch the mass of the fairing. Then we'll light that engine. Then we'll light that engine. Then we'll do a couple. Then we'll do that. So this looks like a good moon mission. I mean, what is the thrust weight and atmo? 1.62. We could actually put a little bit more fuel in these to counteract the weight of the fairing, because the fairing does in fact add mass to the rocket. Come on, come on, come on. That was interesting. It wouldn't let me grab it. But I think I'm going to do it like... That's weird. It won't let me grab that part. Weird. Anyways, I'm actually going to add a little fuel tank down at the bottom over here. Well, that's not good. That's not good. We've got null refs. That's a problem. Wow, null ref. Null ref. Why is it null refing? Let me save it. This is the KSA Lunar mission. Like that. It's just null refing for some reason. Is it null refing because of the nose cones? No, it's still null refs. So a null ref is a bad thing to have to deal with, and I'm not sure why this one's null refing. It should not be null refing. Let me just save it. Let me launch it and see if the game crashes when I try to launch it. Take it easy, Alex. Who knows what the problem with that is. We see another problem with the rocket. It's a little bit wobbly up there. So we're going to need to maybe put some struts in as well. And it's not going to look as great with the struts, but let's go ahead and go back to the... Let's recover the vessel and see if we go back into the VAB and see if it null refs again. That's like a huge error that causes all sorts of problems. What's up, WXTM? This is going to be interesting to see if it null refs again. Oh, man. It does not seem to have null refed this time. So who knows what happens, but I just reloaded it. Let's slap some struts on it and call it a day. Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. I'm pretty sure it's not that. But we'll put 4 struts and we'll try to cross as many of these fuel tanks as we can. And that looks super realistic, right? That's fine. I think that's fine. It's a KSA Lunar mission. Let's launch it and see if it actually goes to space. Everything's good. The staging's all good. The engines are good. It has enough delta V to get to orbit. It has... Yeah, it should be fine. Save it. And if we have to use a little delta V out of here, we've got extra delta V built into every stage, right? So we'll save it that way and we'll launch it this way. All your current flights to blow up. Oh, brother, Porter John. What is null ref? It's null ref. Like a null reference exception. Null, N-U-L-L. It's an error meaning that the game has no clue what's going on. It's like trying to find something that's not there. So let's come over here. Let's grab another viewer.
Scanning. Viewer.
Tanarin! There you go. Let's add Tanarin in. And you know something? You know something? I forgot to do the giveaway. I'm surprised chat didn't jump all over me for that. I totally forgot to do the giveaway. So let's do that right quick. Let's give away a copy of Kerbal Space Program. It's going to be super simple to do. You don't have to do credits or anything like that. I'm just going to randomly pull from chat. I'll just pull a random person out of chat, and if you want a copy of Kerbal Space Program, you're going to need to send me your email address, and I'll send you a Steam key for Kerbal Space Program. And these are actually, this was from Bad Saturn. Bad Saturn donated, I guess, sent in a copy of Kerbal Space Program earlier, and I'll get you a copy, and I'll send it over. So it should be totally simple. I'm just going to use my Giraffe Twitch Viewers mod. This is completely random. We know who wrote this. We know that it's random. It's going to look at the chat right now, and it's going to just, you don't have to talk or anything. It just knows that everybody that's watching logged into chat, and it's going to do a viewer drawing. So let me get rid of, there you go, drawn user list empty. And we'll just do a viewer drawing, and we'll see who gets a copy of KSP. Now you're going to have to send me your email address so that I can email you the key, and it'll be after the stream. It won't be during the stream. So you're going to send me a Twitch message with your email address in it, and I will send you a Steam copy. So you need Steam. You have to be okay giving me your email address, and you have to understand that this has nothing to do with Twitch. This isn't Twitch sponsored that. This was Bad Saturn got a copy of the game that he wanted to give to somebody else. So let's see what the deal is here. I'm just going to do a viewer drawing. We'll see. The winner is going to be
Scanning. Viewer.
Bluesman 2112. Bluesman 2112. Are you here? Bluesman 2112. Where you at, Bluesman? You need to say something in chat so we know that you're good. I know where you at. And I got more giveaways to do, guys. I don't advertise it so that just the people who actually want to come will know. Bluesman, I know I'm calling you out, but do you want a copy of KSP? I'll give you one if you want one. You just got to tell me something. You're really enjoying it. Thank you, Strahd. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Bluesman. Where you at, man? Bluesman 2112. All right, you have until the time I get this to orbit. Make sure we say his name in chat too. There you go. Bluesman 2112. You've won a copy of KSP. If you want it, you got to say something in chat. You have until the time I get to orbit to say something in chat and say that you want the copy of KSP. Otherwise, I'm going to redraw it. No, you're not Bluesman. You're just Medic Blue. That's different. So let's launch this thing. I will launch this thing. Paging Bluesman 2112. I'm going to throttle up, panel lock, SAS engage, F5 for safety. Bluesman, you have until the time that I get into orbit to claim your copy of KSP. So we'll go with 3. You have until I get this thing to orbit to deliver the $1 million. Oh, good deal, Strahd, dude. Anytime I stream, feel free to come by and ask questions. I can't always drop what I'm doing to like demonstrate it, but there's often a lot of people in there. When I get to orbit, I will re-roll. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. No, I still see his name. I have him in chat over here. I see that he's still here, so he might be AFK or lurking. Yeah, I see it. I still see him in the list here, so when I get to orbit, I'll do a redraw. So we'll throttle up, panel like I say, engage F5 for safety. 3, 2, 1. That's my save. And I'm gonna do the same sort of thing. I'm gonna go straight up till I get to 50 meters per second. 30. There's 40. There's 50. Then I'm gonna start leaning over. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. In my first checkpoint, I want to be about halfway to 45 degrees. And look at those engine gimbals going off. You see those engines? Do you see how the bell turns and they vector that thrust over to the side to help us turn? I want to be about halfway to 45 degrees when we reach 5K. That's the first thing that we want. So there's 4K. There's 5K, and I'm just about halfway to 45 degrees. That's fantastic. So let's keep on leaning over. The next checkpoint, I want to be like 12 to 15K. I want to be at a 45 degree angle. So let's keep leaning over. Little bit more. See what we could do. WXTM, I do have a couple installs, and I do have one that's parts packs, but I'm waiting for 1.1 to come out before I really do too much with that. I don't do a lot of mods. 15K hype. Alright, I'm going to keep leaning over. We're just about to lose the stage, and let's hope that it separates correctly, right? I do hope that it separates here. We'll see. Ready? Oh, I like it! That's fantastic! Let's keep on leaning. What? They hit each other! Oh, what? That's so cool. That's amazing. When I cross about 40K, I can pop this fairing. The fairing has mass, and I don't want to carry it anymore when my altitude gets up to 40K. I just made that number up. I don't know if it's the most efficient altitude. Maybe you could do it lower. Maybe you need to do it higher. I just say 40K. Skadoosh. Fairing goes away, and now we just have a little rocket flying along. And so now I'm just going to keep on flying like this. That's 65. Let's get it up to like 80. Let's get it up to like 80. Still no Bluesman. Still no Bluesman. So when I get to orbit, I'll redraw, guys. 67, 68, 69, 70. Prepares the void stamp. Bluesman 2112. I don't know if you hear, but if you want to copy a KSP, you gotta say something in chat. Chat. Alright, what is this? 71, 72, 73. Littering end. Littering end. Not very classy. Alright, so 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, and 80. Let's get ready to look so good. Alright, so we still have 618 delta V in here. I think we're good to go. Let's press the M key. Let's come over here and put that maneuver node at our apo. And this is what you want. You want this long arc like this. Mihai, ¿qué pasó? What's up? You want this long arc. That you don't want things that goes like up and down. You want a nice long arc like that. So we'll add the maneuver node there. We'll pull prograde until we get into a circular orbit. That apo starts to run. Just click on the middle and bring it back, right? Pull and wait for the flip. Okay, there was the flip. There you go. 84, 97, 80, 64. That's good. That's good. So we'll come over here. It's going to be a 25-second burn. Round that up to 26. Half of that is 13. So at T-minus 13 seconds, I'm going to want to burn this engine. Now, there's something that I need here. Look, this maneuver is only going to cost me 400 delta V, and I've got 618 in the tank. That's curious. I don't want to leave this in orbit. I'll waste 200 delta V, right? Because there'll still be some fuel left in this stage when I get rid of it, but I don't want to leave this thing in orbit as junk. If I get into an orbit and then I get rid of this thing, it'll stay there forever. So you're going to see me do something weird. I'm actually going to get rid of this stage. I'm going to cut the engine and ditch it before it's empty of fuel. That's a thing. So this thing, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to be watching this periapsis. When that periapsis gets to like 25K or something like that, I'll kill the engine, stage, go to the next stage, throttle back up. That's going to ensure that this falls back down into the atmosphere. 13, go. Instead of staying up there being orbital trash. So we're wasting a little delta V, sure, but that's okay, because we've got plenty of extra delta V in the rest of this rocket. Bluesman, want to copy a KSP? Time is just about up. Your time is basically up. Let's see here. Let's see here. There you go. 1, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 45. I didn't ditch it soon enough, but that'll be okay. Let's just ditch it, throttle back up again, and finish the burn. I should have ditched it a little sooner. Hopefully my engine pushed it back some. And we could actually set it as a target, go to the map. It's Perry's 33. It may or may not get accidentally cleaned up. You know what I mean? Alright, so we're in orbit. An 82 by 79.9 orbit. That's circular enough for what we need to do here. Bluesman did not show up, so I'm going to go ahead and redraw. So Bluesman, my condolences. That's okay if you just wanted to watch. Maybe you didn't want to say something, or maybe we're on mute or something. But I will redraw it. Can you remove junk from orbit? Yeah, you can either just like delete it, which you can do from the tracking station, or you can You can go up there and actually knock it out of orbit or make it explode or whatever. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. Anywho. If you eject the stage towards the planet, no, Pops the Weasel, you want to eject the stage retrograde to slow it down. You don't want to eject it towards the planet. You want to eject it retrograde most of the time. So let's go ahead and do the redraw here, guys. It is what it is. Let's do another viewer drawing. The winner of a copy of KSP, not sponsored by Twitch. This is sponsored by one of the users, Bad Saturn 3. You're going to have to send me your email address, and you're going to need Steam in order to redeem this. 3, 2, 1. Clattergear. Are you here, Clattergear? Clattergear. You can have a copy of KSP if you send me your email address. There you go. I see you. I see you in chat. But that's okay. Clattergear? Are you here? Clattergear? There. That'll notify him, maybe. We'll see. We will see. He hasn't said anything yet, so same thing. I'm going to do the Lunar transfer, and if I don't hear from Clattergear by then, I'll redraw again. Guys, don't be telling... I mean, don't waste my time saying he's not here. I'm going to give him time. I'm going to give Clattergear time to check in. Don't waste my time saying that he's not here. Seriously, guys. Clattergear, if you're here, you can have it. We'll give him until I get into the lunar orbit now. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about how we get here. We don't really need the maneuver node anymore. That's good. We don't need the target anymore. I can't set the target from there. There we go. I can double-click over there and set the target. I just double-clicked on him to set him as a target. You can double-click off of him to set him off the target. So let's go to the moon. And it's super simple to get to the moon. We've got a nice circular orbit. And all we have to do... I don't even think that it's not here, guys. It may be muted. He may not be reading chat. Like, who even knows, right? I don't think that it's not there. I think that it's just... you know, maybe he doesn't know. Maybe he doesn't want to say anything. I don't know. That's okay, though. I'm not worried about it. So, what do we do to get to the moon? First, get into a nice circular orbit. 79.9 by 82. Looks good. Let's go to the moon. There it is, right there. Click on it and set it as my target. That's pretty cool. What I want to do now is scroll in and just put a maneuver node anywhere. It doesn't even matter where. Like, just add the maneuver node there. It doesn't matter where. Not the apo, not the parry, not the ascending or descending node. Don't even care about any of that. Don't even worry about that. Just put it anywhere. And I want you to pull on this until you get an apo that's up near the moon. Right? You see how that's like, that apo's right up there near the moon? And the trick is, the maneuver node system, because we've got the moon set as the target, gives us some more information. It's like, hey, look at this. When you get here, the moon's going to be over here. That's not exactly... Take it easy, Astro Gamer. That's not exactly going to be a rendezvous with the moon. So how can we make it a rendezvous with the moon? We don't need more delta V. By the way, this number should say somewhere around 850. We don't need more delta V. We just need to change when we do the burn. Because look, if I drag this maneuver node around, do you see how I can get closer and closer to the moon? The moon's there, I'm here. I can get closer and closer to the moon just by changing when I spin the delta V. And then all of a sudden, bang. There is a sweet, sweet lunar encounter. That's not too shabby, honestly. Now, we'll put a little bit more or less delta V. Right now, there's no periapsis tag over there. That means we're going to crash on the moon and die. That's not what we want. There we go. That's a little bit of a lunar slingshot. We can keep playing around with it. There's a figure 8 with a free return. That looks fantastic. Look at that. I mean, it's close enough to a free return. Good enough, honestly. Look, it gets me back into the atmosphere. And so what's a free return trajectory? A free return trajectory is a trajectory that uses the gravity of the moon to sling me into an orbit that takes me back into the atmosphere. So if something goes wrong, I can get back to the atmosphere. Now, you don't have to do it this way. You just get a lunar encounter and it's fine. I was just kind of playing with it, and I got this little free return trajectory. But any sort of encounter with the moon is fine, and we'll be able to fix this whenever we get there. So all we need to do now is to plot this. We need to go with it, is what we need to do. Yeah. So let's, yeah, I don't think Clattergear is here. I don't believe that Clattergear is here. But all we need to do is just do this. And when we get over to the moon, I'll do the encounter again. Like, we'll time warp out to the moon and then do the encounter again. So, let's get the maneuver node done. I'm going to point to the maneuver node. Oh, we also need to deploy our solar panels. So let's extend the panels. And let's extend the panels. There you go. And let's point at the maneuver node and let's time warp. It's going to be a 2-minute burn. Half a 2 minutes is about a minute and a half. Or sorry, half a 2 minutes is about a minute. So, you know what I mean? Let's keep on going around. Odd planar change caused by the encounter there. Yeah, it's not a very big plane change. It's just because we're not coming in exactly equatorial. And so it's kind of like advancing it. You know what I mean? So we'll keep going all the way around. And we'll just burn. Oh, burn when Kerbal Engineer says it. We could burn at T-1 minute, and that would be fun. We'll see how close it is to T-minus about 1 minute when the Kerbal Engineer says that we need to burn. Yeah, there you go. It's pretty darn close to T-1 minute. A little bit short of that, because, you know, it's not exactly half. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. So I got 2 minutes here. So here's the deal. How come your ablator's already burned up? It's not burned up, Zesty Fupa Turbo. I took less of it because it has mass and I don't need a full 200 ablator to come back home from the moon. 60 is more than enough. Fuel cells, we could do fuel cells. That would use some of our Delta V because it uses the thingy. How do you choose the direction you're going to orbit a moon or planet? On approach, Sawchuck. That's when I would choose when I was going to orbit it, whether it was going to be prograde or retrograde. But that's like a little bit more complicated thing. Guys, I don't think that Clattergear is here. While we're doing this, wow, and this guy's going to get banned. I'm going to just ban the person who made an account that was his name spelled differently. You're out, man. Seriously. Don't ever waste my time with that sort of stuff. That's ridiculous. I'm not going to put up with that. Make sure I don't ban the right one. Banned. Get out of here. Don't waste our time like that. It's ridiculous. Let's see here. Let me do the, well, after this burn, I'll do another drawing. Don't worry about it, Random Access. I took care of it, but people need to not waste our time like that. You think we're stupid? Seriously. Done. Before he even said anything, I kicked his tail out of there. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, and stop. 0.6. I'll take it. It's pretty close. Yeah, what do you think this is? My first rodeo? Seriously? Alright, there we go. That looks fine, and it's a free return, and we've got a parry within 350. That's fine. So let's do this. Let's do another drawing. Not looking like Clattergear is here. And let me tell you who's not here is Clattergear. And I am going to see if we can pull somebody else. I don't know. Let's see. 3, 2, 1. Do a viewer drawing. Crazy Carts. What? You have KSP, don't you? Don't you already have KSP? Crazy Chart. Yeah, non-subs. It's illegal to do sub-only drawings in the United States. Crazy Carts. Do you need a copy of this? Can you send me your email address and Twitch? You want that for your friend? All right. Send me a thing. Send me a thing. Yeah, nice. All right. Yeah, the ablators are heat shields. Ablator is like material that's used up on a heat shield. Nice, Crazy Carts. Send me a Twitch message with your email address in it, and after the stream, I'll send you the thingy with the stuff. All right? All right. Good deal. Rigged. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to get out to the moon. And remember, there's another giveaway when I land on the moon, right? So there'll be another chance to win whenever I get over to the moon. So let's just time warp. And this is the thing. Look, you can press M, and you can actually like click on your trajectory here, and you can say warp here. And it'll just warp you right out to there. Whoop! Now, if you have other missions going, be careful with that. But, there you go. We've got a little loop-de-loop. Let's just go ahead and get into the moon's SOI. And this is where the gravity changes to being calculated from Kerbin to being calculated by the moon. There we go, through the SOI. So same thing, we want to get captured here. Let's come out of time warp. Let's put a maneuver node here. If I want to land on the planet, or if I want to go into orbit, I'm going to slow down so the moon's gravity can catch me. And I'm actually going to slow down. Look, you can click on that tag. Excuse me. There, to make it stick. I'm going to keep burning. I don't want to circularize it 350. I want to get this down to like 20. 18 is probably fine. Let's 19, 99, 99, 99, 20. Good enough. All right, good deal. So now I'm just going to burn this. It's 330 meters per second. We've got 663 in here, which is fine. We should be good to go. We've got plenty of resources. We didn't run out of electric charge because our nice auto-tracking panels tracked the sun for us. And there's the moon. Look at this. There we go. And we get all the way around over this way. I'm going to go run. Be back in a bit. Nice! Dude, Shatter Mage. I was riding my mountain bike earlier, and my legs are like, what? I don't even think I feel them anymore. I don't know if I have legs. I see them down there. But dude! Pale Rider! Come on, let's give another one away, Das. Pale Rider, I will absolutely do that, man. I will absolutely do that. Dude, thank you for that. We will make sure that we give another copy away. Fantastic, Pale Rider. Excellent, excellent. Thank you, guys. Put some hype in chat for Pale Rider. The credits, you don't need the credits, guys. There's no reason to even look at the credits because I'm just pulling randomly out of chat. Sometimes credits are used for giveaways and stuff, but you don't need them for these, right? You don't need them for these giveaways. So, Pale Rider, dude, thank you for that. Maybe we'll give away a copy here, then a copy when we land back at Kerbin or something like that. That could be a thing. So now I just need a time warp to here, and thank you again for the support. I just want a time warp back to here. 16, 1098, 765. Hey, look, we're closer to the moon now. 4, 3, 2, 1. 50, 40, 30, 20. All right, looking good. And T-4. We're just going to burn at T-4. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. Crazy Cart, send me that message. I need your email address, and I'll send you the Steam key. 8, 7, 6. The scroll wheel is ridiculous. I don't use it. It needs to be re-implemented. Hopefully it doesn't work anymore after the Unit 5 upgrade, or it's fixed correctly. There we go. Thanks, Crazy. Excellent, man. So 180, 170, 160, 150, 140, 130, 20, 10, 100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20. Stop! That was close. Not really great, though. There you go. All right, so now our periaps is 20. Let's go over here and put another maneuver node down. Add a maneuver and go retrograde to slow down even more, right? We're going to lower the apo by burning retrograde at the periaps, slowing down to go into a lower orbit. If it starts to go, maybe we can move it back. There we go. 24. What did I get it to? 20? Yeah. Wait for the flip. And there it starts to flip. 21. This doesn't have to be exact. 20 by 20. It's 20. It's good enough. How many people have got this far through Dust's stream and don't have the game? That's a good question. If you don't have the game, say it in chat, guys. If you don't have the game, say it in chat. That's a good question. This is going to be another 105. We've got 332 in the tank. That's fantastic, because that gives me some more Delta V that I can use to crash this stage into the moon, just like we did in the Apollo missions, right? Some of the Apollo missions, not all of them. The Apollo missions crashed the upper stage of the Saturn V rockets into the moon, so that we didn't have to do it. Don't have the game, don't have the game. Me, don't have the game, don't have the game, don't have the game. Excellent. You don't have it, but probably will by the end of the day. Nice. Have had the game for too long. Wow, man. So many people don't have the game. That's sweet. I mean, it's not sweet that you don't have the game, but... Nice. Deathy Ridge too. Oh, man. Sweet, man. Okay. So now this is just coming up in 46 minutes. Let me show y'all an awesome mod right quick. Ooh, Sukub. Don't ever say anything like that in my chat. Get out. Seriously. Dude. Read the rules, man. Squad deserves your support. Do not talk about that in my chat. So, we've got our craft here. We should be ready to land. Hey, look, we can turn on the light. And what I'm going to do is just use a mod called Kerbal Alarm Clock. This one's actually super useful, right? So you click on it, it brings up this little Kerbal Alarm Clock thing, and I can actually add an alarm, and it automatically recognizes that I have a maneuver node in, and it'll let me add the alarm on the maneuver node. So now, if I time warp, I can time warp as fast as I can time warp, and Kerbal Alarm Clock will actually bring me out of time warp when it's time to burn the node. It's super useful. It doesn't really change the game mechanics or anything like that. It just lets you, especially if you got multiple missions going, like you got a burn that's going to have to happen on a mission that's going to Jewel, then you have like another base on another place that you need to do something with. All of those things. It's really useful. The mod is Kerbal Alarm Clock, and we can get a link in chat over there if you're interested in that. But this is going to be a 17-second burn, rounded up to 18. Half of that's 9. Let's get on down to 9 seconds. 10. 9 seconds. And we'll just burn retrograde. And we're going to be in a nice circular 20-kilometer orbit above the surface of the moon. All right. I won. I won a prize. There you go. Yeah, the default is 1 minute before the node. Tanarin, that's a good point. If you have burns that are going to take more than 2 minutes, you may need to change Kerbal Alarm Clock a little bit. When you add an alarm, there's like an offset thing that allows you to like increase the time before the node that it stops or whatever, or before the alarm that it stops, so you got to look out for it. Good call. Don't want to make it too complicated, but you're right. You won't have any burns like that going to the moon. So, we're on the daytime side, which is okay. Can we be in daytime and also see Kerbin? We can. That's fantastic. I'm going to try to land somewhere over here. Like right around here. So let me show you how to do that. I'm going to just put a maneuver node down a little bit above where the target is, and I'm going to come out of orbit like that, right? And you see I burned retrograde again. I slowed down. I stopped missing the moon, in this case, not the planet. But I stopped missing the moon, and I'm going to fall down towards the surface. The surface of the moon is going to curve away from me less quickly than I'm going to fall towards it, so I'll crash into it. Now, if I want to land like right here, I want to fly over it like this, right? I don't ever want the end of my line to be right there. That's not the way that you want to land, because then you're going to be coming in super fast, like at a high angle, and you won't hit that. You just about always want to fly over your target area. And let's just say that this is my target area. Like right there is my target area. I don't know if we'll be able to see Kerbin from there. I hope we will. But that will be my target area right here, and I've got a maneuver node in that's going to fly over that. Now, keep in mind that the moon is going to rotate super slow because it's tidally locked with Kerbin. Other planets will rotate faster, so if you set up a maneuver node too far in advance, it may very well rotate the target area out from under you. The moon being tidally locked means that the same face is always pointing Kerbin, so it rotates ridiculously slow. There we go. So now I'm on the maneuver node. It's a 6-second burn coming up in 36 seconds. It's only 5.9 meters per second. I think we're good to go. When Das lands on the Terminator, he'll say, "I'll be back." Yes. Yeah, C-Cup, you gotta be here. You gotta say something in order to win it. You gotta be here to win it. When did you get this game? About 2 years ago. When I try to circularize my Kerbin orbit, it gives me 2 minutes burns. Am I just not turning enough while launching? Yeah, Wombat Master, you need to turn more and fly along the horizon more before your parry gets up there. Sorry, before your Apo gets up there. I just executed the burn from the map view. I mean, you see, I'm slowing down like that. Okay, we're good. We're going down to the moon. Let's F5 for safety right here, since we're going to crash and die. The next thing that I want to do is add a maneuver here and just have myself kind of fall down to that landing area. Do you see how I'm going to fly over it, and then I'm going to kind of fall down in the landing area by executing another 470 meters per second. You'll know that I didn't have it fall straight down, and I think I do actually want to move it this way a little bit, but that should be okay right there. I'm going to slow down even more, and it's going to be ridiculously important that I burn this part correctly. So we'll F5 for safety. It's going to be a 42-second burn, 470 meters per second, and we've only got 161 in here. The good news is we're going to have even more thrust to weight in this stage because these two engines are the same. So this one's carrying this engine and the fairing and all this stuff and these tanks, even though they're empty. Not a lot of fuel in it. This one will put out the same thrust but have less junk to carry. So we won't have to worry about it. So we've F5 for safety like 10 times. 42 seconds. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's cool. Let's go ahead and point at the maneuver node. Half of 42 is 21. Let's just time warp on down to T-minus 21 seconds. 30. Where's the target area? That looks good. It looks like it's going to be in this flat area here that we're going to try to land. It looks like Kerbin's going to be in the sky. That's fantastic. This is where I'm going to try to land. So there's 21. We're going to burn. And we're very soon going to run out of fuel in this stage, so don't waste a lot of time here. When you run out of fuel in the stage, ditch it and burn with that stage and shoot that thing. So that's going to very much crash into the moon. Now that we're doing this, let's also press the G key twice for some reason. Whoa, that was loud. Dude, that was ridiculously loud. Look at this. We're going to keep on falling down here. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. I got to get this burn done. There we go. Kadwa, so many people without KSP. Here's the cash for another copy to give away. Kadwa, can I guess it's not exactly that. That's quite a few copies to give away. I also give away a 3D printed Kerbal. Could that be a thing? But that's not the same as a copy. I understand. But I appreciate you, dude. 50 bucks. You're not even playing around. We got to kind of watch here, guys. Our surface velocity is 70. We don't want to land on that crater, so we need to fly over that crater first. I've got plenty of thrust to weight in this thing. It's got 10.5 thrust to weight. If I wanted to fly over this, thanks again, Kadwa. Guys, get some hype in chat for Kadwa. I'm just going to point straight up, and I'm going to slow down a little bit, but not get rid of my vertical or my horizontal velocity. You can see that green X is not at the top of the nav ball. That's telling me that I'm kind of like falling at an angle. I'm kind of falling like this as opposed to falling straight down. At least I'm not going like this, but I'm not falling straight down either. I'm kind of falling at an angle. And what I want to do is pick my landing area, maybe over this rise, maybe like right here. And we'll just kind of fly just like they did in Apollo missions and slow down a little bit, right? So I've got some surface velocity. Do I have a shadow yet? I'm not seeing it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and kill our lateral velocity. This looks like a good place to land, so let's go ahead and... Oops, that's not going to do it. That's going to increase it. Let's lean back, and let's push this green X up to the top of the nav ball, and you can kind of chase it. You see how I'm chasing it? And I'm going to throttle down some. I've got way too much thrust to weight here. And I want to get that green X up on the top of the nav ball right like that. When the green X is on the top of the nav ball, that means that I'm falling straight down, right? Make sure it's in service mode. This means I'm falling straight down. Now I just need to handle my throttle. And I need to throttle up a little bit. 13's too fast to land. 9, 8, 7. If you get this down to 1.0, you'll basically hover. 6, that's fine. Look at this. We're 85 meters up, descending at 5 meters per second. And we're landing, and we're landing. Just keep moving so that you keep that green X up at the top of the nav ball. 0.3, and 20 meters up. 3, let's land. Let's do a little bit more. 2, 1, and we're landed. That looks fantastic. Where's Kerbin? Oh, what? That's cool. That's actually really cool there. Seriously. All right. So now all we have to do is... and there was much rejoicing. Yay. Now all we have to do... Look, we could IVA. Look out the window and see Kerbin out the window. It's upside down, but see Kerbin out the window. Isn't that cool? That's actually fantastic. And so, guys, the biggest part of that is A, having enough thrust to weight so that you can react quickly, and B, getting that green X up to the top of the nav ball and fall straight down. You want to watch your thrust to weight. Try to keep it near 1.0 and you'll kind of hover down, right? If your thrust weight's too high, you'll decelerate and you'll pogo. We call it kind of pogoing, where you go back up again and you go down and you go up and you go down and you go up and you go down and you go up, you know? You don't want to do that. You want to keep right around a 1.0 thrust weight, so you keep falling down, but you don't fall off to the side. You're not falling in an angle like this. You go straight down like that. That's what you want to do. Let me see if we missed anything over here. I'm going to read. Yeah, it's a 909 in the half tank, the T400 tank. Let me see here. That's fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love Kerbin in the background, too. That's such a good shot. You messed up your movie. You're going opposite of the rotation of the moon. It's okay. Soon TM, because the moon is tidally locked and rotates very slowly. Look, I can tell you, the moon is rotating at 9.2 meters per second at this altitude, right? Where we're sitting, the rotational speed of the moon is only 9.2 meters per second. You can absolutely land from a retrograde orbit of the moon. No worries, Soon T. Just go ahead and do exactly what I just did. IVA screen mode. I think we did that one, right? so you can see it from upside down. We just did that one, Banana Dodo. WXTM, I'm not going to do suicide burns right now. I can do it tomorrow, perhaps. But a suicide burn is where you burn at the last possible minute, so you come to a stop like inches before impacting the surface. That's what a suicide burn is. It's like full throttle burn, and you come to a stop right before you hit the surface. It's a pretty dangerous thing to do. Let me see if I can see that there was anything else in chat. What tank are you using? It's the middle tank in the 909. Kerbal Rise. That's cool. That is cool. Faceball. Beautiful. Thank you, Avatar. I'm still reading. You're so nice, all your followers with giveaways and viewer interaction, unlike some streamers. Thank you, Alejandro. That's kind of like what we do around here. Rocket Builder, Que Paso. I'll see you tomorrow. What are you doing? I want a 3D printed Das Valdez. Yeah. Oh, I am early. Sky Army, it's a boot camp day. We started at 2 p.m. It's now 6:25. Just went offline for me, or is it me? No, I'm good. I think I'm good. Did I miss anything else? F5 for safety right here since we're going to crash and die. Nice, Carowin. Something foam involving credits. The last one is going to do something like that, Warlock. I have to go to dinner soon. Can I leave this open? Well, I don't know if you're still here, C-Cup, but we'll see. Looks like I got everything. I think I answered all the questions. Yeah, Clemok, you could do that. You could send it to me, and I would give it away during a stream. I usually get it in advance of the stream so that I have it and I don't have to worry about maybe not getting it or whatever. Not that I don't trust you, it's just like a good policy. But that's you can gift it to me. I'm Kerbal Space Academy on Steam, and that'll send it to me. Okay, I think we got everything there. That's fine. That's fantastic. Is a suicide burn a real thing? It's not something we would really want to do in real life a lot. I mean, the Falcons actually get really close to it. The Falcon 9s, when they do the boost back and the landing, get really close to a suicide burn, but it's not exactly a suicide burn. You're trying to land on the moon with a KSA Apollo 11 lander? Really? There's tons of extra Delta V in that thing. I think it may have more Delta V than this. Can I stream to Elu? No, it'd be too hard to get to Elu. We've already done a stream from Elu. Is there a way to download the press broadcast? I don't think there's a way to download it. I don't know. Warlock Waldo, not going to do that right now. Can we make a DOS Kerbal? What's your educational background? I finished high school. I went to college. I got sucked into the .com boom, so I was like a self-taught programmer / project manager in the .com boom, and then I had equivalent experience, and I never ended up going back, which isn't something that everyone should do, but that's kind of, here I am.
Welcome to
Papa Vane! Dude, Papa Vane, thank you for the support. I appreciate you. Welcome to Kerbal Space Academy. Guys, get some Plutos or Angry Triangles or whatever you want to do. Salts, I don't even care. Put them in chat for Papa Vane. Appreciate you. Excellent. You mean overlaid. Oh. I see. You want me to go like this. Screenshot mode is what you want. You know, how much Delta V do we have? I kind of want to turn around just for picturesque purposes. 1685. Yeah, we've got plenty of Delta V. We've got plenty of Delta V here. So let's see if I can pull this off. Cool. All right, that's better. Now you can see the ladder. Yes. We can take a screenshot. Ramius, just subscribe. Remember, if that number gets to 10, I'll do a giveaway from MLG Rocket Shirt, too. Man, it's just like giveaway central today. Thank you, Ramius. I appreciate the support. You guys get some hype over there, too, as well. So, what's actually hard for me to do in KSP? Mr. Carrot. Oh man, nothing's hard. Gravity slingshots are hard to plan just because the game doesn't give you tools really that you can do it, and dealing with salt is hard, honestly. Dealing with bugs is hard. Thank you, Lipko. I appreciate that. What did I do before Kerbal? I was a project manager, and then I was unemployed for a while, and then I started to do this. How do I know which engine to pick for my spacecraft? My spacecraft was 1 ton. You can look at you can look at mobile force. You can look at the thrust to weight and the delta V you get and kind of play around with that. But the thrust to weight and the delta V are really kind of what you need to look at when choosing it. Also, where are you going to operate it? Is it going to be like operated in orbit, in vacuum? Is it going to be operated in atmosphere? Like, you got to think that as well. What's the button to press for the Kerbal jetpack? R will get you the Kerbal jetpack. That's the thing. Plant a flag. Thwap. Thwap. Cadwa, that's 3. Only 7 more, dude. Welcome to Kerbal Space Academy. If it gets to 5, I'll go get a shirt out of the closet and I'll show you. I have like a stack of them. And let me do this, guys. I appreciate everybody who's supported the stream so far. It started with Bad Saturn, so I'll be like, thanks for supporting Kerbal Space Academy. And we will put Bad Saturn. There's Candy Nuke. Uh-oh. I may actually have to do this for once. Bad Saturn. Thanks to Bad Saturn. Welcome to Kerbal Space Academy, Candy Nuke. I appreciate it. 444. Do I hear 5? Do I hear 5 now? 5. All right. Rabbit Ninja Wombat as well. Thank you for the support, man. The back sub for 2 months. Pale Rider with a copy. Bam. Why did it do that? I just tried to copy Pale Rider's name. Copy. Pale Rider. Pale Rider. Okay. Now it's going to make me type them manually. Okay, there. Pale Rider. Done. Sweet. Who else do we have? Kadwa. Dude, $50 is super generous. Kadwa. There you go. Fantastic. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the support. Let us see what the deal is here. That was all that. That was that. We can take a Kerbal selfie with the Kerbal in the background, or sorry, with the planet in the background. Can I get the planet? Let's step away a little bit. There you go. Look at that. That's actually a pretty cool selfie there. Ah, the screenshot mode. That's fantastic. Oh, man. You just landed, but you're on the dark side. Thanks for all the advice. Nice, Soon TM. Man, congratulations. Let me check Twitter right quick and see if anybody has set this up. Oh, wow. Bumps was watching your stream. I was sketching stuff and did this. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? I think that's awesome. Anna Augustiniak? Did I say that correct? Lee? That's cool. Thank you. I'm going to retweet that. Sweet. You don't have to be sorry. I think that's awesome. I like viewer art, fan art sort of stuff. What else do we need here, y'all? We need something. Oh, I just closed Twitter. And remember, if you tweet out a link to the stream, I'll check it out, retweet it, that sort of stuff. Nice, got some retweets on that. Thank you, Jody. I appreciate that as well. Got some favorites. Excellent. Excellent. So, link to the fan art. It's on Twitter. I can bring it up, though. Here, let me take this screenshot first. And I think you guys have taken the screenshot, too. And, here... Uh-oh! Oh, did it make it? Wait. Yes. Oh, it's 5. Stargazer99 with the sub. Thank you, Stargazer. I appreciate that. So I said I would go over there and, it looked like I was sticking out of his thumb. Uh-oh!
Welcome to the Academy.
Tyrienix. Or Tyrienix. Tyrienix. Alright, let me go get one of the shirts. Let me go get one of the shirts. I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna stand up for a second. Still gotta do a giveaway. I mean, I don't have to do a giveaway. I still want to do a giveaway. And I'll show the fan art when I get back. Let me stand up right quick. Let me stand up. Alright? Alright. And I'm back. Alright, good deal. So, check it out. If you don't know what we're talking about, when I say Major League Rocket shirt, here's what it is. It's one of the official Twitch, wait, right there. Yeah, official Twitch Major League Rocket shirts. I've got all the sizes from small up until, what is it? Small up to 2XL, I think. It may just be XL. I don't know what I have. But something like that, yeah. But that's the Major League Reno rocket shirts. That's the design I came up with. And on the back, it, of course, says it's not rocket science. So you can see the green screen through. Nice. But that's what I'll give away. I think we need a couple more, let me see. Yeah, we're at 6, and if that gets to 10, I'll do a drawing for this. You'll have to tell me your size, and I'll mail it to you. Sort of deal. Stuff. Things. Take this picture. I can't smile forever. I think he could smile forever, honestly. I think he could, so that's at 6, and it's got to get to 10. Did I miss anything else? And Tyrion, thanks again for the sub. I appreciate it. Scroll up. Scroll up. There you go. Yeah, Brian Kaminsky, that's a mod. I think it's texture replacer or something that does the reflections in the helmet. That's not stock. It's like a pretty mod sort of deal. It is something that I have. Your head was... I was sticking out of his tongue. Nice. Nice. And Stargazer and Tyrion next. Thanks again, guys. The Delta V map, Kabwa, it's just exclamation point cheat, and that'll come up right there, man. You got it. You got it. It's the first link in that. Did I miss anything? Man, so many angry triangles. I love it. Candy Nuke, thank you for subbing as well. Does your sub count reset to 0 if the timer gets to 0? Yes, Soviet man, that's the thing. It's like a it's like a timer thing. Am I an engineer? I like to think like an engineer, but I'm not officially an engineer. Did Squad approach me to be my gaming Twitch spokesman, or did you just become really popular? No, they didn't approach me. I just like playing Kerbal Space Program, and they're cool with it. Apparently, there was Kadwa with a sub as well. All right, there was that one. I remember answering that question. Your shirt came today. Nice. Oh, you have to go to the post office to pay it. Oh, brother, turn the light on the helmet, Mamlo. Oh, that's kind of cool, I guess. Why is it red when somebody says DOS? So I can see when people need me. Dr. Dio!
Welcome to the Academy.
That's 7, Dr. Dio. Thank you for the support. Guys, put some stuff over there for Dr. Dio. There's a list of mods. Brandtastic. There you go. Oh, Sky Army. Beat you. So sweet. Guys, welcome Dr. Dio to the Academy. Did I miss anything else? Your shirt came today, but you gotta go pick it up. I just wanted to say you are epic. Thank you, Real Hemp. I appreciate that. Rocket Builder has our Major League Rocket shirt. You're right. Does your counter drop to 0 when the 5-minute counter gets to 0? Yes, Soviet man, it does. It's like a train timer sort of deal. It is a train timer sort of deal. So there you go. All right. Dream is real. The dream is real. Make sure you don't get raided by Germans. I know that DOS is the. So I need to. Oh, what is Crazy Cards doing? Seriously. Uh-oh. What is this going on as well? That Kerbal looks fine, Crazy Cards. He looks like a Kerbal to me. Das Puma. What's up, Das Puma? No message, but I appreciate the support. Kieran Sunstrider.
Welcome to the Academy.
There's 8. 2 more, Das Puma. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. I do. I totally appreciate it. Almost to 30K followers, too. Really? Dude, stop eating me! Where is he at? I looked over and it looks like he's eating me. Oh, let me do the giveaway. I've got 2 more one. Jeez. 2, 3 copies. Sweet. Excellent. Random access Minecraft. No, it's not the 10th sub. No, wait, no. I'll do a drawing for it. We'll do a credit drawing for it, where you can buy tons of tickets and that sort of stuff. Once it gets to 10, but it has to get to 10. He's nibbling on my aerodynamic sort of deal. Let me do the giveaways. So we've given away what? How many copies have we given away? 1 or 2? Have we only given away 1? Crazy Cart's got 1, I know. Oh, the fan art too. Yeah, here's the fan art. That's cool though. It's like a pencil thing. I'm frowning. Maybe I just blew up a rocket, but that's okay. I like it. That's cool. Seriously. I appreciate you, Anna. Thank you for that. Bobson, you must be related to Bobson in some way, shape, or form. I retweeted it. I think that's cool. Thank you. So what else do we need? Dream Guard!
Welcome to the Academy.
One more and we do the shirt. Apparently the Kerbal really wants my ear. Alright, what did I get into? There's 9. And Peekers! I'm on the hook!
Welcome to the
Apparently.
Academy.
I'm on the hook. To give away a shirt. So let's do a couple giveaways here. Let's do a couple giveaways. And I mean, if you still want to sub, like, don't feel free not to. I mean, feel free to sub still. Oh, but here's the deal, guys. I think I've got 2 copies. You can't seem to find that solar array in the parts list. It should be there. You can sort by mass, and it's one of the lighter parts, I believe, right? About Pluto stuff, why didn't they set the orbit so the satellite will get back? You couldn't, Sukub. You couldn't do that. It's too much delta V. Thank you for apologizing as well. Here's the deal. Now, guys, it's illegal to do subscriber-only giveaways on Twitch. If you see people doing that and they're living in the United States, that's a lottery. That's like a pay-to-win lottery, which is illegal. Or a pay-to-enter sort of giveaway. So, not a lottery. I think the lottery is the thing is. Good luck. Also, Das, how do I use credits for the drawing? We'll see. Don't worry about that. First, I'm going to give away some copies of KSP. And I believe I have 2 copies to give away now. So we'll do 2 KSP giveaways right now, right? 2 KSP giveaways. So we will here we go. Do another viewer drawing. This is for a copy of KSP. It's just going to randomly pull you out of chat. The credits don't have anything to do with it. I don't know why you're spamming that. That won't help you. Mobile Force, it's a Steam key, so you're welcome to give it to somebody else if you've already got it. That's all good. This mod, it just pulls out a viewer chat. It's no big deal. So, another copy of KSP will go to... whatever that says. Yildizi Zusuf. Yildizi Usuf. Yildizi Usuf. I don't know where you are. I don't know what your name means, but you can have a copy of KSP. You gotta say something in chat. Holy moly! Oh, you're right there. Woo! Heck yeah. Yizzy. Fantastic. The budget cups. You were putting some budget cups in there. You want a copy of KSP. Dude. Yildiz Zukufs. He said holy moly. That's fine with me. Yusuf Yildiz. Is that a name? I don't know. Hey, send me a Twitch message. Give me your email address and I'll send you a Steam key. And this one was what? Kadwa. Did I do Pale Riders yet? No, this one was Pale Riders copy to give away. We did one from Bad Saturn already. This one's from Pale Rider. And the next one will be from Kadwa. And I'll just pull one more right now. If you have any questions about that, let me know. Let me know. But Yildizi Yusuf, congratulations. I need your email address. I need your email address in a Twitch message. If you have any questions about how to do that, say it in chat. Let us know so we can get that done. And I got one more to give away, dude. I got one more to give away. Dude, that's sweet. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. I got one more. We'll do one more. And I'll do the shirt at the end, right? I'll do the shirt at the end. So, the timer for 10 is gonna expire. That's it. Let's see who else is gonna win a copy here, right? Again, this has nothing to do with Twitch. It's not sponsored by Twitch. This copy was sent by Kadwa. So many people without KSP. Here's the cash for another copy to give away, and I will take care of that after the stream. Kadwa, thank you for the support. I totally appreciate it. 3, 2, 1. Another cup of KSP is going to go to beep, beep, beep. ECNZ. You definitely have it. Do you want it, ECNZ? Do you want it? It pulled you right. Look, you just said something. I know you're here. Do you want that, ECNZ? You certainly have a copy. Or do you want to give it a friend? You can totally do that. Or do you want me to redraw? Let me know. EC's been around for a while, for sure. So I'll wait and see what he says about that. Ooh, yes, please. Oh, Mimey! Nice! Nice! Wait, and 12. There were 2!
Welcome to
Stop
the
making me
Academy.
sub to you and Mimey! Oh, sweet. Excellent. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. In ECNZ, you want a copy so you know what to do. Mimey, and why do you make me keep subbing to you, whoever that is? The sub train remains alive. I wonder if I can get back before the sub train expires. I wonder if that could be a thing. ECNZ, you know the music, it's time to dance. Send me your email address to Kerbal, or no, send me your email address and a Twitch message, and I'll send you a Steam key. And that was one that was sent in by Kadwa. Thank you again for the support. Kadwa, Pale Rider, and Bad Saturn. I hope your family's doing well, Bad Saturn. Thank you for the support. But we'll go. And yeah, I think we're good. ECNZ, sweet. Yeah, fantastic. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, we gave away 3 copies of Kerbal. Usually with boot camps, guys, I usually give away 3 copies of Kerbal. I'm in North Carolina. Right now, I'm literally in... He's turning to get me! I'm literally in... Oh my gosh. Wait, you know what would be funny? Yeah, this is music. This is Slack Off by Spopsky. It says it on the screen. Look. Look. This would be funny. Ah! It's not perfect. This is not good. Somebody had to get that screenshot, right? All right, I gave you enough time. Movie magic. Ah, yes. Movie magic. That's fantastic. ECNG, make sure you send me that information. You sent me a message. Fantastic. Das Valdez snacks. It's a Das Valdez pop. All right. We need to get home. I'm in Charlotte. WXTM. I'm in Charlotte. Charlotte, North Carolina. So, we've done that. We can do 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 do. Got it. Grab it. Somebody's bound to have get that. Somebody's bound to have gotten that. Up to the tip of the rocket. Oh, we didn't even do any science. Whatever. Do science, guys. You know. Make sure to retrieve the experiments. Like if you're over here and you perform an experiment. Oh, you can't because he's not a scientist. If you perform an experiment, you're going to ditch this stage. Remember? So get the data out of the experiment. You can right-click and do take data since this stage is going to burn up in the atmosphere. So board it. Fantastic. That looks good. VOD mute. VOD mute. I'm not that good. You live in Matthews, Tyrion? No kidding? I know where Matthews is. I totally know where Matthews is. I was at the Whitewater Center riding mountain bikes earlier today. Like early this morning, I went out that way and rode some mountain bikes. I don't know if you know about the Whitewater Center. And then there's something just down south of Matthews. This is why I know where it is. There's some trails down south of Matthews as well. Dude. Send me an email. kerbalspaceacademy@gmail.com. Send me an email with Charlotte meetup in it. And sometime this week or next week or something like that, 45 and Lawyers. I actually know where that is. Sometime in the next... We need to do it next week. Awoken by My Fears has been on my case. We need to do like a meetup next week sometimes. Maybe like a Tuesday meetup or something would be cool. We need to do that though. We have like... Well, we haven't. Yeah. I met with Awoken and some people once, but... send me an email and get on the mailing list for that. You tweeted a screenshot? Excellent. That's hilarious. Look. Oh, what is this, Damask? Nice. There's a couple people that did look. Nico did one that was like zooming in with a different facial expression. I love it. Oh, that's cool. That's so cool. You live in Romania. I don't do a lot of Romanian meetups, unfortunately. I don't. I love this. What is happening? That's so cool. All right, guys. Oh, 28 seconds. Doesn't look like I'm going to get home with the subtrain on because I just ran my mouth a lot. So we'll retract that letter. Hey, these right here, you can't retract them. The gray ones that don't come in a cover, once you extend them, they can never be retracted again. The white ones that have the protected shell around them, way more, but they can also be recovered and they have a higher temperature tolerance. Temperature tolerance. But that's the difference between those. I can't actually rejigger those right now. I wish I could. That's actually kind of cool. Hey, there. Let me get a couple screenshots here. So, what we're going to do here, we're going to take back off again. We've got more than enough delta V. We have ridiculous amounts of delta V. Remember, it's only going to take us about 600 to get into orbit, 300 to get back. 900 to 1,000 will safely get you home. 1,600, we're going to have tons of delta V left. So, R.I.P. Subtrain. R.I.P. This is Dan's song. This one is after Dan's Gaming. The subtrain derailed! It was a good train. I think that's like 15. I really think, guys, I may, like, change that to, like, some little progress bars or something that show, like, the total of... Oh, Pi is awesome!
Welcome to the Academy.
So close. So close! Oh, no. Oh, I still appreciate the sub, Pi. I do appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Oh, so close. Why no heat shield? Ah, there is a heat shield, Mobile Force. It's just very fashionably tucked in. It was so close. It was so close. You know, I could actually... Can't I reset it? Is that something I have access to do? Like, can I make it go to 12 if I wanted to manually reset it? I actually don't know if I can do that. Let me look. I gotta look. I gotta learn this right quick, then we'll get home. No. That's not it. Also not it. Also incorrect. There you go. It is tnotifier.net. You just can't put www in front of it. Weird. Can I make it say 13, like if I wanted to do that? Or I want to see if this is possible. Okay, does this work? I'm pretty sure I just clicked. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. So I apparently can't even test it. Huh. I probably shouldn't have clicked that so much. If that thing goes off all of a sudden with like 10 test account subs. Why didn't the heat show go into the capsule? No, Mobile Force, this is a stock thing. This is a stock thing. I'll show you back in the van. So, we need to take off again. F5 for safety. We've done everything we need to do. We did our science, etc., etc. Let's just go into orbit. And when I go into orbit, I'm going to point east or west. It doesn't matter which way I point. Towards Kerbin is probably a good way to point. You don't have to point towards Kerbin. Just either do 90 or 180 on the nav ball. So I'm going to go ahead and throttle up. And I'm going to point over to 90. Like this. And with the moon, once you're sure you're not going to hit the ground, you can totally kick it in the pants. Like that. And just basically lean almost straight over. Just make sure you're not going to hit the ground, but you can totally go into orbit like this. Now, be advised, going towards the moon, going towards Kerbin, this is a rare occasion, okay? This is not how you... It's not that I'm going to Kerbin, that's not what's going to get me home. Just so everybody knows. We are just going into an orbit, and I'm going to burn until I get this number up to 20, and we're flying with reckless abandon over the surface of the moon. Oh, my apoapsis is now 70. Well, that's fine, honestly. That won't be a problem. And we're going to come over here, and we're just going to circularize it at 70. I mean, we can still do that. Let's just go to... Well, I guess it flipped, and I didn't actually see it flip. Wow, it's like flipping so fast, I'm not seeing it flip. Oh, there it was. How about it? 70. Alright, cool. So we'll just have this guy point... Look at this. He's like 6,000 off the deck, and he's going like orbital 600 meters per second. That's cool. And we'll time warp. There we go. What's a useful way to use the mining drill and refining system? Golfer Cab, check me tomorrow. I'm going to do Kerbal Help Desk where I'll talk about that sort of stuff. But you can use it to refill fuel. Like you drill for ore and you refine it into fuel or oxidizer or whatever, and you can refuel your craft when they're not at Kerbin. You can totally do that. So, we're just going around the mountain as we go here. Going around the moon as we come, we'll be going around the moon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 40, 30, 20. Bam. This is the song we started on. There you go. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And step. No, well, that's close. What? We're 70 by 69, so that's fine. So, to go home from the moon. I got into an orbit first. You don't have to, but this is the easy way to do it. I'll show you how to do it. There are no action moves with the craft. To go home, observe the direction that you're orbiting the moon. So just time warp, and I'm going around the moon in this direction, right? If I want to get to home, what I want to do is leave the moon this way, canceling out the moon's orbital velocity. The moon has an orbital velocity of 542 meters per second around Kerbin, and what I want to do is cancel that out. I need to burn retrograde, but not retrograde relative to my orbit around the moon, retrograde relative to the moon's motion overall. Okay, so the moon is going that way, right? And I need to burn this way to cancel out the moon's orbital velocity. I'm not going to like crash the moon or anything like that. Do you offer dating advice? Yes, I will offer dating advice at the help desk. Find someone who will ride mountain bikes with you. That's good dating advice. If you like mountain biking. So I'm going around the moon like this, and what I want to do is set up a maneuver node that kicks me this way. I know that it's right here. The moon, picture it as some pie. This bisects it. Maybe cut it like that to get 4 pieces. Maybe cut it like that to get 8 pieces. And go right there. It's kind of halfway between Kerbin Noon and the prograde side because I'm going around in this direction. If I put that maneuver node right there and I put about 280 meters per second of delta V in it, I'm going to go home. That's 400. I only needed 280. That is me going home. And you see, this is what I want that ejection to look like. I want this right here. Find someone who will play KSP with you. There you go. Or Minecraft or whatever. Right. Find somebody who likes the things that you do. How's that? I want my ejection to look like this. And it's going to cost me, I can do it for less, but 270 is fine. You can see right here, that brings me into Kerbin's atmosphere. Not only into Kerbin's atmosphere, but also into Kerbin's, basically, Kerbin's crust mantle at some point. So we could get it for even less. Look, click on that parry to make it stick, and I could do this for, let's get it on down to like 30. Is a good place to put it. I'm just barely dragging the maneuver nodes, so it doesn't go very fast. 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. Bam, 28, 9, 97. 250 meters per second. So I said about 3, you know, whatever. This is a little bit less because we're in the higher orbit. We already spent that delta V to get up away from the moon a little bit. If I was in a lower 20K or 18K orbit or something like that, we would go. But look how this looks. Kerbin's over here. Moon's right here, right there in the pi wedge. Noon towards Kerbin, the way the moon is going, ejecting that way. Now, if you're orbiting retrograde, if you're going in the other direction, it's the same thing, just on this side. You want it to look like this, coming off this. If you're orbiting polar, if you're going around the moon like this, you want it to look, if you're going around the moon like this, you want that line to look like this. And if you're going around the moon in this direction, you want that line to look like this. As long as you've got this line canceling out the moon's orbital velocity, you're going to fall down to Kerbin and get that in the atmosphere. You're good to go. So let's just burn this maneuver node. It's actually really easy to do this. There you go. Let's time warp. Again. Mech jab dating. Oh my gosh. Das will help you not to not to crash and burn on dates. Nash & Company, you click it. You click it. Look. Look at this. Creeper face, you won't burn out coming back from the moon. You'll be fine. We've got heat shields and everything that we need. We've properly designed our craft for this, so there's no reason to go into orbit. You'll be okay. To make that stick, click on it, and it'll stick. But you can't click on it in such a way that you also add a maneuver node. Like, that way the maneuver node will kind of override. If you don't have that little maneuver node dot on there and you just click on the AP tab, that's how you get it to stick. Stupid Kerbal tricks. Should be easier. Maybe those could be better. Enviosol. How's that one? Thank you for the resub. 4 months in a row. I appreciate you. So, here we are. We're good to go. I think, right? We're playing on hard mode. But no, even hard mode won't kill you. Not with this design, Creeper Face. I learn so much every time I watch your stream. Thanks. I wish I'd... No, don't worry about it, disappointed. Just hang out with us, guys. Seriously, hang out with us. What up, Kyle? I'm at work. Sorry for the untimely reply. I have a degree in rocket science, but I still learn a lot by watching your channel. It also helps pass the time when I'm working night shift. Nice, Stargazer. Excellent. That's fantastic. How long will the stream be on tonight? We're just about getting done with the mission here. Then we're going to figure out what we're going to do. But I am going to time warp. Where's Kerbin? I can't see it. Should be over here. There's Kerbin. That's where we're going. Home again, lickety split. Whoa! Oh, I didn't burn the node. That's fantastic. That's okay because nothing's really changed here. All we have to do is say wait in orbit. T minus 10 minutes. Yeah, so we'll burn the node now. I just flew right past the node and didn't actually burn it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, okay, I didn't burn it again. It's fine. It's not rocket science. Just burn it. Shock ASU. What's going on? Sumo Deluxe with the 7-month sub from Sumo Deluxe. Love you long time, man. How you doing, Sumo? At some point, we need to play some Warships or something, because that would be fun. Sumo Deluxe is another streamer, guys. Make sure he says something in chat so that you can click on him and give him a follow. Plays a lot of DayZ. I know. What is that? 54. Ah, too much. Probably because I didn't burn it correctly. 30, 20. Okay, that's fine. Good deal. The Clemson is so not good. Good to know. F5 for safety. And all we have left to do now, guys, is just time warp down to Kerbin. So here we go. Make the whistling noise like we're falling down to Kerbin. There we've left the moon. Later moon. Certainly we're not out of the moon's SOI yet. Yeah. They just did a little bit of an orbital flip. We require additional time warp levels. There he is right there. Dude, Sumo, thanks for the continued support. I appreciate you. Guys, make sure you click on Sumo's name there and toss him a follow if you want to see some people get shot and him yell at people being all trolly about it. Because that happens a lot, right, Sumo? I love it. Are we falling down yet? Look, we still have 700 Delta V left over, so we've built this craft, which is fine. That's the entire point. Like, you have a margin for safety if you're new to the game. The entire point for this is the fact that you have margin for error here. We threw away 200 Delta V in the lifter even. Always trolling. It's like ABT as opposed to always be selling. It's always, or always be closing, ABC. It's always be trolling. How can you land without any time a heat shield? I do have a heat shield. It's just a fashionably hidden heat shield. So let's keep it on here around the planetoid. There you go, atmospheric interface. Let's go ahead and point like this. F5 for safety. OM Jesus, look at that, it's a heat shield. I'll show you how to do that. That part's just going to crash into Kamchatka or wherever. We're going to push retrograde like this. And, yeah, let's just let it ride. They have a default binding, like 1 on the keyboard maps to action group 1, 2 maps to action group 2, 3 maps to action group 3, etc., for those. So, if you have that KSS craft file, I don't. I haven't uploaded it yet. There's a Lunar trainer uploaded that you can use. It's not this exact craft, but it's the same sort of thing. Are you a salesman? No. Coffee's for closers. I overbuilt the ship, just meant to go into Kerbal orbit, ended up doing a Duna, Ike, and Eve flyby. Nice, Stargazer. Let's turn off our batteries. We don't really need those anymore, and we should just point retrograde here. I read somewhere you could slow down physics tick to reduce spatial lag. Mobile force, it's not going to make a very big difference. You sacrifice accuracy at the sake of that. What is this? Dr. Pepper Monies, love you long time. Thank you, Sumo. I appreciate it, dude. Wait, let me put some horns in chat. Some Das Deal, and then the horns like that. Thanks, man. Glengarry Glen Ross, thank you for getting the reference. You meant the KISS from the Science Fair live stream. Yeah, that's uploaded, WXTM. That should be up on Kerbal X if you search for KISS. Oh, he's not even warming up, barely. And I'll show you how to tuck the heat shields in like that so it's all classy. Guys, I am going to take a 2-minute break after I land here. Just to hop up right quick. And then when I come back, we'll do the rest of the giveaways. We've got a shirt and a 3D printed Kerbal. Where are my 3D printed Kerbals? I was just using him. Oh, he's behind this. So we've got like some 3D printed Kerbal sorts of deals to give away. I'll do one of those, and then we'll do the Major League Rocket shirt. And both of those will be credit giveaways, so you can choose what you're going to spend your credits on. Always be closing. Yeah. Dizzy Dynamo. That's this from a movie, Glengarry Glen Ross. Does it matter since you reduce a blader? Yeah, Mobile Force, that's exactly what we did. We reduced it from 200 down to 60, and we're not even going to get 60. We could get off with 40. They flew off in a 3D printed rocket. Nice. And guys, in the coming months, I did say when I first released the Major League Rocket shirt, there were no hoodies available. So when it starts to cool down in the fall, I will do the Major League Rocket shirts again. So you'll have the capability to buy one. It's going to be months, so you won't be one of the first ones in, and it may be a little bit different version with the text on the back or something. But I am going to sell them again. And if you didn't know, we've got shirts we're selling right now with the mainsail hype. This is just going to keep re-entering. This is the current shirt design. It's available for the next 18 days. The mainsail hype shirt. Everybody's favorite engine rendered in kind of 8-bit. It's not exactly 8-bit, but it's close. It's original artwork by me, Das Valdez. You can pick up one of these. More boosters, you say? 650 kilonewtons of thrust? This guy's going to die. Poor ISP. Terrible delta V to mass ratio. No gimbal. Slap a mainsail on it and point it at space. But that's the current shirt. There's the shirt right there. Thank you, Fletcherated. And that's a great way to support the stream. You get a t-shirt. I get some of the revenue from that. Is it safe? Unsafe. Is it safe now? Still no. Does it have a plain black? It doesn't have the Twitch address on this one. I'll show you the back of it. Risky. It's the Tom Cruise of shoot deployments. No, the back of this does not have the address on it. The back of this says 321 space. Which I thought was cool. Here, can you see that? It's 321 space. Oh, and this is actually, you can see the hoodie, right? This is the hoodie, and there's also the t-shirts like that. So, great way to support the stream. You get a t-shirt. It's awesome. The shipping, I do understand. The shipping is a little bit much over stream. That's the wrong thrust for a mainsail. No, it's not. Make one be. That's the thrust for a booster. The thrust on a mainsail is 1500. Boosters only have 650, less than half. That's why it says that. Because people always say, oh, more boosters. And I'm like, no, not the more boosters. Do a mainsail. T-shirts are unsafe. What? I don't think I said that. Yeah, the description is the description of the big booster. More boosters, you say. 600 kilometers, poor ISP, terrible delta V to mass ratio, no gimbal. Those are all bad points on a booster. Instead, just slap a mainsail on it and point it to space. You need permission from Scott for creating merchandising off their game. That one there is original artwork, so I mean, it's just like anything else. No, they're cool with it though. These guys are going to be fine. Look, we only used 7 ablator. We actually only used like 6 ablator coming down from the moon. You don't even really need the heat shield when you're coming back from the moon. So, what's the percentage next to the time warp icon? That's a mod called KerboCat's physics indicator that shows me if I'm lagged out due to high part counter physics. That's what that is up there. So, Tanarin, congratulations on your successful moon mission. That's fantastic. Oh, I think I'll sit here and have a nap. What's up, Diaz? How's it going? Can I turn on his magically invisible lights? I don't know where lights are coming from. He's like a Bender bending Rodriguez sort of thing. KSA bootcamp successful mission hype. Bam, 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 bam. Excellent. Oh man. Hiccuping. So here's the deal, guys. Give me a couple minutes. I just need to stand up right quick. We'll do the giveaways when I come back. I'm going to be giving away a 3D printed Kerbal like this right here. Oh, I'm hiccuping even. So this is a 3D printed Kerbal Focus. Like that. And there are a couple different designs. You'll be able to choose the design for your 3D printed Kerbal. Be one of these smaller ones. And we're also going to give away the Major League Rocket Science t-shirt here. I got a couple different sizes. of that. That's going to happen when I come back. I'm going to stand up and go to the bathroom right quick, but I will certainly return. So, thank you guys for watching. Need to take a break right quick. Going to roll a couple ads right quick. I'll be right back. We'll take care of. Oh, man, seriously. I'm hiccuping. That's why I need to take a break. I'll be right back, guys. Oh my gosh, I can't even click on the right thing. I seriously just misclicked because I hiccuped when I was... Man, I'm still hiccuping. What happened all of a sudden? And... This is ridiculous. I'll be right back. And I'm back. I've returned. That was my chair being moved around. Yes. What's the deal? That's good. That's okay too. Where's... Oh, my hat's in the way. There we go. Now I can see. Alright, I have returned, guys. I have returned. Did I miss anything in chat? Click. Welcome back. Yeah. I just like stabbed the button and it clicked when I hit it. What mod does DOS use for visuals? Man, is that still not fixed? Dias. I use Eve, which works just fine in the current version of the game. Eve, environmental visual enhancements. My gosh, somebody's got to tell me to update that one. I'm not streaming at some point. Minsel Havu. Nice Shatter Mage. Did I miss anything? No, not looking like I missed anything. Sweet. I'll take it. Alright. So let's, I mean, this is kind of a boring scene to watch. So let me go grab this guy and tell him to get in the rocket. Recover him. I press F2 to remove the overlay like that. F2 is what removes the overlay. Hey DOS, hey Jet. Last night I went to the observatory, saw the ISS passing twice. That's cool. You must have been there for more than, what is it, 90 minutes? Sweet. It's your favorite random color? 8. So, let's just put one of these rockets on the pad here. The autosave ship will work. This is a KSA Lunar mission right there. That's fine. Jeb, I don't even care. There you go. Because we have 2 giveaways we need to do, and this is going to be like a huge mess, honestly. Huge mess on it, right? This is going to be a big problem. Heck yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It's under control. It's going to be a huge mess, as it turns out. Because as soon as I start doing the giveaways, it's going to be ridiculously worthless chat. Chat is going to be ridiculously worthless, right? Whenever this happens. Because everybody's going to start checking their credits, which is going to start happening as soon as I mention it. But here's the deal. The first thing that we'll do will be the giveaway of the 3D printed Kerbal. Time dilation in real time. It's a Kerbo Cats. It's called Kerbo Cats, Kamuchi. Kerbo Cats is the name of it. If you just search for Kerbo Cats, you can get it. So check it out. The first thing we're going to do is a giveaway for the Kerbal, like this. There are a couple different designs. It will be one of the smaller, the like under $30 ones, because there's some more expensive ones. Let me actually get this out right quick and show you the other ones that I've got here. Wait, what? Okay. Somebody else must have put this box together. Time out. Time out. I got a thing. Click. Just artillery rounds coming in all over the place. Ah! Where did it drop? Oh, okay. I'm pulling out the other 3D printed Kerbals here. Ah! So you got like a little engineering sort of dude. Focus! Seriously? Here. Stupid YouTube trick. There you go. Little engineer dude sort of deal. You've got the recruited cadet sort of deal like that. Get it? Get it? Focus. There you go. He's got a little smirk on his face, right? A little smirk there. You've got a scientist. Don't I have the scientist? Yeah. And you get to choose one of these. Alright? There you go. One of those. Ah, yes. Giant unicorn, nice. Excellent. I love it. Alright. So you'll be able to choose. There's a couple different things in there that you can choose from. It's the 3D printed thing from, it's like the under $30 price point sort of deal. So here's how it works. I'm going to start up not an auction. I'm going to start up like a raffle. And you're going to spend the, I'm not going to get a second camera, Mirror of Space. You get a second camera. This is fine. I'm going to, let's see here. Start up a giveaway. You're going to type something specific in chat to enter it. It's going to cost you credits, right? It's totally going to cost you credits. And I'm just going to make it up as I go. So let me find the bot. There you go. All right. And so let me see here. Raffles. Yeah, okay. Raffle item. This is for the 3D printed Kerbal under 30 or like that. I'll just put that in there. And here's the deal. Let me look at what's going on. The credit spam is 5. I mean, gas stove, it's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. And with 400 people in, it won't lag the bot out. It's all right. Don't worry about it. Hide offline. All users. Let me see how many credits people have. And we'll figure out the deal. 25. I think the tickets are going to cost 25 credits each. Is what we're going to do. And the cool thing is that I could just give everybody 25 credits. Bam! Hey, that didn't do anything. Did it? Yeah, there you go. So now every single person watching gets at least 1 entry into this, just to make it fair. Now you're going to be able to do more entries, so you'll be able to buy up to 100 tickets if you want, right? We'll do 100 tickets. So if you've watched for a long time, if you've got 2,500 credits, you're more than welcome to spend it. And also keep in mind, if you use the credits on this one, you won't have them for the next one. So you're going to have to decide, do you want to enter for the shirt or do you want to enter for the Kerbal? That's the thing, okay? So you can buy a maximum of 100 tickets. They are spent. So if you don't win this one and you spend all your credits on this one, you won't have credits for the next drawing, which is the shirt. So think about what you want to do here, right? You got to think about what you want to do. Raffles. There you go. 3D printed Kerbal under $30. Tickets are going to cost 25 each. Every single person has at least 1 entry. And the max tickets you can get are 100. And I'm just going to go ahead and it's open for everybody. You don't have to be a sub. I don't even care if you're following me. If you're watching the shirt, it's all good. Can you see the shirt? WX, I've held it up like 10 times, man. Like, seriously. Yes, there's the shirt. Or if you won't get this one, you don't mind. Or a free Kerbal. See? Okay. There you go. You get credits by watching and participating. Oh, hecky. You, like, help other people out, and you answer questions and that sort of stuff. That's how you get credits. By watching the show. So, remember, if you spend it on this, you're not going to be able to spend it on the shirt, so you're going to have to decide. That's my shirt. That's the shirt that I wear, so I can put it in my mouth, okay? Just so you know. Man, I'm getting a little bit of bounce off the green screen today because this is brighter. No, the green screen really needs to be further away. No, that's my shirt. That's my shirt. Okay. What if you want the one with spin on it? That costs extra. Shirt with free bite marks. A dream come true. So, here's the deal. I'm going to fire it up right now. Start. This is for a 3D printed Kerbal. Nothing to do with Twitch. Twitch doesn't have anything to do with this. The raffle is now entered, and what you need to do is type ! ticket space a number, where the number is the number of tickets that you want to purchase at a cost of 25 a ticket. So if you've got 100, you could buy 4. If you've got 200, you could buy 8. If you've got 1,000, you could buy, I don't want to do that math, 5 times something. 40. 40, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm just going to let the credit spam roll. Can I put the text up on the screen? Do I still have that? No, I don't have the text for that. Yeah, okay. Add. Where's it at? Text. I probably don't even need to do this. You got it, okay? You get it. But I'll do it. For you. Type ! ticket. Oops. I can't spell. And I do want to kind of get these over with. So, ticket. 1 to enter raffle. Max is 100. 25 credits per ticket. Max is 100. And if you don't win, you burn the credits, just so you know. Be advised. Be advised. Is that going to work? Aha! Got it. It's seen. You can't see it. Oh, fine. You get it. How can F5 bot type so fast, right? I am Waterlover. I'm streaming. I'm streaming. We're doing the Kerbal. This is for the Kerbal. This is for the Kerbal. Because you don't need a shirt, Cammy. Do you need a shirt? I think you do need a shirt. No, you do. Never mind, you do need a shirt. Printed Kerbal. There you go. Digital gift certificates. That's actually pretty interesting. I'll talk to them about that. I can call them and just ask them that. That's no big deal. That's actually an interesting idea. Cool. Sweet. I'm just gonna sit here. You have a shirt, so all my credits went into this. Nice. Do you send the thing from US via Shapeways? I'll figure it out. Make one be. I mean, I'll figure it. I'll cover it. I'll figure it out. Your max went out of the screen. Oh, thanks. That's fantastic. No, not everyone is entered for one ticket. You have to type exclamation point ticket space 1, just like it says right there. You have to do that. So what else do we have going on? What else do we have? I think you can type ticket 0. Can't you do like ticket something? You're finding being pulled back to Kerbin. Nice. Oh no. When do you stream tomorrow? In the evening, probably. It'll be like a later sort of thing. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Did you get a new cam? Yes, I do have a new camera. And a new green screen lighting thing. And I don't look too fantastic right now, so I just kind of look washed out or whatever. Because I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. So, type ticket 0 to be de-entered. There you go. We'll do that then. I don't know if that actually works, but okay. I'm tired. I don't think I'm tired, Crazy Cart, so just leaning back. If you the shirt with DOS bite marks, you could clone yourself a second DOS for the spit on the shirt. Or implicate me in a crime that I didn't commit. And let's just say you have about a minute more, guys. Like another 60 seconds. What's the timer right now? Well, my clock currently says 7:27, and I'll give you still 7:29. So whenever it goes 7:29 on my clock, then I'm going to end it. I'm going to end it. And I don't know if that ticket 0 thing actually works to be de-entered. I can't confirm that that actually works. So I don't know. I don't know. Wow, it must have just changed to 7:27 because it still says 7:27 on the clock. It still says that. It works? It does work? Okay, cool. We already have video of your vicious murder of countless Kerbals. Nice, it worked. Okay, good deal, good deal. Million Lights with the 7 viewers. What's up, Million Lights? In Star Citizen News Radio. What's up, Star Citizen? 2 hosts in a row. Appreciate you guys. We're doing a giveaway right now, so chat's a little bit off the chain here. Off the chain. So, oh, it says 7:28. Whenever it says 7:29, so less than 30 seconds. I'm just gonna get it done because I got another one that I need to get done as well. So, just continuing to hang out. Still says 7:28, but as soon as it goes, I'm gonna end it. Exclamation point, ticket, space, something. 1, 2, 3. Million Lights, this is for a 3D printed Kerbal. Just so you know, I'm also gonna give away a Major League Rocket shirt next, so you might want to save your credits. Yes, I have, Killiconnor. I have absolutely read that. Just got back from Vegas. Nice. Alright, waiting. It's almost ready here. Alright. Boop. Oops, it just popped. It just popped. So I think that I am going to, I think I'm going to go through and close it down now, because it just popped. You had plenty of time. You had plenty of time. I'm now going to close the raffle. You had so much time. I'm going to close it. It's gonna close. It's closed. There you go. Wow, 1,900 tickets? 1,950 tickets, honestly. All right, so this is for one of the 3D printed Kerbals you get to choose. I'll ship it to you. It's not going to be one of these. I'll ship it directly from Shapeways. If the shipping makes sense, I'll have to figure that out. But so bad. So annoying. Anyways, let's go ahead and just do this thing. I'm going to take this off. The raffle's closed. The raffle's closed. So you have about a 0.5% chance. You have a 5% chance. Pale Rider, dang, man. So the winner of the 3D printed Kerbal is going to be Blue Land Forever. 100 tickets and a 5.1 chance to win. Following the stream since 5th of November. Blue Land Forever, dude. Send me a message, man. Blue Land Forever for a 3D printed Kerbal. Get it done. You're good to go. I know you're here. Blue Land, send to me. I mean, for the 3D printed Kerbal, I need your full address and name and that sort of stuff so I can mail it to you. So send me everything that I would need. And also look at the 3D printed Kerbals and choose any one of them out of the merch link there that's under the $30 price point thing. And I'll send that over to you. There's the Shapeways one is what you want. So there you go, man. So we still have the other one to do. We'll do. Thanks, Blue Land. Let's get the other one out of the way, guys. I'm gonna start a new one. That was easy. Blue Land Forever is right here. You're at the beach. I wish I was at the beach. So no. This is supposed to be cleared. There. Okay, I cleared it. Sorry. Yeah. I just cleared that one out. All right, I clicked the wrong button. That's okay. Yes. So, how do you get half a credit for? I don't know. I think there's some rounding that happens on occasion. So this one is for a Major League Rocket Science shirt, and I honestly think that I have small through. I know that I see extra large. I don't know that I have an extra large or like a 3XL or anything like that. Maybe I can still figure it out. Take it easy, Natfrack. Good deal, man. We'll have to talk. If you need a larger size, we'll have to talk about it. I know that I have the Twitch T 3D or the Major League Rocket shirts up to large at very least. And if you need a bigger size than that, we'll figure it out. Because I mean, you guys are awesome, so we will totally figure it out. I'm just gonna put. I think that I have small through large, and we'll have to figure something out if you don't have that. But here's the shirt. We're gonna do this. It's the same thing. I'm actually gonna do the same thing with it. I'm gonna say that it's 100 tickets max. They're gonna cost 25 each. You can get 100 tickets max. Right there. So if you spent your credits already on the last raffle, you're not gonna have them for this one. We're cleaning out credits today, so you can spend up to 2,500 tickets, or 2,500 credits this time. This is for a Major League Rocket shirt. This is just from us. This is sponsored by Kerbal Space Academy. So here we go. I'm just gonna start it up. Ticket cost 25, max tickets 100. There you go. Stitch 3 of them together for you. I can get larger sizes, guys, but we're gonna have to talk about that. If you need a larger size. So go ahead and start it up now. There you go. Oh, and here, let me start the raffle thing back up. Oh, and I'm gonna sit back, honestly. Sit back here in the shade and wait, sort of deal. What's name? Let me see if anybody wants to play Sheeps with me. See if old Profiler's around. Sheeps? What is this? What is Spreadshirt sending me emails for? Huh? Well, that's curious. Huh. Look at that. Ah, yes. Did I hear sheeps? Sheeps? Yes, you did hear sheeps. I know I'm sitting back, guys. I'll sit back and let you guys deal with this. It's all users. I don't even care if you're following, honestly. Focus. Overlay is wrong. Oh, for the 3D printed Kerbal, yeah. Well, pay attention to what I'm saying. Not what it says on the screen. Major League Rocket Science shirt. There you go. It's no longer incorrect. Ah, yes, I just turned it back on. Man, my legs are so wrecked from riding the bike earlier. I probably did somewhere between 4 and 5 miles on like back trails, sort of up and down stuff. So, good lord. Good lord. That's how most streets mispronounce your name? What? Streamers, you mean? I don't get it. I don't get it, honestly. Oh, look at that. I am Denise. I rolled out early this morning. I went and I freaking wrecked my legs riding the mountain bike. At camp, you did 15 or so miles on rocks. I'd rather do rocks than roots and that sort of roots and sand. You know? I would much rather do rocks. This was all like roots and sand and that sort of stuff. You ride your bike 23 miles to school and 23 miles back. Nice. You did 20.7. Nice. I'm just, this is a Twitch. That's what I'm. It's a Twitch band thingy. Nice, you hiked to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Wow. No kidding. That's nuts. I know I'm sitting back. Okay, I thought my mouth chroma keyed out. Which KSA shirt to wear to PAX? Nice, Eon Raptor. You have to decide. Oh, how about Luch Beast Sand? That's pretty terrible too. Yeah, I did 0.0 today. 0.0. Ah, yes. I really need to fix the lighting, but I'm about to just get to the point where I need to I need to get to the point where I just do the thing with the stuff. Get a bigger place is what I need. I need a bigger place. The code that leveled up on WoW? What? Code that leveled up on WoW? I don't know what that is, Matthew Favor. I'm just sitting back, guys. I'm waiting for y'all. Wear them all at the same time. I wouldn't want to ride on something that's pavement. I could do 20 miles not on pavement, but roots and dirt and that sort of stuff is pretty serious. I didn't eat it at all. I mean, I got like one little scrape on my arm, which is not even a thing. Like I just bounced off a tree with my elbow at some point. So, Silent, why would you type ticket 195? Take it easy, Brantastic. Good deal. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Hope you like it. It's good times. Good times. How many people are in this one? Let's look. 116 in this one. All right. Will you ever stream Rocket League? I am, but I'm waiting for the guy who sent it to me to show back up. Jordan. So I told him I would play with him, and I don't know where he is. Did I F9? Did you F9 after the fall? Nice. So guys, we're running out of time here. It says it's 7:37. I'll do the same thing and go up to 7:39. You're just about out of time. So if you're going to enter in for the Major League Rocket Science shirt, the limited edition, the first run, do it now. Do it now. Now's the time to do it. Exclamation point, ticket, space, a number, where the number is the number of the tickets you want, which costs 25 credits each. Gravity assists, probably not. Like another day or something like that. I'm not going to do it today, that's for sure. GoPro, no, I know. The GoPro videos, some of that stuff is nuts. Those people are crazy, honestly. Maybe I could do one next week or something. I don't know, we'll have to see. Oops, my clock says 7:38. It says 7:38. Your best is in St. Louis. I need to work on my higher tier stuff. Ah, yes. What are we up to? 125 people in this one, guys. I don't know how you got 0.2 credits. I think that the system was rounding at some point. How did you get past the Clemson? I don't... what? What is before the Clemson? Or what's after the Clemson? Yeah, Carlos, that's correct. Your clock isn't synced with the atomic clock. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Oh, no, wait, it just fired off to 39. Alright, guys. I'm going to close it down. You've run out of time. You had plenty of time. I've been sitting here talking to you. Oh, for the last Lord knows how much. There you go. Clemson, like the Tigers. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it down. You've had your chance. You've had your chance, and I even like stall now. I mean, it says 7:40 now on my clock. So wait, well, not quite yet. It's close to 7:40. 129 people in. I'm gonna go ahead and close it. You had so much time. You really did. So clicky. It's closed. 129, 1,856. This is for one of the Major League Rocket Science shirts. You can't buy them right now. So, just me, oh hecky, just me. That's like channel specific. So let's see who's going to win a Major League Rocket Science shirt. You're going to need to send me your message with your full mailing information, that sort of stuff, so I can get one out to you. Man, this camera. I do not know what setting was changed by somebody on this camera, but it was. Let's turn this off. Let's see who won. The winner of the Major League Rocket Science shirt is